He spectacularly lost his Chancellor and Health Secretary within 10 minutes of each other. But despite a flurry of other resignations, I think the score on the door is currently 16. He's determined to stay on. I'm joined in the studio before crossover to Westminster live for the action by Diana Davison, Tory MP for Bishop Auckland in County Durham, who gained her seat back in 2019 when Boris Johnson swept to power with an 80-seat majority. How times have changed. And from the Labour Party, welcome to Justin Madders, MP for Ellesmere Port and Neston on the beautiful Wirral. He's with me too. I'll also bring you the latest, of course, from our political team, not least political editor Darren McCaffrey. And straight after PMQs, Sajid Javid, who resigned as Health Secretary. We think he'll be making a statement. As and when he does, we will bring that to you. And as always, we want to hear from you. What do you make of it? Did you vote for Boris Johnson in 2019? And if so, would you do so again? Is it right that a Chancellor's resigned in the middle of a cost of living crisis? A Health Secretary's resigned when NHS waiting lists are at a record high. Is this a political parlour game cooked up by the political and media class, of which, of course, I am part? Or is it time for Boris to go? Email me, gbviews@gbnews.uk, or tweet @gbnews. We'll read out lots of your emails in the next few hours, not least in the aftermath of PMQ. So stay with me here, Liam Halligan, for the briefing. Now, PMQs will be starting shortly. The politicians are literally mustering in the House of Commons, the cockpit of the nation, as we speak. Dehenna, you are, of course, a GB News regular. Viewers will know you very well. They'll be interested to know what you think.
Well, it's going to be quite the day, I think, isn't it? It's been quite the 24 hours. You know, realistically, looking at the sheer number of ministers who've now resigned, as you've said, I think we're up to sort of 16 resignations in total, of which 6 are relatively senior ministers, 2 cabinet ministers. To lose one's Chancellor, a sensible Prime Minister would see that the writing is on the wall and would go of his own accord.
Just in the last few minutes, we've had Victoria Atkins resign. She's not a household name, but she is a Minister of State in the Home Office, I think, prisons and probation, 2015 intake, very much as rising star of the Conservative Party, but also on the sort of One Nation side of the Conservative Party, the more centrist part.
Yeah, I think looking at the people who've resigned, it's been a bit of a mix. There have been a few of those on the One Nation side, as you've said, Victoria Atkins, Alex Chalker, etc. But looking at the tone in the actual resignation letters, it's clear that the people who've resigned are displaying huge amounts of integrity there. They're saying kind of enough is enough, I can't go on with the kind of lies coming out of Number 10. Particularly poor Will Quince, who was sent out to defend the indefensible on Monday, given cast-iron assurances that the Prime Minister didn't know about the Pincher allegations, to then be told just a few hours later, actually, what we told you wasn't true. I don't blame him at all for resigning.
Justin Madders, now you represent Ellesmere Port Neston up there on the Wirral, as I said. Last night, as these resignations were happening, timed, of course, for maximum impact, as the tea time bulletins were about to go to air, just before PMQs were about to see, there was a mixed reception from GB News viewers. Some said, you know, Boris, it's time to go, good riddance, Sajid Javid, Rishi Sunak, they're showing some integrity. But a lot of our viewers said, why now? Why are you getting rid of Boris? We voted for him. Give him a chance. This is a witch hunt.
Well, I don't think it's a witch hunt. I think what Dehenna's just said just sums it up perfectly. They actually got a government minister to go out on the TV and defend Boris Johnson with information that they knew was incorrect. And I think anyone who is in government would be asking themselves, do they want to be in that position? Do they want to be the stooge for a Prime Minister who doesn't know the truth if it stands in front of him? And I think, quite rightly, a lot of them have said, now, enough is enough. And look, the position is clearly untenable. There's lots of challenges this country faces, but if actually the person in charge isn't trustworthy, you can't deal with those issues, so he does have to go.
Now, you are Shadow Employment's Right Minister, of course. I know you're very involved in Labour Party policy making. You'll know from your parliamentary work, your constituency work, that a lot of people out there are really concerned about their financial security, about the cost of living. What can Labour do now? What can Labour say now that doesn't make it look as if Her Majesty's opposition is just itself involved in a political feeding frenzy?
Well, we've got to keep our eye on what matters for the country, and we have got some exciting policies to try and deal with the cost of living, to try and help small businesses deal with the increase in energy costs. But actually, what's happening here is beyond all party politics. It's beyond individual policies. It's about whether the man in charge has got the integrity to carry on. And I think, actually, it's pretty clear. I talk to people in my constituency. Of course, there are Boris fans, but the vast majority of people don't believe a word he says anymore. And that's not good for the country. That's not good for us internationally. It's not good for us domestically. If the person in charge cannot be trusted, you cannot carry on with him in charge.
Now, you represent, Dehenna, one of those archetypal red wall seats, if I may say so, the kind of seat that the Tories won in 2019. They need to retain if they're going to retain power. But you were quite quick to make known that you had lost confidence in the Prime Minister, weren't you? A lot of people were surprised by that. They saw you as, you know, obviously a rising star of the party, ambitious, maybe one of the first of your intact to be taken into government, if I may say so. How difficult was it for you to make that decision?
I'll be completely honest, making the decision wasn't that difficult. The decision to go public with it was much more difficult. Because, you know,
sorry, you're a politician, sorry.
No, it's not that. It's just, at the end of the day, everyone who goes into politics, I believe, goes in for the right reasons. They go in because they want to make a difference and make people's lives better. And unfortunately, what we've seen, the kind of circus coming out of Number 10, has been such a distraction that so much of our time, so much Conservative MPs' time, but so much of Parliament's time has been taken up focusing on this sort of sideshow and not on, as Justin said, some of the things that are really important that are affecting our constituents.
We've got to leave it there because we are now cutting live to the House of Commons for Prime Minister's questions. Stand by.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is a big day as we implement the biggest tax cut. As we implement the biggest tax cut for a decade, increasing national insurance thresholds to make tax lower and the tax burden easier. These changes will benefit 30 million people across the UK. And I'm pleased to say that two of those people are seated here in the public gallery today. Mandy Banfield and Alan Calzari, a typical worker, will now save £330 per year, with 70% of employees better off as a result. That is real money for real people. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the House will also join me in wishing the best of luck to England and Northern Ireland, who are competing in the UEFA Women's Euro 2022 tournament, which starts today, and I'm sure they will both make the nation proud. This morning, Mr. Speaker, I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I expect I shall have further such meetings later today.
Thank you, sir. Last week, we launched a new approach to combating knife crime in Milton Keynes, which means increased use of stop and search. It means tougher charging and custody, tougher sentencing, faster youth diversion, and more work with parents and communities. Would the Prime Minister agree with me that if you carry a knife in Milton Keynes, you should expect to end up behind bars?
Yes, I thank my honourable friend for what he's doing to campaign for tougher sentences in Milton. He's in a campaign against knife crime, and as a result of what the Conservatives have done, adults who are convicted of certain offences involving a knife, including threatening with a knife or a second offence of possession, face a minimum sentence of 6 months imprisonment, Mr. Speaker. And guess who voted against tougher sentences for knife crime?
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is the start of the Women's Euros, and I know the whole House will wish the Lionesses the very best of luck in bringing football home. Mr. Speaker, it's also... Mr. Speaker, it's also been 40 years since the death of Terence Higgins. Terence worked at Hansard by day and Heaven by night before he sadly died of AIDS. The Labour Party and the Terence Higgins Trust are committed to ending new cases of HIV by 2030. Together we can. Mr. Speaker, last week a government minister was accused of sexually assaulting a young man. I want to quote the victim's account. He says, "He grabbed my arse and then he slowly moved his hand down in front of my groin. I froze." I accept that's not easy listening. but it's a reminder to all those propping up this Prime Minister just how serious the situation is. He knew the accused minister had previously committed predatory behaviour, but he promoted him to a position of power anyway. Why?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that individual, the member for Tamworth, no longer has the Conservative whip. He no longer has a job. He is no longer, as soon as I was made aware of the allegation that he has just read out, Mr. Speaker, and the complaint that was made, he lost his status as a Conservative MP, and he is now the subject, Mr. Speaker, of an independent investigation to the Complaints and Grievances panel. And that is entirely right. And I want to say to him, Mr. Speaker, I want to say to him that I abhor bullying and abuse of power anywhere in Parliament, in this party or in any other party.
Keir Starmer.
None of that explains why he promoted him in the first place. And we've heard it all before. We know who he really is. Before he was found out, he's reported to have said he's handsy. That's the problem. Pincher by name, pincher by nature. Now, has the Prime Minister ever said words to that effect? And I'm not asking for bluster and half-truths. We've all had enough of that. Yes or no?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to trivialise what happened. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not, because the very serious complaints have been raised against the member for Tamworth, and they're now being investigated, Mr. Speaker. It is true that a complaint was raised when he was in the Foreign Office, and the matter was resolved. It's absolutely true. It's absolutely true, Mr. Speaker, that it was raised with me. I greatly regret that he continued in office, and I've said that. I have said that before, Mr. Speaker. I have said that before, Mr. Speaker. But it is now the subject of an independent investigation, and that is the right thing, Mr. Speaker. And frankly, I think the people of this country would like also to hear. They would like also to hear about other jobs that are held by people in this country, not least the 500,000 people who got off welfare into work in the last 6 months alone, Mr. Speaker. Those are things that are making differences to the lives of people up and down the country, and I'm proud of it.
Keir Starmer.
No one's cheering that.
No denial. And he says the matter was resolved when he means it was upheld. Exactly. And they're all sitting there as if this is normal behaviour. Exactly. When that young man reported his attack to a government whip, she asked him if he was gay. When he said that he was, she replied, "That doesn't make it straightforward." That comment will sicken anyone who's experienced sexual assault and then be made to feel like they somehow asked for it, or who worry that prejudice means their complaint won't be taken seriously. Will he apologise for those disgraceful comments on behalf of his government?
Mr. Speaker, I've already said that I regret very much that the member for Tamworth continued to hold office after the complaint was made against him in the Foreign Office, and it was resolved in the Foreign Office. His apology was accepted, but clearly that was not enough. And in hindsight, Mr. Speaker, I should have realised that he would not change. However, when it came to the Friday of last week, and when I was given the information that he's read out about the complaint that was made against the honourable member, I acted immediately, Mr. Speaker, and I took the whip away from him. And we will not tolerate that kind of behaviour in this or any other party, Mr. Speaker. And what we also want to do is to help people up and down the country with the things that also matter to them, like cutting their taxes, Mr. Speaker, by £330 this year, which is what we're doing.
Keir Starmer.
Doesn't that just sum him up? Awful behaviour, unacceptable in any walk of life. It's there for all to see, but he ignores it. It was the same when his ally was on the take from the lobbyists. It was the same when his Home Secretary was bullying staff. It was the same when taxpayers' money was being abused. And it was the same when he and his mates parted their way through lockdown. Anyone quitting now after defending all that, hasn't got a shred of integrity. Mr. Speaker, isn't this the first recorded case of the sinking ships fleeing the rat?
Mr. Speaker, look, he talks about. He should hear what his lot say about him, Mr. Speaker. He talks about integrity. He wanted to install the member for Islington North into number 10, Mr. Speaker. That's what he wanted to do. Imagine what our country and what the world would be like now. He talks about integrity. He voted 48 times to overturn the will of the British people and take us back into the European Union. And by the way, listening to his muddled speech the other day, that is exactly what he would do again. Mr. Speaker, he talks about integrity, but Mr. Speaker, he has voted time and time again against sanctions on criminals that would put them behind bars. This is the government that is tough on... I'm sorry, he talks about integrity. He is himself facing a criminal investigation, Mr. Speaker, which he asked me to resign.
Keir Starmer.
What a pathetic spectacle. The dying act of his political career is to parrot that nonsense. Yep. And as for those who are left, only in office because no one else is prepared to debase themselves any longer, the charge of the lightweight brigade. Some self-respect. Mr. Speaker, for a week, he's had them defending his decision to promote a sexual predator. Every day, the lines he's forced them to take have been untrue. First, that he was unaware of any allegation. Untrue. Then, he was unaware of any specific allegation. Untrue. Then he was unaware of any serious specific allegation. And now he wants them to go out and say that he simply forgot that his whip was a sexual predator. Anyone with anything about them would be long gone from his front bench. In the middle of a crisis, doesn't the country deserve better than a Z-list cast of nodding dogs?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's exactly when times are tough and when the country faces pressures on the economy and pressures on their budgets, Mr. Speaker, and when we have the biggest war in Europe for 80 years, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly the moment that you'd expect a government to continue with its work, not to walk away, Mr. Speaker, and to get on with our job and to focus on the things that matter to the people of this country. And so we're not only cutting taxes today, Mr. Speaker, we're putting £1,200 into every one of the 8 million most vulnerable households in the country, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the strength of our economy and thanks to the decisions that we took, Mr. Speaker, which he opposed at the time.
Keir Starmer.
The only thing he's delivering is chaos. I started this session with a quote from the young victim in all this, how he froze when he was attacked. When I was prosecuting rapists, I heard that from victims all the time. Victims said they froze because it's not about sex, it's about power. And the power the disgraced government minister had was handed to him by that Prime Minister. And he's only in power because he's been propped up for months by a corrupted party defending the indefensible. So it's no longer a case about swapping the person at the top. Isn't it clear? The only way the country can get the fresh start it deserves is by getting rid of the lot of them.
Mr. Speaker, the difference between this...
Shh. We've got to get through Prime Minister's questions. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the difference between this government and that opposition is we have a plan and they do not. We're getting on with it. They want to focus on this type of issue, Mr. Speaker. We're going to get on with our jobs. We're going to control prices, Mr. Speaker, by not giving in to the union barons. They're paid by the union barons and they're proud of it. We were the first European country to arm the Ukrainians, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud of that. And those guys, Mr. Speaker, the party opposite, not only do they want to put Mr. Corbyn into number 10, the member for Islington North, but 8 of them, including the shadow Foreign Secretary, the shadow Deputy Leader, and 6 others voted to get rid of our independent nuclear deterrent, Mr. Speaker. Today we are cutting taxes, we're helping 500,000 people into work, and thanks to the strength of our economy, we're helping people up and down the country, and we are going to continue to deliver on the mandate I was given.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On Monday night, the Northern Ireland Legacy Bill reached its 3rd reading, and so with it the beginning of the end of the journey, a long journey to make sure the service and sacrifice of those who served in Iraq, Afghanistan and now Northern Ireland is not rewritten by those who seek only to line their own pockets. But would the Prime Minister agree with me that never again can we allow such a gulf to open up between this place and those who serve? Never again must they be made to feel like we are not on their side. And will he redouble his commitment to make sure this is the best country in the world, to serve in the military and be a veteran or their family?
Thanks, my honourable friend, very much. I thank you for all the work that he's done for veterans and continues to do. This bill will give veterans the certainty they deserve, and we're fulfilling the manifesto pledge to end the cycle of investigations, but also at the same time making sure that families can get the answers they need about what happened to their loved ones.
We now come to the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I give every best wish to the England and Northern Ireland ladies football team as they approach the Euro Championships. There's nothing better than seeing your teams in these finals. Can we also commemorate the passing 40 years ago of Terence Higgins and all those that have died from AIDS since then? And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, the whole House will want to join with me in passing condolences to the family of friends of the Scottish football goalkeeping legend Andy Gorham, who sadly passed far too early last weekend. He will long live in the memory of the best goalkeeper that many of us have seen. Mr. Speaker, it's easy to forget that only 10 days ago the Prime Minister was dreaming of a 3rd term. Mr. Speaker, you know, it's often said that a week is a long time in politics, but it turns out that 10 days is truly a lifetime. Because, let's face it, it's a minor miracle that the Prime Minister has even made it through to Prime Minister's questions, and he really ought to see the faces behind him, because, Prime Minister, it really is over. The Prime Minister is desperately clinging on to his own fantasy, but the public can't afford to put up with this farce of a government a minute longer. Today, we should be talking about the Tory cost of living crisis, soaring inflation and the growing costs of Brexit. But instead, it's always about him. How many more ministers need to quit before he finally picks up his pen and writes his own resignation letter? Perhaps that's what he's doing now.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, I was just jotting down some notes on his question, which I thought was excellent when he was talking about the economy, because that is the issue that the country faces, and that is where this government is introducing, I think, the most important solution: helping families up and down the country with £1,200 going into their bank accounts right now, cutting taxes for 30 million people, £330 tax cut, and helping 500,000 people into work through the Way to Work scheme. That is a fantastic thing to be getting on and doing. That is the priority of this government, and that's what I'm going to focus on. I'm glad he likes it.
Ian Blackford.
My goodness, nothing to see. We should all move on if we live in the world of the Prime Minister. You know, a few weeks ago I compared the Prime Minister to Monty Python's Black Knight. Actually, turns out I was wrong. He's actually the dead parrot. Whether he knows it or not, he's now an ex-Prime Minister. But he will leave behind 2 deeply damaging legacies. I hope the dishonesty of his leadership follows him out of the Downing Street door. But the other legacy is that of Brexit. And that will stay, because I'm sad to say that the Labour Party now fully supports Brexit. Mr. Speaker, Scotland wants a different future, not just a different Prime Minister. So if the Prime Minister won't resign, will he call a general election and allow Scotland the choice of an independent future, free from the control of Westminster?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I noticed that his remark that the Labour Party have given up on returning to the European Union was not greeted with rapture by the benches opposite, and that's because it's not true. They want to go back in just as he does. I think that is a terrible mistake. It would be anti-democratic, Mr. Speaker. And as for the referendum that he wants, well, we had one of them, as I've told him before, in 2014.
Come on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister think there are any circumstances in which he should resign?
I think, Mr. Speaker, clearly, if there were circumstances in which I felt it was impossible for the government to go on and discharge the mandate that we've been given, or if I felt, for instance, that we were being frustrated in our desire to support the Ukrainian people, or over some major point, then I would. But frankly, Mr. Speaker, the job of a Prime Minister in difficult circumstances when he's been handed a colossal mandate is to keep going, and that's what I'm going to do.
There's Savile Roberts.
Well, there you have it, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the Prime Minister, he puts political survival before public duty. Yeah. But people can see, even if he goes, it's not an if, it's a when, isn't it? Yeah. The same Westminster arrogance will continue to dictate our futures in Wales. Yeah. Does he want a medal for being the best recruiting sergeant for independence we could wish for? Yeah.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, ever I look around the United Kingdom, I had a great talk with Mark Drakeford the other day, as well as talking to Nicola Sturgeon. I see the bonds of our union being strengthened the whole time, and I'm confident that they will continue to do so.
Link Drummond.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's town centre and levelling up funds have been very successful around the country, but there are a few town centres, like Waterlooville in Mearn Valley, that are in desperate straits and haven't managed to get any funding, get a scheme into the present round of funding. Can my honourable friend assure me that future funds will be available to help declining high streets become fit for the 21st century and survive the post-pandemic?
Yeah. I thank my honourable friend, and she's a great champion for Mearn Valley, and I will make sure that she gets a meeting with the Minister for Levelling Up at the earliest opportunity.
Western.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The public clearly thinks that this government has lost the plot over the cost of living crisis. The Prime Minister may be aware that the average salary for a nurse is £36,000. For a primary teacher, it is £38,000. They, and indeed working people everywhere, are struggling to pay their rents and their mortgages. Given they can barely afford a £150,000 mortgage on a new home, can he tell this House how he could afford a £150,000 treehouse?
What I can tell him, Mr. Speaker, is that up and down the country, rather than talking about fantasy infrastructure, I can talk about real infrastructure. We are helping to unite and level up the people of this country with £650 billion of investment, helping to lift the aspirations and opportunities of people up and down the country. And thanks to the strength of our economy, we're helping exactly the people he describes with £1,200 going into their bank accounts to help them with the cost of living pressures.
Under the House, Sir Peter Bottomley.
The Prime Minister knows that while he's Prime Minister, I want him to do all the good he can. While he's Prime Minister's Green and Present Land, can I refer him to EDM 1082 about the Goring Gap, the Chatsmore Farm, or to the Department of Levelling Up, the land above Goring Station, the farm in Worthing, which was fully protected and will be fully protected when another inspector says that Worthing Council protecting it will happen. Can I ask him to tell the government to withdraw their objection to Worthing Council's appeal against the absurd decision by a planning inspector to allow 482 homes to go on this green lung between Goring and Ferring?
I thank the right honourable gentleman very much, and he campaigns on this issue for some time. I will make sure that he gets a meeting with the relevant minister to discuss the development in Goring by sea.
Ian Lavery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 21st of January, the government committed £100 million from the Automotive Transformation Fund to British Wool to a gigafactory in my constituency, Camas, Wansbeck. And as of today, Prime Minister, not a penny, not a single halfpenny is being received by the company. And it jeopardises up to 8,000 much-needed jobs. The tensions between the Prime Minister and the former Chancellor have sadly now been much exposed. And I'm telling you, Prime Minister, the betrayal of my constituents cannot be another broken promise of this government. Prime Minister, give him a nudge. Please instruct your new bestie to make sure that the cheque is in the post this afternoon, because who knows who'll be in that seat this time this afternoon, never mind next week.
Can I congratulate the honourable gentleman on the passion with which he advocates investment in British folk? And I totally share his enthusiasm. And actually, I want to thank my honourable friend, the member for Blythe Valley as well, who is a heroic campaigner on this issue. I can tell him that the letter was sent last night, Mr. Speaker, an in-principle offer of support for this project through. How about that? Hang on in there, Mr. Speaker. That's what I'm going to do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The world is facing a global food crisis in which the poorest nations face catastrophic consequences. Will the Prime Minister take all possible action to negotiate and facilitate access to the grain stores stranded in Ukraine? We have a limited opportunity to avert famine in developing nations, and the UK must play its full part using all the resources at our disposal.
My right honourable friend is completely right, and there are 25 million tonnes of wheat that are basically being held hostage by Putin. That's equivalent to the annual consumption of many of the least developed countries, and we're helping to lift that blockade, not just by negotiation, but also by supplying demining equipment, insurance for the commercial ships that might be involved, and also 10 million to help improve the railway infrastructure that would be necessary to get the grain out by rail.
Mark Andrew.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister said that he is fed up of people saying things on his behalf. It's not just him that's fed up, so are the British people and his ministers who are resigning. They're sick of time and time again being sent out by him to say things that aren't true. Is the real problem him or them for believing him in the first place?
Mr. Speaker, I thank him very much, and look, I want to be clear. What I want to say is, I say it again. I regret the way the appointment happened, and I was clear with the House about what I knew at the time. But I want to stress that I take this matter extremely seriously. I'm very sorry for the impact it's had on the victims. But the individual in question, the member for Tamworth, is now subject to an independent complaints and grievance procedure. As soon as that complaint was made, I should say, Mr. Speaker, the whip was taken away.
Can I just say we don't know that is the case. It is confidential, and I think we've got to stop referring to something that we don't know there. And I want to put the House on notice that we don't mention it. Teresa Villiers.
Just over a fortnight ago, 2 horrific fatal stabbings took place in a quiet street in East Barnet. With the Metropolitan Police now in special measures for the first time in its history, will the Prime Minister urge the Mayor of London to start living up to his responsibilities as Commissioner? The Mayor needs to get a grip on crime, he needs to give Barnet its fair share of new officers, and he needs to abandon his plans to sell Barnet police stations.
Well,
I do notice, Mr. Speaker, that crime has spiked since the previous Mayor of London, and it is the Labour Party that voted against stop and search, Mr. Speaker, that voted against increased funding for the police. And I think, as for the Labour Mayor, he'd do better to get out of California and take control of crime in his city.
And this will order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the NHS Confederation, not a single one of the so-called 40 new hospitals the Prime Minister promised at the last election will be built by 2024. 2 of those new hospitals are in my constituency. Hammersmith opened in 1902 and Charing Cross opened in 1818. They're not new hospitals and there's no building going on. Like all his promises, they exist only in his warped imagination, as this is likely to be his last Prime Minister's questions. Will he finally tell us the truth?
Well, actually, Mr. Speaker, if you look at what we promised and what we delivered, we said we'd get 20,000 police out on the streets. We've actually got 13,500 more already. We said we'd do 50,000 more nurses. We're already on track. And he's quite wrong about the pledge on hospitals. We're going to deliver them by 2030, Mr. Speaker. That was always clear. And the only reason we can do that is because we're putting the funding into our NHS, which he and his party opposed.
Gary Sambrell. Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, in an attempt to boost morale in the tea room, the Prime Minister said at a table, but there were 7 people, MPs in the Carlton Club last week, and one of them should have tried to intervene to stop Chris from drinking so much. As if that wasn't insulting enough to the people who did try and intervene that night, and then also to the victims that drink was the problem. Isn't it the example, Mr. Speaker, but it's the Prime Minister constantly tries to deflect from the issue, always tries to blame other people for mistakes, and that at least nothing left for him to do other than to take responsibility and resign.
Order. Can I just say, you ought to be embarrassed by clapping. This is not a debate. Mr. Esterson, it's not debating society. This is...
No, won't leave it.
This is Prime Minister's questions. I want to get through the questions. There's other people want to catch my eye, and the way to do it is not by clapping. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there's a very simple reason why they want me out, and that is because they know, Mr. Speaker, that otherwise we are going to get on and deliver our mandate and win another general election, and that is the reality, Mr. Speaker.
Vera Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister once wrote, "It is a wonderful and necessary fact of political biology that we never know when our time is up. Long after it is obvious to everyone that we are goners, we continue to believe our duty is to hang on to the perks and privileges of our posts. In reality, we are just terrified of the come down." Yep. So for the sake of this great country, will the Prime Minister heed the advice of his former self, get over his terror and do the decent thing?
Mr. Speaker, with great respect, I refer the honourable lady to the answer I have just given. When things are tough, of course people turn their fire on the leader of the country, but it is my job to get on and deliver our manifesto, which we are, and to deliver on the mandate on which I was elected, and to get this country through tough times, just as we got it through COVID. And that is what I'm going to do.
Fiona Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Around 1,000, I apologise, around 1,000 delegates from 100 countries are at the Freedom of Religion or Belief International Ministerial Conference over at the QE2 Centre today. There is still time for honourable members to visit. But will the Prime Minister agree with me that this significant conference will count for nothing unless it results in concerted global action to promote and protect freedom of religion or belief around the world?
I thank her very much. And freedom of religion and belief is integral to people's identity and their sense of themselves and their own personal freedom and security. And I thank her for the work she's doing as my own envoy on that subject, and also for the wonderful conference that she has organised. It was great to talk to her about it yesterday.
Mohammed Jasser.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister join me in expressing my deepest condolences to those injured and affected by the explosion at a block of flats at Redwood Grove in Bedford on Monday, which has sadly led to the death of one resident, with others yet to be accounted for. This is a timely reminder of the dangerous work undertaken by the fire service. So will the Prime Minister join me in praising the emergency services who were at the scene, and also reconsider his 2% pay offer when firefighters have endured a real terms pay cuts of 12% over the last decade?
I thank him very much, and and I share very much his support for the firefighters of our country. They do an incredible job, and overall it's a testament to their work that deaths from fire over a long period have on average been decreasing thanks to the work that they put in. We will do our best to look at the public sector pay review body offer and do our best to fund them as much as we can, but everybody knows the inflationary pressures that this country is now under. We don't want to have pay increases that are simply swallowed by price increases.
David Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The North Morton in my constituency was dubbed Britain's kindest village because this 160 wait for it because this 160 home village committed to take 50 Ukrainian refugees. And it has them all with them now. In the gallery today, there is a group of those hosts and some of the Ukrainians that they are hosting, including 2 young people who hope to go into Ukrainian politics in the future. Will my right honourable friend join me in welcoming them to this place and in thanking North Morton for their efforts?
I thank him very much for what he's doing to host young Ukrainians. Thank everybody actually in this House who's looking after Ukrainians. I think a lot of people are doing that. And can I say, I believe it's the wish of this entire House that those young people should grow up to live in a free, independent, democratic and sovereign Ukraine.
Peter Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the Prime Minister doesn't like walkouts and strikes, what legislation will he be introducing to stop further walkouts and strikes amongst his cabinet colleagues and junior ministers?
Mr. Speaker, I think that the whole House will have observed the brilliant performance on the radio this morning by the new Chancellor of the Exchequer. And that's no disrespect to the former Chancellor of the Exchequer, but what I think it shows, Mr. Speaker, is that in common with many sectors of the UK economy, there is a ready supply of skilled labour in the upper reaches of the Conservative Party.
David Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to draw the Prime Minister's attention to the words he used in response to my right honourable friend, the member for Worthing, when he asked the question earlier. 6 months ago, I called on the Prime Minister to resign because even then it was clear that his approach to leadership and integrity was already creating a pipeline of problems that would paralyse proper government. Today, I ask him to do the honourable thing, to put the interests of the nation before his own interests, and before, in his own words, it does become impossible for government to do its job.
Prime Minister.
I thank him very much for the point that he's made again. I've just got to, I respect. I just couldn't disagree with him more. Look at what the government is doing today. Cutting taxes for 30 million people. We've just completed a programme to get 500,000 people off welfare into work, Mr. Speaker. And thanks to the strength of our economy, thanks to the position that we're now in, which was because of decisions that we took that they opposed, and which we'll never forget. We are able to give £1,200 to 8 million of the poorest and most vulnerable families in this country. That is the right thing to do. We're getting on with it, and we will continue with our active and energetic programme for the benefit of this country, uniting and levelling up and unleashing the prosperity of the entire nation.
Final question, Clive Betts.
The Local Government Association has told us that over 400 families who've come to this country from Ukraine under the family scheme have subsequently presented themselves as homeless to local authorities. Because the local authorities haven't got enough accommodation, those people are going to end up in temporary accommodation. There's a simple answer. local authorities could be allowed to contact the many thousands of people who volunteered to provide homes under the Homes for Ukraine scheme. The problem is the government doesn't allow families to transfer from the family scheme to the home scheme. When will the Prime Minister act to ensure people who've come thousands of miles to this country aren't placed in temporary accommodation, but we take on the generosity of those families who are willing to offer them a home?
I thank him very much for the very valuable point that he's raised, and we will make sure that families are able to cross over from one scheme to another and to simplify and speed up the process. But I don't think that should take away, Mr. Speaker, from the generosity of this country in welcoming Ukrainians. 135,000 visas have so far been issued through our uncapped scheme, both the family scheme and the Homes for Ukraine scheme. It's changing the lives of those Ukrainians, and I think we should all be proud of what we are doing.
We now come to the personal statement. I call Sajid Javid.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for your permission to make this statement. Yesterday, we began our day together. You, I, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, and members from right across this House, when we broke bread together at the Parliamentary Prayer Breakfast. And we listened, all of us, to the words of Reverend Les Isaac, who spoke about the fact that responsibility that comes with leadership, the responsibility to serve the interests of others above your own, and to seek common ground of your party, your community, and above all, your country. Now, colleagues will be forgiven for my sense of déjà vu. Despite what it might seem, I am not one of life's quitters. I didn't quit when I was told that boys like me don't do maths. I didn't quit when old school bankers said I didn't have the right school ties. And I didn't quit when people in my community said that I should not marry the love of my life. I care deeply about public service and giving back to this country that has given me so much. That is why, when I got the call from my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, just over a year ago, I didn't hesitate to serve again. It was a critical time for our country. Tough decisions needed to be made about when we were going to come out of lockdown, about supporting the National Health Service and the care sector under unprecedented strain. It has been an absolute privilege of my life to have been trusted with these responsibilities, and I can only hope that my best has been good enough. It has undoubtedly also been one of the toughest roles that I've had so far. The gravity of Home Office decisions, the scale of Treasury decisions, but nothing matters more than the health of your people, of the British people, especially and in the wake of a pandemic. Caring for people's health and well-being is truly a noble vocation. And so I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to all of those across the country working in health and care sectors, as well as those that I worked so closely with in my old department, DHSC, and in the NHS. There is so much that I planned for the long-term reform of our health and care systems, and it is a wrench to leave that important work behind. Now, when I last gave a personal statement from this seat, I spoke about the importance of institutions and conventions. Today, it is about the importance of integrity. And don't worry, there's not going to be a series of these. Institutions and integrity are both central pillars that underpin our great democracy. It doesn't matter what your political perspective is in this House. I believe that we are all motivated by the national interest, and that the public expects us all of us, to maintain honesty and to maintain integrity in whatever we do. This is not an abstract matter. We've seen in great democracies what happens when divisions are entrenched and not bridged. We cannot allow that to happen here. We must bring the country together as one nation. Effective governance inevitably requires loyalty and collective responsibility. Of course it does. And I'm instinctively a team player. And I have completely focused on governing effectively over the last year. But treading the tightrope between loyalty and integrity has become impossible in recent months. And, Mr. Speaker, I will never risk losing my integrity. I also believe a team is as good as its team captain, and that a captain is as good as his or her team. So loyalty must go both ways. The events of recent months have made it increasingly difficult to be in that team. It's not fair on ministerial colleagues to go out every morning defending lines that don't stand up and don't hold up. It's not fair on my parliamentary colleagues who bear the brunt of constituents' dismay in their inboxes and on their doorsteps in recent elections. And it's not fair on Conservative members and voters who rightly expect better standards from the party they supported. When the first stories of parties in Downing Street emerged late last year, I was personally assured at the most senior level by my Right Honourable Friend's then team that, and I quote, there had been no parties in Downing Street and no rules were broken. So I gave the benefit of doubt. And I went on those media rounds to say that I'd had those assurances from the most senior level of the Prime Minister's team. Then we had more stories. We had the Sue Gray report, a new Downing Street team. I continued to give the benefit of the doubt. And now this week again, we have reason to question the truth and integrity of what we've all been told. And at some point, we have to conclude that enough is enough. I believe that point is now. I welcome the Prime Minister's public acknowledgement last night that matters could have been handled better in who he appointed and what was said about what he knew when. And I appreciated his kind and humble words and his humble spirit when I went to see him yesterday, and also the kind letter that he has sent to me. But I do fear that the reset button can only work so many times. There's only so many times you can turn that machine on and off before you realise that something is fundamentally wrong. Last month, I gave the benefit of doubt one last time. But I haven't concluded that the problem starts at the top. That is not going to change. I have concluded that the problem starts at the top, and I believe that is not going to change. And that means that it is for those of us in a position who have responsibility to make that change. I wish my Cabinet colleagues well, and I can see they have decided to remain in the Cabinet. They will have their own reasons, but it is a choice. I know just how difficult that choice is. But let's be clear, not doing something is an active decision. I am deeply concerned about how the next generation will see the Conservative Party on our current course. Our reputation, after 12 years in government, depends on regaining the public's trust. This is not just a personal matter. The philosophy and perception of Conservatives depends on it. It is central to the Conservative ideal that we believe in decency, in personal responsibility, and in social justice enabled by conventions and the rule of law. The Conservative mission to extend freedom and prosperity and opportunity is all at risk if we cannot uphold that ideal. And, Mr. Speaker, it is not only the Conservative Party is not the only great institution in need of urgent repair. Like everyone in this House, I have been dismayed by the drip of stories of harassment and worse by members of this House. So I'm also concerned about how the next generation will see this House and the health of our democracy. In recent years, trust in our roles has been undermined through a series of scandals. But the one thing we can control is our own values and behaviours. So it is incumbent on all of us to set high standards for ourselves and to take action when they are not met by others. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the messages of support that I've had from many members of this House and beyond. I got into politics to do something not to be somebody. So it is hard in one way, but not in another. Being a good father, a husband, a son, and a citizen is good enough for me. And if I can continue to contribute to public life and my party from the backbenches, it will be a privilege to do so.
Can I say to the House, there will be no more personal statements today. Let the House leave in peace and quiet.
Well, that was quite something, wasn't it? A very punishing session there for Prime Minister Boris Johnson, ending with that personal statement from the outgoing Health Secretary, former Chancellor, of course, former Business Secretary, former Home Secretary Sajid Javid. At some point, we have to conclude enough is enough, said Sajid Javid, MP for Bromsgrove. The reset button will only work so many times. Diana Davison, you are Conservative MP for Bishop's Auckland up there in County Durham. You've already submitted your letter of no confidence in the Prime Minister. So let me put this to you. In 1958, Harold Macmillan described as a little local difficulty the resignation of his Chancellor, and he went on to serve for 5 years. Could that happen?
Absolutely not. I mean, look at the tone of what just happened there in PMQs. Usually you see the backbenchers rallying around the Prime Minister. It's very noisy, it's very kind of jubilant. You did not see that at all. You know, I think there were 3 Conservative MPs who used their questions to ask the Prime Minister to resign. Others focus on local issues, as you'd often expect. And then hearing Sajid Javid's statement there, clearly very heartfelt.
And emotional. He was shaking.
Yeah, especially towards the end when he talked about, you know, being a good father and citizen, etc. I really don't see how this ends any other way than Boris Johnson leaving number 10. The question is how he does so, whether he has the dignity to go of his own accord or whether he gets dragged out kicking and screaming.
Justin Matters, MP for Ellesmere Port, up there on the Wirral. Keir Starmer, he didn't quote Rishi Sunak's letter of resignation last night, or he didn't quote Sajid Javid's letter of resignation, but he said to the Prime Minister, the only thing you've delivered is chaos. Your government is collapsing. Were you satisfied with your leader's performance today?
Yeah, I thought when he actually quoted the victim of the most recent assault, that was particularly
alleged
assault, particularly moving, and I think he got to the heart of the matter by asking the Prime Minister if he'd known about previous incidents, why he'd promoted Chris Pincher again, and of course we didn't get any straight answer on that, and I think that is a real problem for the Prime Minister, because he cannot answer that. He clearly values loyalty above everything else in the people who work with him in government, and clearly that has allowed him to overlook things which I think in any decent society, in any political system, we shouldn't be tolerating.
Now, while we were watching Prime Minister's questions there, the 3 of us were discussing parliamentary procedure, how it could happen that the Prime Minister could go. We've got this meeting of the 1922 Committee of Backbench MPs coming up. Those rules may change, which means the Prime Minister, having recently won a vote of no confidence, may not have a year's grace. It could be 6 months. What are you hearing, Diana Davison, from your fellow Tory backbenchers about what that committee might conclude?
Well, much of what I heard has been sort of more speculation through media sources and from sort of other backbenchers. But it's looking as though there's going to be this meeting today where a rule change will be discussed. I've seen 2 sort of different potential outcomes there. One is that the rules do change and a new vote is enacted pretty much immediately, probably over the next, well, we're on Wednesday now, so either tomorrow or first thing on Monday.
Wow.
Or alternatively, it could be that members of the 22 ask to go and see the Prime Minister and try and do it as sort of more behind closed doors and say, look...
Hand him the revolver, in effect.
Effectively, I mean, to say, look, the backbenchers have a very clear mood here, do the right thing.
The men and women in grey suits.
Absolutely.
These days.
We don't all wear grey anymore.
Justin Matters, also, recess is meant to be on the 21st of July. That could be brought forward by the whips to try and contain this. But we were discussing, weren't we, 1979, when Mrs Thatcher faced a vote of no confidence brought about by the Labour Party. Back then, the SNP famously voted to get rid of Labour, even though the Tories weren't interested in devolution. James Callaghan, the Labour MP, the Labour Prime Minister at the time, said they'd voted for Christmas. Is it possible that at some stage Her Majesty's opposition will spark a vote of no confidence? You'd need an opposition day, obviously, because there may be enough Tories on the backbenches who want to go for it, who just want to get rid of this leader, even if it sparks another general election.
Well, I mean, that's clearly an option on the table. I think the likelihood is, though, that things will move far quicker than that. We haven't got an opposition day timetable at the moment, and as you've already said, we've only got a couple of weeks to recess, and that might even be brought forward. I mean, this is a trick Theresa May used to do when she was in trouble, and sending all the MPs home will work for a little while, but it's only a sticking plaster approach. But it's unlikely at the moment that there will be an opportunity for us to bring a motion of no confidence, which would be in the government, not the Prime Minister, before I think the Conservative Party will act. And of course, it's one thing for the Conservative Party to have their own internal discussions, but it's quite another for them to vote with the opposition parties to actually call a general election, particularly when they're struggling so badly in the polls. So I think that's the far less likely scenario, if I'm honest.
Justin Meadows, Shadow Employment Minister, you are staying with us, as of course is Dehenna Davison for now. Let's bring in some of your views on whether Prime Minister Boris Johnson should resign. Brian says if the Conservative Party MPs conspire to remove the Prime Minister, they will be annihilated at the next general election. And that's indeed what Boris Johnson said in response to Keir Starmer and his other opponents at PMQs. They want me out as they know, otherwise we will deliver our mandate and win the next general election, said that Prime Minister Boris is more popular, Brian continued, than every one of those who've resigned their cabinet or ministerial positions. Brandon emailed us, gbviews@gbnews.uk, to say, I can't believe that Boris and what's left of his gathering think that £330 is a helpful tax cut, referring, of course, to that increase in national insurance thresholds that comes in today. That barely covers the cost of inflated electricity now, never mind everything else that has gone up on an almost weekly basis. And Jeffrey says, I voted for Boris Johnson in 2019, but feel more let down by him than any Tory leader previously, because he gave me hope of something different. And Sean, Boris has done a good job as Prime Minister, said Sean, but he's made some bad errors in judgment, but I would vote for him again. I have to say, the balance that I see in the GB News inbox of your views and tweets is that a lot of you do want Boris Johnson to stay, in contrast to a lot of the Prime Minister's own backbenchers. Now, on the ground in Westminster is our political editor, Darren McCaffrey. Darren, a bit of a pounding, to say the least, for Boris Johnson there in the Commons.
Yeah, really difficult PMQs for the Prime Minister, perhaps unsurprising. I'm not entirely sure, though, he met the occasion. In many ways, I think we are now in the final kind of death throes, if you like, of his premiership. That was clear, wasn't it? PMQs attacked from all sides. First of all, with Keir Starmer quite effectively making jokes about the lightweight brigade of his cabinet and the Z-listers, essentially again attacking the authority of those ministers that are still sticking by him. Add to that some really difficult questions from his own backbenchers, including from some MPs that up until very recently have been very loyal to him, who are clearly fed up with a narrative that the Prime Minister has not been honest all of the time. And then that speech from Sajid Javid, again talking through how he had been on a difficult journey, how he had in many ways trying to struggle with this decision, but in the end that integrity had won out and that the Prime Minister needs to go. And all this, of course, Liam, while at the same time we've got multiple ministers continuing to resign. In the last hour, two others, Joe Churchill, who was a minister in DEFRA, and then a housing minister, Stuart Andrew, have both handed in their resignations to the Prime Minister. And you know what, at this stage, given how quickly politics move, you know what, in the next couple of hours it is possible things could move even quicker, and that the Prime Minister may well be facing either a vote of confidence or his own resignation.
Darren, we will no doubt be talking to you again very soon. Darren McCaffrey there, our GB News political editor on the green at Westminster on this dramatic day when Boris Johnson has faced a pounding at PMQs in the House of Commons. I'm Liam Halligan, standing in for Gloria De Piero. Stay with me this afternoon as we bring you the very latest developments and analysis from Westminster and beyond. There'll be lots more of your views too here on GB News, and I'll be joined in just a few moments by my colleague Alex Phillips. Stay with us.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Good afternoon. You're watching The Briefing with Liam Halligan and Alex Phillips, and we're going to be with you until 4 p.m.
Well, we've just seen Prime Minister's questions, and to put it mildly, it was a bruising for Boris Johnson.
Yeah, the Prime Minister faced heavy scrutiny for his role in the promotion of Chris Pincher to Deputy Chief Whip of the Conservative Party. And as more MPs resign as ministers, the Prime Minister's position appears to edge closer to a vacancy.
We'll be covering this throughout the hour and analysing with expert guests what's going on in Westminster and beyond. And remember, we want to hear from you, our GB News viewers and listeners. Boris Johnson, should he stay or should he go? Email gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet @gbnews.
First, though, it's time for the GB News headlines. Good afternoon. It's just a couple of minutes past 1. I'm Rosie Wright, keeping you up to date on GB News. A defiant Boris Johnson says he'll carry on with the job as he faced tough questions from the opposition and calls for his resignation from his own party. Well, during what was a heated exchange in a packed Commons this afternoon, the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer likened ministers quitting to sinking ships fleeing the rat. It's after multiple resignations from junior ministers this morning.
Awful behaviour, unacceptable in any walk of life. It's there for all to see, but he ignores it. It was the same when his ally was on the take from the lobbyists. It was the same when his Home Secretary was bullying staff. It was the same when taxpayers' money was being abused. And it was the same when he and his mates parted their way through lockdown. Anyone quitting now, after defending all that, hasn't got a shred of integrity.
Well, today, some Conservative MPs have been saying it's a matter of when, not if, Mr Johnson is forced out of number 10. Writing in The Telegraph, the former Brexit Minister, Lord Frost, called on him to quit before he takes the Conservative Party and the government down with him. Well, meanwhile, Alex Chalk, who resigned as Solicitor General last night, said the government's duty cannot extend to defending the indefensible. But Boris Johnson remains defiant.
When times are tough and when the country faces pressures on the economy and pressures on their budgets, Mr. Speaker, and when we have the biggest war in Europe for 80 years, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly the moment that you'd expect a government to continue with its work, not to walk away, Mr. Speaker, and to get on with our job.
The former Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, who quit his cabinet post last night, said he couldn't lose his integrity. While making a personal statement of resignation after Prime Minister's questions in the Commons, Javid said the reset button can only be pressed so many times, and at some point we have to conclude that enough is enough.
I also believe a team is as good as its team captain, and that a captain is as good as his or her team. So loyalty must go both ways. The events of recent months have made it increasingly difficult to be in that team. It's not fair on ministerial colleagues to go out every morning defending lines that don't stand up and don't hold up. It's not fair on my parliamentary colleagues who bear the brunt of constituents' dismay in their inboxes and on their doorsteps in recent elections. And it's not fair on Conservative members and voters who rightly expect better standards from the party they supported.
Boris Johnson's promotion of Chris Pincher, despite knowing of complaints against him, was scrutinised during PMQs. Mr Johnson voiced his regret that the former Deputy Chief Whip continued to hold office, saying he should have realised Mr Pincher would not change. But the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, accused the Prime Minister of enabling a sexual predator.
I started this session with a quote from the young victim in all this, how he froze when he was attacked. When I was prosecuting rapists, I heard that from victims all the time. Victims said they froze because it's not about sex, it's about power. And the power the disgraced government minister had was handed to him by that Prime Minister. And he's only in power because he's been propped up for months by a corrupted party defending the indefensible.
In some other news now, a joint police operation across 5 countries has smashed an organised crime network accused of smuggling up to 10,000 people into the UK on small boats. 39 people were arrested in coordinated raids in the UK, Belgium, Germany, France and the Netherlands, including 6 people in London. 135 small boats and more than 1,200 life jackets were also recovered in Germany and the Netherlands. More than 2 million low-income workers will benefit from changes to national insurance which come into effect today. The threshold's been raised, meaning workers can now earn up to £12,500 before contributing. That's up from the previous threshold of around £10,000. Well, the move follows an increase in national insurance earlier this year, which the government say will help to pay for health and social care. This is GB News, and I'll bring you more as it happens. Now, let's head back to a special programme with Liam and Alex.
And it's 6 minutes past 1 here on GB News, DAB+, digital radio and online. You're watching a special edition of The Briefing with Alex Phillips and me, Liam Halligan. Now, let's have a recap on the latest resignations from Westminster. What are the scores on the doors? Well, Sajid Javid, Health Secretary, started the wave of resignations yesterday evening, and he was closely followed by Rishi Sunak, the Chancellor.
Yeah, the Solicitor General, Alex Chalk, also resigned last night. This morning, the following ministers have submitted their resignation letters. Will Quince, the Minister for Children and Families. Robin Walker, the Minister for School Standards. Treasury Minister John Glenn and, most recently, Justice Minister Victoria Atkins.
And literally, since we put that graphic together, we've also seen another ministerial resignation. Stuart Andrew, who is the MP for Pudsey in Yorkshire, of course, he is Minister of State at Housing. A number of PPSs, parliamentary private secretaries and other junior members of government also resigned last night and this morning. This includes
Bin Afalami, who resigned from his position as Vice-Chairman of the Conservative Party, and Jonathan Goulis, Parliamentary Private Secretary to the Northern Ireland Secretary. And there's many other junior members of government who have also resigned. We won't read them all, as we'll be here all day.
The pressure's coming from all sides. Let's remind ourselves of one of the most prominent moments of Prime Minister's questions today, and a dramatic Prime Minister's questions it was too. Here was Sir Keir Starmer's opening remarks on the PM promoting disgraced MP Chris Pincher.
Mr. Speaker, last week, a government minister was accused of sexually assaulting a young man. I want to quote the victim's account. He says, "He grabbed my arse and then he slowly moved his hand down in front of my groin. I froze." I accept that's not easy listening, but it's a reminder to all those propping up this Prime Minister just how serious the situation is. He knew the accused minister had previously committed predatory behaviour, but he promoted him to a position of power anyway. Why?
Well, let's cross over to Westminster, where Liberal Democrat MP Layla Moran joins us now. Layla, I mean, very dramatic scenes going on in Prime Minister's questions time tonight, Sajid Javid's live resignation, seeing Boris Johnson get up and leave. Now, it seems to me that the 1922 committee might be hustling to change their own rules. If they cannot, would you back a vote of no confidence in the House itself?
Goodness. Well, I mean, I think, first of all, and I think Sajid Javid's resignation speech, which you played just earlier, showed us the strength of feeling that is now amounting on the backbenches of the Conservative Party. I absolutely do not have confidence in this Prime Minister. In fact, the Liberal Democrats already put down a motion saying that earlier, so we've already backed it. But the fact is that it's now clear that Boris Johnson is not going to do the right thing for this country. He's not going to remove himself. And this matters because government isn't working. We should be focused on the big issues facing people today, the cost of living crisis in particular. And yet here we are talking about him and talking about the latest sex scandal. It's time for him to go. It's time for the 1922 committee to have those change of rules. I absolutely hope they do that. But critically, it's time for those Conservative backbenchers who still support him to either resign, and when they do, vote against him in that vote of no confidence. That's how we're going to get rid of Boris Johnson as quickly as possible.
Now, Layla, this is clearly a Conservative Party meltdown above all. The Prime Minister, many of his own backbenchers and indeed former ministers would say that he has brought this upon himself. But do you have any sympathy with those constituents in your Oxford and Abingdon constituency and indeed across the country who are sick and tired of the political and media class, in their view, playing parlour games? A health secretary resigning when NHS waiting lists are at a record high, a chancellor resigning when the cost of living crisis is the worst it's been in 40 years. Don't we look as a political and media class, Layla, as if we are just playing politics from our positions of financial security while much of the rest of the country is suffering?
Actually, I completely agree with that perspective insofar as the thing we should all be focused on all the time are the NHS, how expensive it is to fill up the cars at the moment, the fact that town centres are going backwards, not forwards under this government. These are all the things that people deeply care about. But I think people do also care about integrity in politics. They care about decency. They care about sexual assaults and covering up sexual predators, and that those people shouldn't be in positions of power. And what it all speaks to is a lack of judgment, not just of Boris Johnson, who put Chris Pincher in that position in the first place, let alone Partygate, but all the people around him who have continued to support those kinds of decisions. So all of those things that you've mentioned that people care about deeply are the main thing and should always be the main thing. But the question I would ask them is, do you trust Boris Johnson to put you first or to put himself first? And I think we've now reached the conclusion, and it's not just me, it's countless in his own cabinet and his backbenchers who've come to the conclusion that he doesn't. He's in it for himself, and it's time for him to go.
I mean, you say that, but perhaps Boris Johnson's thinking right now is it's not time to actually jump off the ship, but steer it into a better direction. He's appointed a new chancellor. He's appointed a new health secretary. Should we not give them time to actually get on with the job that they've been appointed to do?
First of all, I have actually a lot of respect for Nadhim Zahawi. I think he's got a really inspirational backstory as well, and no one would question that I think he was a very effective vaccines minister. But nevertheless, he is a chancellor. The chancellor position is the number 2 position. The main position is the prime minister. And this country, this great nation, is now not represented by someone who deserves that title. So it's time for Boris Johnson to go. Without him going, I'm afraid to say they are operating in a culture, in a system that itself is failing. He is one of the problems. Them supporting him, I think, is also a problem. And fundamentally, what people need is a competent government that is focused on them. I think we're all just done with the Boris Johnson drama. We just want a government that is going to deliver for people. I'm sick of talking about Boris Johnson. I want to talk about the big issues this country is having and how we're going to solve them.
Leyland Moran, Liberal Democrat Foreign Affairs spokesman, we thank you for joining us here on this special edition of The Briefing on GB News. Just to bring in a couple of your views, and it's a very, very prominent theme among the emails and tweets that you're sending. This is Stephen. They've both resigned, talking about Rishi Sunak and Sajid Javid, quoting integrity. But it's obvious Javid and Sunak agreed the timing and content of their resignation to do maximum damage, but they denied doing so. Therefore, I believe they're not being honest, not a good start for their dream of having the top job. And Dawn says, please remind Henna Davison, who I'll bring in one moment, that we voted Boris in on a mandate until 2024. What we heard from Sajid was a whining plea for others to also resign. So, Dehenna, we talked about it, didn't we, before PMQs. A lot of GB News viewers and listeners, they want Boris to have a chance. They feel that this is a political and media class, of which we're all part, of course, pushing him out the door.
I think one of the great things about this channel is that we can disagree on things, and we can disagree with our viewers on things and still have these incredible debates.
Hear, hear.
But in my view, Boris Johnson has had a chance. Obviously, he had a very difficult set of circumstances coming in with that 80-seat majority straight into a pandemic. I think we definitely got the big calls on COVID right, led by the Prime Minister and by the couple of health secretaries who were in post at the time. But since then, since the Partygate stuff started, his own integrity has been called into question so many times. He's had chance after chance after chance after chance to put it right. And not to put it right for the sake of we backbenchers, not to put it right for the sake of, the support he's got in the House, but to put it right for the sake of the entire country, who frankly deserve better. They deserve politicians who are fully focused on the issues at hand, who are focused on tackling the cost of living crisis, focused on getting the maximum benefits we can from Brexit, focused on making sure that kids from every part of the country have the best possible opportunities to get on in life. And we're not focused on that. And I put that responsibility firmly on the shoulders of Boris Johnson.
A lot of people have accused the spin operation around him and said that the problem is he deflects all the time. He doesn't take responsibility. There seems to be an allergic reaction to accountability. But does he not just do what pretty much every single occupant of number 10 has always done? It's just become a trope to call it out when Boris does it.
I don't know. I think there is this belief, isn't there, that as politicians we're always trying to avoid the question and whatever. I think straight talking is something that goes down very well with most people around the country, most of my constituents, certainly most viewers of GB News. I think when the first Partygate stuff came out, if the Prime Minister had just said, sorry, we got this one wrong, we got this call wrong, I apologise, we'll make sure it doesn't happen again, we would have been in a very different scenario now. But a lie which was then caught out, followed by another lie which was then caught out, just leads to this sort of seed of distrust. And once that seed starts growing, it's very, very difficult to pull that back.
Justin Matters, Shadow Employment Minister, MP for Ellesmere Port. I'd put this to you. In my view, GB News viewers, they are disproportionately from outside of London, many across the Red Wall, many across the kind of seats that Dehenna represents, the kind of seats that you guys and your respective party are contesting at the next election, and will decide who becomes the next party of government. So I put it to you, how does Keir Starmer avoid being seen to be part of this political class who have gone after Boris Johnson on a witch hunt, not giving the guy a chance to fulfil his colossal mandate? I mean, as the Prime Minister himself said, the job of a PM, having a colossal political mandate, is to keep going, and that's what I intend to do. Isn't there a danger that you look to be playing politics while a lot of people are wondering how they're going to put food on the table?
Well, it's the job of the opposition to challenge the government and hold them to account. It's particularly so when the Prime Minister tells lies repeatedly from the dispatch box So I don't think we should be making any apologies for that. And let's be clear, a lot of this is all about internal Conservative Party infighting, isn't it? It's their ministers who are resigning. It's their ministers who are saying enough is enough. We can't keep going out defending the indefensible. And in terms of giving Boris Johnson a chance, he's had over 2.5 years. He's got a majority of 80. He could have brought in any laws he wanted, but he just can't help himself with telling lies. And if you look back on his career, 20 years ago he got sacked from a job for telling lies. He got sacked from the front bench when Michael Howard was leader for telling lies. It's in his nature. You cannot believe a word he says. And it's very clear from what's happened today that actually enough people in Parliament have said, we can't go on like this. We've got to move on to having a Prime Minister that people actually believe a word that they say.
Well, when we looked last time round, June the 6th, when it was the previous vote of no confidence in Boris Johnson, surely you could tell by the numbers that if Labour were to raise their own vote of no confidence in Parliament, that you would have had the backing of enough MPs from the Conservative benches to actually drive a general election. Why didn't you do that? It's because Labour doesn't have an answer.
Well, we've got plenty of answers, actually, to the challenges this country faces. But we have to be realistic that if the Labour Party brought a motion of no confidence, it would be in the government, not in the Prime Minister. And we know that most Conservative MPs are not going to vote against their own government. They're not going to call for a general election when they're behind in the polls. They just wouldn't back it.
You sure about that?
Well,
I'm not. Are you
really?
sure
Do you
about
think
that,
so?
Diana?
Going back to June the 6th, personally, I think if there'd been a vote of confidence in the government brought forward by the Labour Party, I think there would have been very few Tory MPs that would have backed it, because it's the government as a collective.
And we've heard this time and again. Whenever the opposition puts something forward, Conservative MPs will use that as a reason to back the government because they don't want to be seen as siding with the Labour Party. And that's just the way politics works. Look, the way that this is going to end is for the Conservative Party to really just get on with it and tell him his time is up. This Prime Minister's question should be his last as Prime Minister, and I hope it will be.
Justin Madders, Labour MP for Ellesmere Port. Great to have you with us during this pretty historic PMQs, I agree with you. And indeed, Henna Davison, not just a GB News presenter, but also Tory MP for Bishop's Auckland. Let's bring the results of our Twitter poll earlier.
Yeah, we asked, should Boris Johnson call a general election to settle his leadership? 37.8% of you voted yes, and the majority of you voted no, 62.2%.
That certainly is very interesting, and as I say, that does tally with the weight of emails that we're getting from GB News viewers and listeners. Now, on the ground in Westminster is our political editor, Darren McCaffrey, in his element. Darren, how many ministerial resignations do you think Boris Johnson can take? He said at the dispatch box, when asked a cheeky question from a Labour MP, you don't like strikes, Prime Minister, what are you going to do about your own cabinet going on strike and walking out? He said there's a ready supply of skilled labour at the top of the Conservative Party. Is there?
Yeah, I think, there are many ministers this afternoon questioning their position, Liam. Many of them, and we may well see many of them go in the coming hours. I think we've had 17 or 18 thus far, a couple in the last hour, including from DEFRA and from the Housing Department. I think the greater question for the Prime Minister is not how many he will lose, but could he possibly replace all of them? Are there enough MPs now in Parliament, in the Conservative Parliamentary Party, who are frankly willing to serve under him? And, at the moment, that seems pretty tricky indeed. Let's just pick up on a few things. I just heard you talking about the prospect of a general election. That's being talked about, hasn't it, as one option, almost a nuclear option for the Prime Minister. I mean, I think that is close to pretty much zero. I think constitutionally it's quite tricky. Being reported this morning from Buckingham Palace that essentially if the Prime Minister were to go to the Queen to try and dissolve Parliament, she may well effectively say no. Why would she do that? Well, because there is a working majority for the Conservatives in Parliament. There's no constitutional need for an election. And I don't think his party wants one. So I think that's unlikely. I think that he's more likely to get booted out than to see a general election, frankly. But let's be clear about this. That was a very, very difficult Prime Minister's question time for Boris Johnson. Attacks from all sides, including his own backbenchers, including from some MPs who've been pretty loyal up until recently. Sajid Javid's speech as the former Health Secretary, much compared to Geoffrey Howe's moment just before Margaret Thatcher stood down. I mean, it was clearly pretty devastating, attacking the Prime Minister's integrity, attacking the fact that ministers had to go repeatedly out to defend the Prime Minister time and time again. And in the end, they were not willing to do that anymore because they felt they were being misled. So where do we go to next? Well, it's looking increasingly likely, I think, if there was a vote of confidence, that the Prime Minister would lose that. Is Sir Graham Brady going to go to number 10 and say, Prime Minister, the game's up? Because frankly, I've got enough MPs who are not willing to vote for you, that if you were to force a vote of confidence, you would inevitably lose. Would the Prime Minister in those circumstances think about the resigning, that the game is up? Would he want to force another vote of confidence? And in those circumstances, would he almost certainly lose it? And could all this, Liam, frankly happen, not in the coming days, but in the coming hours? I would suggest it could. We could see things move very quickly this afternoon.
Thank you, Darren. Facing a bit of competition there. The end is nigh. Repent, repent. Words that must be ringing in Boris Johnson's ears as well. Now, after the break, we're going to be having a little pause from the drama in Westminster to bring you news of the organised crime network accused of smuggling up to 10,000 people into the UK on small boats.
GB News Home News editor Mark White will be here telling us his expertise. So stay with us for this special edition of The Briefing.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV. On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We're trying to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Welcome back to GB News and this special edition of The Briefing with Liam Halligan and Alex Phillips. Now, let's bring in the results of our earlier Twitter poll. We asked, will Boris Johnson spend a longer term as PM than Theresa May? 52.3% of you voted yes, with 47.7% voting no. Almost like the split in the referendum. A close call.
And indeed, our political editor Darren McCaffrey just predicted that things could move really, really fast. There is chatter at Westminster about a possible vote of no confidence being sparked, all before recess, which is currently scheduled in the diaries for the 21st of July. Now, a joint police operation across 5 countries has targeted an organised crime network accused of smuggling up to 10,000 people into the UK on small boats.
GB News Home and Security editor Mark White joins us now. How significant a blow is this to illegal immigration?
Well, it's very significant. If this was any other day, this would be undoubtedly our lead story. Massive operation in 5 separate countries involving law enforcement agencies in France, in Germany, in the Netherlands, in Belgium, here in the UK as well. A total of 40 people have been arrested so far in connection with this ongoing operation. They've also seized a number of items that were used in terms of the small boats to get them across the channel. So 1,200 life jackets, for instance, 135 of these small boats, which were being purchased in Turkey, then transported across various countries, Germany, the Netherlands, into France, where they'd be assembled to come across the channel at that point. They also recovered 35, or 45, I should say, outboard motors that were used on these vessels, and 135 of the small boats themselves. The Home Secretary, Priti Patel, believes this is a major blow against a very significant organised criminal network responsible for sending some 10,000 people across to the UK over the last 12 to 18 months. We've also been speaking to Chris Framond from the National Crime Agency, and he told us exactly how these people smugglers had been operating.
This group was responsible for sourcing small boats. And when I say small boats, actually they're getting bigger. They can take between 50 and 60 people. They were sourcing them from Turkey, bringing them forward and storing them in Germany in warehouse-type facilities. And then they were calling them forward to France through Belgium or the Netherlands in order to supply the traffickers on the beach, who would then load them in the boats and send them off in the direction of the UK.
What strikes me about this, Mark, and this would indeed be lead story if there wasn't, pyrotechnics going on at Westminster, frankly, it strikes me that while politicians bicker, obviously huge tensions between Brussels and our politicians at Westminster over the Northern Ireland Protocol, all the rest of it, authorities, law enforcement authorities across Europe can indeed work together and are working together. A lot of our viewers will be happy to see that amidst all this political bickering. Will this really strike the hammer blow against this illegal people trafficking trade, though, that the Prime Minister and indeed the Home Secretary say it will?
I think undoubtedly it will in the short term. That is a very good point that you make about the cooperation between these law enforcement agencies. There had been concern with our exit from the European Union that might not happen, that there would not be the close cooperation that there always has been. But those in law enforcement have really been at pains to try and reassure me and others that they've spoken to over the last couple of years that they would operate and cooperate, because it's in the interests of all these countries to do that. But in terms of your economics head, this will interest you in terms of what big business it is. So, yes, it's going to make a difference in the short term because the supply has obviously been interrupted. But organised criminal networks are going to move in there and start again for a simple reason, and that's because it's highly profitable. It's about £3,000 a head to put someone on these small boats. Now, the size, I call them small boats, they're getting increasingly large in scale. They can house up to 60 people on board each boat. So £3,000 a head, that's 180,000.
£1.8 million.
180,000 per boat.
Yeah.
If you get 500 on a day coming across the channel, not uncommon, £1.5 million a day. And of course, when we get into the quieter summer months in terms of it being calm in the channel, you're talking thousands of people coming across each month. So each week, I should say. So it's very, very lucrative for the organised criminal network. So this group that's been taken out, according to law enforcement sources today, I'm sure will be replaced in the coming weeks by other organised criminals.
GB News Home Affairs and Security Editor Mark White, as you say, a vital story of huge public interest and, of course, fabulous that we're covering it today despite all this political drama elsewhere. Keeping our eye on the ball, as we so often do here on GB News.
Now, after the break, the condemnation of the Prime Minister from within his own ranks continues. Support for Boris Johnson has been withdrawn by a number of MPs, including Lee Anderson. His seat of Ashfield is a key brick in the Red Wall and one of the Tories he wanted to hang on to. We'll be speaking to him shortly. But first, it's your news update.
Good afternoon, it's 1:33. I'm Rosie Wright, keeping you up to date on GB News. A defiant Boris Johnson says he'll carry on with the job as he faced tough questions from the opposition and calls for his resignation from his own party. So far, 18 MPs' resignations from the government have taken place in less than 24 hours, with many questioning the Prime Minister's integrity over the handling of the allegations of Chris Pincher's behaviour. During a heated exchange in a packed Commons this afternoon, the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, likened ministers quitting to sinking ships fleeing the rat.
He's had them defending his decision to promote a sexual predator. Every day, the lines he's forced them to take have been untrue. First, that he was unaware of any allegation. Untrue. Then, he was unaware of any specific allegation. Untrue. Then he was unaware of any serious specific allegation. And now he wants them to go out and say that he simply forgot that his whip was a sexual predator. Anyone with anything about them would be long gone from his front bench.
When times are tough and when the country faces pressures on the economy, and pressures on their budgets, Mr. Speaker, and when we have the biggest war in Europe for 80 years, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly the moment that you'd expect a government to continue with its work, not to walk away.
The former Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, said he couldn't lose his integrity. Making a personal statement of resignation after PMQs in the Commons, he said the reset button can only be pressed so many times, and at some point we have to conclude that enough is enough. Both he and Rishi Sunak, the former chancellor, quit their jobs within minutes of each other last night. In some other news now, a joint police operation across 5 countries has targeted an organised crime network accused of smuggling up to 10,000 people into the UK on small boats. Around 40 people were arrested in coordinated raids in the UK, Belgium, Germany, France and the Netherlands. 6 people were arrested in London. 135 small boats and more than 1,200 life jackets were also recovered in Germany and the Netherlands. TV, online and DAB+ radio, this is GB News.
Direct Bullion sponsors the Finance Report on GB News for gold and silver investment.
Here's a quick snapshot of today's markets. The pound is 1.88 to the dollar. The pound is 1.167 to the euro. The price of gold currently stands at £1,483.59 per ounce.
Direct Bullion sponsors the Finance Report on GB News for gold and silver investment.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV, on radio,
On digital, absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
we embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We're trying to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
And welcome back. It's 1:37 here on GB News TV, DAB, plus digital radio and online. This is The Briefing with Alex Phillips and me, Liam Halligan. And joining us now is Conservative MP for Ashfield and Eastwood there in Nottinghamshire, Lee Anderson. Lee, you've withdrawn your confidence from Boris Johnson. What would you say to your constituents who just want the Tories to get on with the job, to tackle the cost of living crisis, to pare down these NHS waiting lists? Are you playing political parlour games?
Well, no, not at all. I've been very supportive of the Prime Minister since I got here in 2019. Been one of his biggest, most loyal supporters. He got Brexit done. He was superb throughout the pandemic and the lockdowns. It was excellent, you know, with the Ukraine war. But this is a question for me of morality and integrity in that place over there. We had a situation last week unfold where it was quite obvious that a senior member of our cabinet was in a position when quite clearly I don't think he should have been in that position. Complaints were made about him in the past. And it feels like a little bit like they were brushed under the carpet a little bit. And it's not just the PM who I've got massive respect for. I think he's a good man. I think it's the whole of number 10 that sort of let us all down, if I'm honest. And there comes a time in anybody's life where you have to make a stand. And I don't want to be stood here talking to you. I've got better things to do, if I'm honest. But this is about morality in that place. And I think a line's been crossed. And I think I owe it to myself, my family, my friends, my neighbours and my constituents to make a stand. And that's why I've done what I've done today. But I'm not happy about it.
We're very happy you've joined us. Now, lift the lid on what is going on a bit behind the scenes. I would imagine that WhatsApp groups are alive amongst the Conservative Party ranks with discussions on what to do, who's backing the PM, who's not. What sort of things are you hearing?
No, funnily enough, I'm not in those WhatsApp groups. I'm in the main WhatsApp groups for Tory MPs and for policy and for different departments, but I'm not in any groups or cliques. This is something I've done on my own. I don't need anybody to tell me what to do. I'm doing this with my conscience, with the support of most of my constituents, because of the messages I'm getting in at the moment through my inbox and through social media, is that they support me on this. Look, I'm one of Boris's biggest supporters, always have been, but this I can't let this pass. I'm absolutely gutted. I'm gutted that it's come to this. I'm not proud that, like I say, that I'm stood here saying these words, but at the end of the day, I'm a human being. I've got to do what I think's right, and I think, you know, history will judge me.
What do you see now taking place? We know that the 1922 committee is going to meet at around 5 o'clock. They're speaking to Dominic Raab, currently Deputy Prime Minister, which seems to sound the alarm bell for Boris Johnson if they're going to be talking with his potential successor. How do you see things developing over the next hours and days?
Well, it's going to be very interesting over the next, like you say, over the next 48 hours. The 22 committee, they have a job to do. You know, they have a job to hold government to account and hold the Prime Minister to account. I know there's lots of members, you know, of that committee who probably aren't happy at the moment. There's lots of backbench MPs that aren't happy. So, I mean, I don't know what conversations they're having behind the scenes. I'm not privy to that, and I don't want to be part of these cliques. I don't want to be lurking around in the shadows, speaking to people and conspiring. That's not my style. Let them get on with it. But at the end of the day, they've got a job to do, and what they must do is protect the party first.
Lee Anderson, clearly, anyone listening to you on the radio, watching you on television, you clearly feel very deeply about this situation. You're sincere in your motives. But you have said quite recently that these attempts to remove Boris Johnson are, quote, a media witch hunt. You must know that a lot of your constituents in Ashfield and Eastwood do feel that.
Yeah, well, yeah. It was a witch hunt. There's been a massive witch hunt against the boss from day one, but this is totally separate. This is a different issue altogether. This is an incident that happened. This is about a member of Parliament that, you know, was promoted, and I feel he should not have been promoted with the allegations or you know, what's come out over the past few days. It's quite clear that these complaints were heard by number 10, and they dismissed that last week, and then all of a sudden turned around and said, well, we forgot about it. That's not good enough. This is completely different to the witch hunt that has actually gone ahead over the past 2 years. This is a question of ethics, and this is a question of morals. So, and I can't, with my conscience, I can't look away from this. I've got to make a stand. Like I say, I'm not part of any clique. It's thoroughly depressing. I'm gutted. I wanted to see that PM in position for the next 10, 15 years. I think he's a good man, but I think he's been let down. But the buck stops with the Prime Minister. You know, he makes these decisions, he hires and fires, so you know, sometimes you have to fall on your sword.
Yeah, I mean, is this not also down to the fact that Boris Johnson is clinging on, but clinging on to what? Most people stick it out for the hope of a brighter day, but that day's just not going to come, is it? You've got backbenchers forming angry mobs, you've got the Liaison Committee about to grill him, you've got the Privileges Committee determining whether he misled Parliament, you've got economic woes. I mean, there doesn't seem to be much light at the end of the tunnel. Is that not what's causing this precipitation of resignations right now?
Well, yeah, maybe. We're at a bit of a gridlock at the moment, aren't we? Things seem to be stuck in that place. I think the recent events, like I say, over the past week has pricked a lot of people's conscience. I mean, the other stuff, you know, like I say, there was a bit of a witch hunt. Mistakes were made. He put things right in number 10. He changed the staff. But this latest debacle, if you like, is sort of the catalyst that people like me, you know, it's triggered me. It's upset me. It's, you know, what to think about. We've got people working in that place, staffers. You know, MPs work with staffers, they socialise with staffers, we go to events you know, in and around London, and these people have got to feel safe. They've got to have the confidence to know that, you know, we're on their side, and the events over the past 4 or 5 days shows that we're not always on their side, and I can't handle that. So I mean, that's why I'm here today. I'm just, like I say, I'm gutted. I don't want to be stood here talking to you. A lot got better things to do. But at the end of the day, you know, I'm not here to make the numbers up. I need to give people a voice, and that's what I'm trying to do.
Lias Anderson, MP for Ashfield and Eastwood, Conservative MP for Ashfield and Eastwood, a seat which strikes me will be hotly contested at the next general election. We're grateful to you for joining us. You're clearly upset at what's happening, and we're grateful for your time. Alex, it strikes me that a lot of our GB News viewers and listeners, and I think both of us are pretty in tune with our audience, I like to think so anyway, are pretty angry. Just have a look at a couple of emails there I was reading during the break. Alexandra emailed us at gbnews at gbviews at gbnews.uk, and she said, Dehenna Davison, who of course is our GB News colleague, Bishop Auckland Tory MP, very capable person, really like her, says Alexandra, but very disappointed that she stabbed the man in the back who put her where she is. We had many emails like this. Yvonne, a health professional from Yorkshire, where is the democracy in these statements from Sunak and Javid, says Yvonne. We voted Boris. Changing the rules is outrageous by the 1922 committee. He still has support out there in the country.
Well, this is the difficulty, isn't it? Because what makes Boris a very unique Prime Minister is that in our system we don't have a presidential constitution. We have one that is based on party politics and majority politics. And he is the leader of the Conservatives. But when people say they voted for the Conservatives last time, they say we voted for Boris. Yeah. And then the big issue the Conservatives are now going to face is if they do oust Boris Johnson, who is it that's going to be able to bring together the red trousers and the red wall, which is what he did. He managed to create this huge majority because he appealed to many corners of the country the Conservatives couldn't normally touch. And this is what people are saying. We liked him. We voted for him. It was a personal vote. It felt presidential to them. And now the Conservatives are going to be left with a huge vacuum of who can fill those shoes.
That's right. And it strikes me that a lot of our viewers and listeners will feel, they'll continue to feel that this is contrived, it's parlour games by the political and media class to try and remove someone before you've even got a plan in place for their successor, when so many people are relying on the government to deliver policies that rescue us or at least try and help us steer our way out of this cost of living crisis. A lot of people will feel that this is irresponsible. We haven't had many people on the show so far supporting Boris Johnson, but I think it's really important we bring to the fore, as we are now, the views, increasingly, it seems to me, from the emails of GB News viewers and listeners.
I mean, the question that always comes up, isn't it, the runners and riders, and there are many people out there, and some saying that people like Nadhim Zahawi taking that job as Chancellor to give himself a great platform to potentially eventually launch his own campaign.
Or will he be tarred with the Boris Johnson brush? It's a calculation.
And that might have been the calculation of Sajid Javid, who did, of course, take the opportunity to make his resignation speech in Parliament earlier. Shall we have a listen?
Well, we will bring you
effective governance inevitably requires loyalty and collective responsibility. Of course it does. And I'm instinctively a team player. and I have completely focused on governing effectively over the last year. But treading the tightrope between loyalty and integrity has become impossible in recent months. And, Mr. Speaker, I will never risk losing my integrity. I also believe a team is as good as its team captain, and that a captain is as good as his or her team. So loyalty must go both ways. The events of recent months have made it increasingly difficult to be in that team. It's not fair on ministerial colleagues to go out every morning defending lines that don't stand up and don't hold up. It's not fair on my parliamentary colleagues who bear the brunt of constituents' dismay in their inboxes and on their doorsteps in recent elections. And it's not fair on Conservative members and voters who rightly expect better standards from the party they supported.
Sajid Javid, their outgoing health secretary, making a speech in the Commons, a personal statement. Some people, Alex, briefly have compared that to Geoffrey Howe speaking out against his then Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, a move that really precipitated her demise.
Yeah, I wasn't born then. But what I would say about what Sajid Javid was trying to do in that parliament, it's clear to me that he was trying to use that moral upper hand to smack Boris Johnson around the face. And what was so interesting, perhaps poignant, is Boris Johnson getting up at the end and just walking out. It must have been quite hurtful to the Prime Minister, of course, having lost Sajid Javid once before and bringing him back into the fold. Very deliberately timed, one thinks, that statement as well yesterday when Boris Johnson was doing his mea culpa. So, yeah, tough times.
He's resigned on principle twice from the same cabinet. Crikey. Joining us now is Kevin Brennan, Labour MP for Cardiff West. He is with us from Westminster. Kevin, I'll put to you the same question that I put, if I may, to your colleague, Labour employment spokesman Justin Matters just earlier during this special edition of the briefing. Doesn't Labour have to be careful during this cost of living crisis at a time when health and NHS waiting lists are so high that you're not just part of a political feeding frenzy, a parlour game focused on the political media class at Westminster? We are having trouble getting the sound there on Kevin Brennan. But just to go back, we will return to him in a moment. But just to go back, I think you're right. This idea of who is going to replace Boris Johnson will now increasingly come to the fore. A lot of people talk about Penny Mordaunt, don't they? The MP down in Portsmouth, who is still a minister. There seems to be radio silence from her at the moment.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have taken the route of very deliberate radio silence. There are definitely going to be people in the cabinet fancying their chances, but a lot of people saying that the unexpected could happen, and it could be someone from outside cabinet who rolls the dice and gets lucky, because normally it is obviously the high offices of state that usually end up being the successor to a prime minister in a situation like this, in a situation of a post-regicide. But, well, something the Conservatives are very used to, of course.
Well, we will get back to Kevin Brennan, MP for Cardiff West, once we can establish sound communications with him. But for now, we are honoured to have in the studio GB News' very own answer to Gordon Gekko, Justin Urquhart. Stuart, you're an on-the-money regular. We're not quite on the money today, though we are on the money, if you know what I mean, because we're covering the biggest story in town.
Less money. Look what happened to the pound. Disappeared down to Swanee yesterday. I'm afraid this is doing nothing at all for actually inward investment in Britain. It's making us internationally, and talked to mates of mine in New York last night saying, would you mind waking up, please? You're supposed to be the 5th largest economy in the world. You want people to invest in you, and you're currently running a parlour game. That's what it looks like.
Now, one thing I want to ask you about is there are very pertinent words to our conversation in Rishi Sunak's resignation letter, saying basically that when it comes to economic policy, there's a huge divide between him and the Prime Minister. Yep. I read between the lines and I got that to mean that Boris Johnson does want to cut taxes, do what the crowds are calling for to get back up in the polling, to save his own skin perhaps. Rishi Sunak thinking that could potentially fuel inflation and be bad for the economy right now, which is true.
I know, that's the problem, isn't it? Yeah, so the populists will say, yes, go on, we want to cut the taxes, get more investment coming in. Can he get more money coming in? He'll do it if you could create confidence. And the problem is, the rest of the world doesn't have much confidence at the moment. And then if you just have little old Britain on the side of it, having its own little private bicker, you're not going to attract that much attention saying, I must invest in those islands. So it's got to come over a moment like this as being credible. Unfortunately, Boris is looking incredible. He's got a nice overseas picture of him. You know, he did well on his global tour, but it doesn't reflect. People look at the economy and say, we don't see where Britain's going at the moment. Because we don't focus on the successes. You know, our technology, our smaller companies, our growing businesses, we're really good at. And we're spending our time looking at almost the yesterday's industries and arguing about almost where we are back to our union discussions again. No, it's the wrong target. Go for the growth areas. We know where they are in Britain. They're the ones which produced more jobs over the past 5 years than anywhere else. So that's the bit that people look at Britain and say, what are you arguing about?
The financial markets did fall quite heavily yesterday, Justin, not least the FTSE 100 index of leading UK shares. Some people have been trying to pin that on our political antics. That was a global phenomenon. But the pound is different. The pound did drop below $1.19. As we've often said here on GB News, when the pound falls, that makes all our imports more expensive, particularly fuel, which itself is priced in dollars. And it strikes me that this is part of the problem. If the economy was doing pretty well, then Boris Johnson wouldn't be under such political pressure as he is now. On the other hand, who's going to want to become Tory leader when the economy is going down? Well,
it's one of those ones at the moment. I think they're saying, look, who wants to open this parcel now? As you can hear, there's this thing ticking in front of you. Pass it on really very quickly indeed. No, the economy is going to be slowing. The global economy is slowing down. You can't stop that at the moment. And so it is really very difficult indeed. Merely try and focus now on those areas where you can see growth, and you actually get to see some tangible change, and you can actually see then some picking up in confidence. Remember, it's confidence that runs an economy. All we saw yesterday, I'm afraid, was, today we saw a lack of confidence. No, because no one's strong enough to actually go up against him. He's trying to fight back, but he sounds nervous. Now, Boris, unfortunately, when you get past the ego bit of it, you can see a little small sort of person out of The Wizard of Oz behind him.
Well, who can blame him? It's been a bit of a tough ride for him lately.
He's been getting it.
Justin Urquhart-Stewart, co-founder of Regionally and, of course, an On The Money regular. Great to have you with us, as ever. On this day of all days, we have now established our communications with Labour MP for Cardiff Brest, Kevin Brennan.
We have indeed. Kevin, great to have you back on. Sorry for that. Gizmos and gremlins in the systems. We've just been talking about the economy. Of course, what precipitated this whole crisis we're seeing at the moment for the Conservative Party was the resignation of Sajid Javid, quickly followed by Rishi Sunak. Those appointments now filled, but the economy is clearly something that is haunting the government at the moment. Very difficult decisions to be made. As a Labour MP, do you think your party has the solution?
Well, I think that all of this obviously is a massive distraction from what the task in hand is with the cost of living crisis, you know, the highest inflation we've seen for many decades, the pound plummeting and the impact that's having on energy prices and imports and so on. So, yeah, these are very, very serious matters. And, you know, Labour's got some very effective and serious spokesperson on the economy. Rachel Reeves, our shadow chancellor, used to work at the Bank of England, is a very effective person in that role. But at the moment, the problem is that with Boris Johnson as Prime Minister and with his troubles and inability to tell the truth and to run a government and to hold on to his own Chancellor of the Exchequer, I'm afraid that the problems that need addressing by the government are just not being addressed.
I agree with you that there's quite a lot of talent on the Labour front bench. I've been bigging up Rachel Reeves as Shadow Chancellor for a long time here on GB News on my own On The Money show. I do think she passes the boardroom sniff test, if you like. But a lot of our viewers and listeners will be thinking, well, what would Labour do? For instance, Kevin, to put you on the spot, you're a very experienced parliamentarian, would Labour scrap that increase in corporation tax that's coming down the tube from 19 to 25%? A lot of people that run a small business want to know that. What does Labour think, Kevin, about those RMT strikes? Would you condemn them?
Well, look, I don't condemn people for wanting to improve their position when they're faced with a pay cut and changes in their terms and conditions in real terms. What I've said in the House of Commons is that the problem with the government is it wants to use that issue simply as a wedge issue to divide the country instead of doing what a country should be doing and trying to bring together the parties and uniting them around the table. They've given up on governing and just gone into this using wedge issues to try and divide people rather than unite people. So if we were in government, we'd be seeking to get all the parties around the table and to find a negotiated solution. And I believe, and I think both sides actually, you know, the union and the management believe there is a deal to be done through negotiation, but the government's preventing that deal to be done. Now, that's not governing, that's irresponsible.
Kevin Brennan, Labour MP for Cardiff, thank you ever so much for joining us on the programme today.
Pretty difficult times for Boris Johnson, I must say. I mean, that was a punishing PMQs, but I don't think that Sajid Javid speech really landed. I don't think that was a kind of make or break moment for the Prime Minister. What's your instinct?
I think Sajid Javid did what he wanted to do, to put clean air between him and Boris Johnson and to sort of solidify perhaps his own moral rectitude and make sure that he's seen in a very different light to the woes that have been afflicting Boris Johnson of late. But I think for me, the poignant moment was just watching him get up and walk out. I mean, that looks like a man who has been defeated, and there's a lot more coming his way today, of course. He's facing the Liaison Committee at 3 o'clock. That's going to be a bit of a grilling. That's
the committee of all select committee chairs, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got people on that committee like Harriet Harman, like Chris Bryant, Labour MP for the Rhondda. These are no friends of the Prime Minister.
It's probably going to be a roasting, and you can watch it here on GB News, so do stay tuned for that. We'll be bringing you that and all the analysis afterwards.
You are watching The Briefing with me, Liam Halligan, and Alex Phillips. We are talking about PMQs, whether or not the Boris Johnson government is going to survive. Your emails are coming in thick and fast, and most of you, certainly from my reading of these emails, do seem to be backing Boris Johnson. You're angry at Tory MPs who are abandoning him. Don't go anywhere, because in the next hour we'll be speaking to more politicians and punters about the questions everyone's asking. Boris Johnson, should he stay or should he go?
See you in a moment.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV, on radio,
On digital, absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
we embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Hello and welcome to The Briefing with Liam Halligan and Alex Phillips, with you until 4 p.m.
Boris Johnson's pledged to continue as Prime Minister despite seeing more than a dozen MPs resign from his government, including 2 senior cabinet ministers.
Yeah, we're continuing our coverage of the crisis within the Conservative Party, and we want to know what you are thinking. Your emails are coming in thick and fast. Give us your political briefing. Send in your views and opinions. gbviews@gbnews.uk and tweet us @gbnews.
Good afternoon. It's just 2 minutes past 2. I'm Rosie Wright, keeping you up to date on GB News. Now, Boris Johnson says he'll carry on with his job as Prime Minister as he faces escalating calls for his resignation from his own party. 21 MPs have resigned from government positions in less than 24 hours, including 2 senior cabinet ministers. During a heated exchange in a packed House of Commons this afternoon, the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer likened ministers quitting to sinking ships fleeing the rat.
Awful behaviour, unacceptable in any walk of life. It's there for all to see, but he ignores it. It was the same when his ally was on the take from the lobbyists. It was the same when his Home Secretary was bullying staff. It was the same when taxpayers' money was being abused, and it was the same when he and his mates parted their way through lockdown. Anyone quitting now, after defending all that, hasn't got a shred of integrity.
Despite widespread criticism, the Prime Minister's adamant he'll continue in his role. He said he'd been handed a colossal mandate by voters in 2019. That means he should keep going despite the difficult circumstances.
When times are tough and when the country faces pressures on the economy and pressures on their budgets, Mr. Speaker, and when we have the biggest war in Europe for 80 years, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly the moment that you'd expect a government to continue with its work, not to walk away, Mr. Speaker, and to get on with our job.
Well, it's the Prime Minister's handling of the Chris Pincher row, which has been what's triggered many of the MPs' resignations. Mr Johnson voiced his regret that the former Deputy Chief Whip continued to hold office, saying he should have realised Mr Pincher would not change. But the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, accused the Prime Minister of enabling a sexual predator.
I started this session with a quote from the young victim in all this, how he froze when he was attacked. When I was prosecuting rapists, I heard that from victims all the time. Victims said they froze because it's not about sex, it's about power. And the power the disgraced government minister had was handed to him by that Prime Minister. And he's only in power because he's been propped up for months by a corrupted party defending the indefensible.
The former Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, says he quit his cabinet post late last night because he couldn't risk losing his integrity. In his resignation statement, Mr Javid said treading the tightrope between loyalty and integrity had become impossible. And at some point we have to conclude enough is enough.
But I do fear that the reset button can only work so many times. There's only so many times you can turn that machine on and off before you realise that something is fundamentally wrong. Last month, I gave the benefit of doubt one last time. I have concluded that the problem starts at the top, and I believe that is not going to change.
In other news now, a joint police operation across 5 countries has smashed an organised crime network accused of smuggling up to 10,000 people into the UK on small boats. 39 people were arrested in coordinated raids in the UK, Belgium, Germany, France and the Netherlands. 6 of those were in London. 135 small boats and more than 1,200 life jackets were also recovered in Germany and the Netherlands. More than 2 million low-income workers will benefit from changes to national insurance which come into effect today. The threshold's been raised, meaning workers can now earn up to £12,500 before contributing. It's up from a previous threshold of around £10,000. The move follows an increase in national insurance earlier this year, which the government say will help pay for health and social care. This is GB News. I'll bring you more as it happens. Now let's head back to the briefing.
Well, Boris Johnson says he won't quit as Prime Minister, despite more than a dozen MPs resigning from his government. A number of ministers have walked since Rishi Sunak and Sajid Javid handed in their resignations yesterday.
They all stood down after the Prime Minister was forced to admit he was aware of sexual harassment complaints lodged against his former Deputy Chief Whip Chris Pincher, who resigned on Thursday after allegedly groping two men while intoxicated at a London club, complaints the PM previously said he didn't know about.
Well, let's go straight to Westminster, where we're joined by our political editor, Darren McCaffrey. Darren, there's been some heated exchanges in the House of Commons today, but the Prime Minister appears determined to hang on. He's got the Liaison Committee, the 1922 Committee meeting again tonight. Can he hang on?
No, Alex, I think is the honest answer to all of that. I mean, I just can't see how this is now going to happen. I mean, not only have we, I think, had 21 resignations in the last, 12, 13, 14 hours or so, some of them in the last couple of minutes again. We're also now just seeing lots of MPs sending publicly letters of no confidence into Graham Brady. MPs that literally 48 hours ago were defending the Prime Minister, who've been pretty loyal to Boris Johnson through the whole Owen Paterson affair, the Partygate scandal, but this does appear to be the straw that's broken the camel's back. I'm just going to read just a little line from Simon Jupp. He's the East Devon MP. He said in a letter published literally 2 minutes ago that leaders must demonstrate integrity, honesty and set high standards that we can all be proud of. The current situation is a grotesque distraction from many of the challenges we face as a nation. I cannot tolerate this any longer, and my constituents in East Devon expect better. I could read dozens of those letters. These are Conservative MPs who are fed up to the back teeth. The question is, I think, not essentially if the Prime Minister is to go. It is now a matter of when and how, and that could be decided later on today. Lots of talk about the 1922 Committee, the governing body, potentially changing the rules to see if there can be a vote of confidence again in the Prime Minister, or even suggestions that Graham Brady, the chair of that committee, might just go to Downing Street and say, frankly, Prime Minister, I've got enough letters that demonstrate a majority of the party no longer have confidence. Don't go for a vote, you will lose. At that point, will the Prime Minister resign? He seems to suggest he wouldn't. He will carry on. We got a taste of that, didn't we? At PMQs a little bit earlier on, where the Prime Minister tried to insist that, you know what, in many ways, he was simply getting on with the job.
When times are tough and when the country faces pressures on the economy, and pressures on their budgets, Mr. Speaker, and when we have the biggest war in Europe for 80 years, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly the moment that you'd expect a government to continue with its work, not to walk away, Mr. Speaker, and to get on with our job.
Really interesting, just to pick up on what I've just been saying, suggestions, again, only suggestions at this stage, but that Chris Heaton-Harris, who's the Chief Whip, is essentially going to tell the Prime Minister that the game is up. Will that be enough? In normal times, with other Prime Ministers, of course it would be enough. In fact, we probably wouldn't have got to this stage already. Can Boris Johnson cling on? Is there a way out on all of this? I just can't see it. There's not constitutionally. I think the party has now decided it has essentially moved on, and things could move pretty quickly. As I keep saying about this, yes, you're right, there's the Liaison Committee in an hour's time. That's going to be pretty tough for the Prime Minister. Then there is this meeting of the 1922 Committee. They will have to make some pretty big decisions. There's even suggestions that some MPs started thinking about trying to start a leadership kind of contest with the other contenders in regards to the start of next week, that they want to get this done before the summer recess.
Darren McCaffrey, GB News political editor. I've got a feeling, Darren, we're going to be speaking to you again pretty soon. Stand by.
This would make great reality TV, the battle to become the next Prime Minister. Well, let's bring in some of your views on whether or not Boris Johnson should resign. Tony says, Boris is embarrassing. He's making Starmer look statesmanlike. Someone put Boris out of his misery.
Karen says, yes, I did vote for Boris, and yes, I would vote again. All I see is the media wanting to bring the government down, and Labour aren't the answer either.
Paul says about Boris Johnson, I cannot believe the arrogance of this man. It is beyond belief. He's just laughing at us all. Shame on him. Go now.
Wendy contacted us. I didn't vote for Boris, but he's won me over. He made mistakes, but that shows he is human. People are making judgments on some small issues.
And Marianne says Sajid Javid flung his toys out of the pram when he was Chancellor and now as Health Secretary. If he had integrity, he would not walk away from this position at what is a critical time to the people of this country and its well-being.
Now let's have a recap on the latest resignations from Westminster. As Darren said, the scores on the doors are going up all the time. Sajid Javid, the Health Secretary, started the wave of resignations yesterday evening, and he was closely followed by Rishi Sunak, the Chancellor.
The Solicitor General, Alex Chalk, also resigned last night. This morning, the following ministers have submitted their resignation letters.
Will Quince, Minister for Children and Families. Robin Walker, the Minister for School Standards. Treasury Minister John Glenn and Justice Minister Victoria Atkins.
And with the most recent, Joe Churchill, Environment Minister and Housing Minister Stuart Andrew. A number of parliamentary private secretaries and other junior members of government also resigned last night and this morning. This included
Bim Afalami, who resigned from his position as Vice Chairman of the Conservative Party, and Jonathan Gullis, Parliamentary Private Secretary, PPS, to the Northern Ireland Secretary.
And there's many other junior members of government who have also resigned. But we're not going to read them all out because we've got a lot more to talk about and we haven't got enough time.
With us until 3 p.m, it's Benjamin Loughnane, who's a research fellow at the Bow Group, a Conservative think tank. Great to have you with us.
Loughnane there.
You pronounce your name.
Loughnane.
Loughnane, not bad.
We're not too bad.
I was giving it a bit of a Gaelic twist.
Yeah, I think it's probably more accurate than how.
As somebody who heard a lot of Irish Gaelic as a kid, I was giving it.
So you got it quite close.
Benjamin, you're obviously steeped in Conservative politics. The Bow Group's broadly a Conservative Party think tank. Yeah, you're a young guy interested in policy, public life. Yeah. How do you feel about all these antics?
Well, it's incredible. It's so exciting, isn't it? It's quite fun, really. As the blood is in the water, the sharks are circling. It's quite exciting. But you have to look beyond the excitement and just look at what's good for the country as well. Is it good to have this amount of chaos at the moment? Obviously not. It's not ideal. But then the longer Boris stays, the more chaos there's going to be. So that's the way up you've got to have. Do you want a new leader who's more stable, who's going to have less chaos? But is that even possible? Since, the last few years, it's been chaos. We had it under Theresa May. We've had it under Boris. Who's going to come in and replace him? Are we going to have the same thing again? And how do we avoid that? Who are the candidates and who would be good at avoiding that chaos?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because there are already some runners and riders. Some people have stuck their head above the parapet. Others seem to be manoeuvring into position. Of the people out there who we might suspect could be jostling, let's say Nadhim Zahawi, let's say people like Penny Mordaunt, her name comes up, Liz Truss comes up, Tom Tugendhat outside of Cabinet, he has actually openly said, which is quite interesting, actually, for a politician to have that sort of candour. I'd do the job. Who would the Bow Group probably support?
Well, who would support is a different question entirely. Obviously, there's people like Esther McVey, who's very, very good, but is she likely to become the next Prime Minister? It's a difficult one. The people who are likely to become the next Prime Minister are often the worst ones, the ones who are least likely to deliver for the country. But I think the people who you need to look at are the people who we're not talking about at the moment, like Michael Gove, for example. He's been very quiet recently. He wasn't at PMQs on the front bench of the Prime Minister. And, when his office was contacted, they said, well, that's normal. He never goes to PMQs. Well, you'd think that in the current crisis, he'd turn up to show support for the Prime Minister if he was supporting him. But he wasn't there. But he also hasn't resigned. He hasn't come out and said he doesn't have confidence in the Prime Minister. So he's staying very quiet. And I think the people who you need to look out for are the ones who are biding their time but hedging their bets. They're not saying anything, being very quiet and manoeuvring under the surface.
David Frost, Lord Frost, is a name often bandied about. He's not an MP, of course, though, he could be found a safe seat. He's certainly got a big following among GB News viewers and listeners. He wrote a piece in The Telegraph this morning, didn't he, in which he said a lot of the policies being enacted by the Conservative government at the moment are, quotes, an absolutely devastating phrase, content-free. Now, everyone knows that it's been a really difficult time. Anyone who's objectively looking at the last few years, it would have tested any government almost to the point of destruction. Yeah. But surely now is the time for the Conservative Party, if the frontline politicians can't do this, but, activists, think tankers like you, people who broadly want a Conservative government, I'm not hopefully putting words in your mouth or misrepresenting you, to work up some policies that the public can believe in? Because most of our viewers, most of the public, they just want to be led properly, decently, to get us out of this cost of living crisis.
Yeah, absolutely. And when Operation Red Meat happened, these red meat policies, I did right saying that it's probably a vegan imitation in the sense that there's no meat in them. It just looks like it. And I think that's what typifies Boris's government. It just looks like meat, but there's no substance and there's no nutrition and you gain nothing from it.
It's corn.
It's corn.
It's corn.
He's the first corn Prime Minister. Yeah, and if he is a sausage, you know, put a fork in him because he's done.
Oh, Benjamin, we love it. We're going to come back to you later for more lines like that, please. Well, let's speak now with Scarlett Maguire, who's a former Labour Party media advisor. Scarlett, Benjamin there. So, I mean, this is the problem. When you work in media, you almost sort of salivate at days like today. It does make the job a bit more interesting. But actually, it's not that good for the country, is it, having all this constant chaos?
Oh, look, the last 6 months have been a disaster for the country. I mean, we've gone from crisis to crisis. It's just, I mean, I remember in January saying that I thought Boris Johnson was in a death spiral and nobody did anything. I mean, it just goes on and on. Tory MPs are slightly unhappy. People are sent out to say he's wonderful, and then there's another crisis, and then he changes the rules to get his friend Owen Paterson off the hook, and major crisis. We've just gone on and on. And yes, I mean, as a commentator, it's really, really good fun. But actually, as somebody who lives in the country and wants it run properly, it's a disaster.
Scarlett, what we're seeing from the views emailed in and on Twitter from GB News viewers and listeners, and many of them will be across the Red Wall in the regions where the next general election will be decided. I think they're a very important set of constituencies and views. It's really split. A lot of our viewers and listeners are angry that the political and media class are playing a parlour game, that they don't care that NHS waiting lists are a record high. They don't care about the cost of living crisis because we're all reasonably well off and in our Westminster bubble. There is a danger of that, isn't there? And there's a danger for the Labour Party that they are seen to be part of that.
And look, every time a Labour MP is interviewed, they always say, I would rather be talking about the cost of living. I'd rather be talking about what we would do instead. But actually, genuinely, we have a government that does so little because it spends its life in crisis. It's not the media's fault. I mean, we could ignore it. We could let Boris Johnson, tell all his lies, not actually question it. We could let him get away with promoting a man that he knew had sexually assaulted somebody and is accused of a number. Since then, not just the night in the Carlton Club, masses of allegations about him. We could have ignored that Priti Patel was found to be a bully, and that his ethics advisor resigned. I mean, the problem is that we have to governments do two things. Is one, they should solve our problems, and two is they should hold the country to high standards. And that's what, I mean, I don't think Boris Johnson is doing either, but the high standards thing, I mean, he literally, or his team literally sent people out to tell lies. They were briefed that Boris didn't know anything, or then didn't know anything specific, or didn't know anything, and it changed every day. I mean, can you imagine the humiliation of going out, and by this time, you know that he's not really telling the truth. I mean, I think, I think we need integrity at the top of government.
Yeah, I mean, actually, it strikes me as kind of sad that has been the case, because Boris Johnson was the unity cabinet, the candidate in the Tory party, much like the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn, the big splits between the sort of centrist Labourites, the old Blairites, and then the Momentum lot, the Corbynites. And the Conservatives have always grappled with this. What sort of Conservative party are they? And yet Boris Johnson brought both sides together. That's going to be very hard, isn't it, for the party to now replicate?
Alex, he threw out the people who voted against him on Brexit. I mean, he one of the reasons that we have a completely supine cabinet is because a lot of people were, like Dominic Grieve, were thrown out of the party for voting the wrong way and not allowed to stand. So he wasn't he was the unity candidate because he only allowed people to stand who were going to support him. And look where that's got him, right? 141 MPs voting against him. I think that's quite something. I mean, yes, the Conservatives do need a unity candidate. They need a lot of healing. And the problem is, I mean, I agree with your commentator from the Bow Group. The people who are putting their heads above the parapet are not the people who will make good prime ministers.
He threw out Dominic Grieve, he threw out David Gauke, he threw out Anna Soubry and many other people who many voters felt were oppressing democracy by not implementing a referendum result. He won a stonking majority off the back of that. And what we're seeing, Scarlett, many people may not like it in the political media and class, but what we're seeing from emails, from tweets, from talking to our viewers and listeners is there is still a fair amount of support for him out there in the country.
There is. There is absolutely no question that there are people, and you hear them on television saying, we know what we voted for. We know that we know that he didn't always tell the truth. We know that he took shortcuts. We know that. But actually, look at the Tiverton by-election. Look at the last 3 by-elections that they've lost massively. So when it comes to voting, I don't think you're right. I mean, I think people have turned against him. And I've heard it, in my family. I mean, my brother said, I will never vote Tory again. I mean, and actually it was over the parties. I mean, that was, and I think it wasn't the media that got up Partygate, right? It was the people who either, like my brother's, my nephew, who got punished for his parties because he was a student, right? Unlike Boris Johnson, it wasn't £10, it was a lot of money. And they just feel that there is one rule for them and another for us. And you can see that in the elections, in the local elections, and in the last 3 by-elections.
Scarlett Maguire, former Labour media advisor. Always good to hear your views and to have you on the show. And we'll talk to you next time. All the best, Scarlett Maguire there.
Well, let's bring in the results of our earlier Twitter poll now. We asked, should Boris Johnson call a general election to settle his leadership? 37.8% of you said yes, you mad people. But the majority voted no at 62.2%.
As Brenda from Bristol said, what, another one? Coming up after the break, an organised crime network's accused of smuggling up to 10,000 people into the UK on small boats. But before that, a short break. Stay with us for this special episode of The Briefing with Alex Phillips and me, Liam Halligan.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
And welcome back. It's 2:27 here on GB News, TV, DAB, plus digital radio and online.
Yeah, now a joint police operation across 5 countries has targeted an organised crime network accused of smuggling up to 10,000 people into the UK on small boats.
GB News' Home and Security editor Mark White joins us now. Mark, we talked about this an hour ago. It's a joint operation. It's a cross-country operation. There's international collaboration happening here. How significant a story is this? Obviously, there's lots of other news going on.
Yeah, it would have been our lead story had this not been a day of political intrigue, to say the very least, in Westminster. It is a very significant blow to the people smugglers, a network responsible, according to the authorities, for smuggling some 10,000 people over the last year to year and a half in hundreds of small boats across the English Channel, and it will make a difference. We've had the Home Secretary this afternoon reacting to the news of these raids. She said these arrests send a clear message to the criminal gangs who are preying on vulnerable people across Europe and beyond. We will stop at nothing, she says, to end your sordid trade, bring you to justice and save lives. So strong words from Priti Patel. And she will be very pleased to think that her own UK National Crime Agency has been pivotal in this operation, because it stems from the arrest of someone described as a kingpin in London just a couple of months back. They were arrested, and valuable intelligence has come from them, apparently, which has led to this operation that has not just arrested some 40 people suspected of people smuggling, but also recovered or seized 135 of these small boats, 45 outboard motors and 1,200 life jackets. What was happening was that these boats were being bought in Turkey and then brought to France and assembled. We can hear that now from a National Crime Agency spokesman who spoke to us a little earlier today.
This group was responsible for sourcing small boats. And when I say small boats, actually they're getting bigger. They can take between 50 and 60 people. They were sourcing them from Turkey, bringing them forward and storing them in Germany in warehouse-type facilities. And then they were calling them forward to France through Belgium or the Netherlands in order to supply the traffickers on the beach, who would then load them in the boats and send them off in the direction of the UK.
Mark, when you broke this story here on the briefing an hour ago, this is an example of international collaboration, isn't it? The MPs, the politicians, the officials, the diplomats, they're still bickering over Brexit, not least the Northern Ireland Protocol. But European governments, including the British government, are getting together to try to solve this problem. But it's such a lucrative trade. Can they succeed?
Well, I think for the short term, there will be disruption. There's no doubt about it. They have interrupted what is a very organised criminal network, allegedly, that has been providing these boats to take the people across the Channel. And increasingly, these boats, we call them small boats, but they have increased in size. They can now house at least 60 people on each boat. And talking of a lucrative trade, well, they're being charged, just for the boat trip alone, £3,000 for one boat with 60 people on board.
180 grand.
180 grand. If you take a day when the weather is calm, you can get at least 500 people coming across the Channel. That's 1.5 million people in a day. During the summer months, when it's very calm in the
£1.5 million pounds.
Yeah, £1.5 million pounds, sorry. Yeah. During the summer months when it's very calm in the Channel, and you can have thousands of people coming across in a week, then it's many millions of pounds that they're making. So the organised criminal networks will be very keen to move in to the space that's now been vacated by this group, that are now in custody, that will now face criminal proceedings and likely jail terms.
Yeah, let's go back to Benjamin Loughnane from the Bow Group. We've talked about this a lot, and what strikes me is, one of the ways that Boris Johnson, it seems to be, wanted to really rescue his premiership was the big Rwanda plan, the headline-grabbing promise that he was going to deport illegal migrants. And now today, a big win against just that.
Well, sort of. I mean, when you get rid of smugglers, when you break up their chains and stop the process, it does reduce it in the short term, but those people are then replaced because the process is something which can happen. When people can come here and stay here, it feeds the industry. So you get the traffickers are able to say to people, give us a few grand, you jump in a boat, we'll take you over, and you won't get sent back to France, you won't get sent to Rwanda, you'll stay in the UK, you can sign on for asylum, you get a certain amount of money, you get looked after, you'll be happy there, you'll be fine, you'll never get sent back. That's what you need to close. In order to break up the smuggling networks, you need to close the things that entice people to come. If the traffickers don't have a marketing slogan, which is "you get to stay," then the industry will collapse on its own.
Yeah, I mean, it strikes me that this is, as Mark earlier was saying, this would have been the top news story, one imagines, today, and for a lot of channels, certainly ours. But why? Why has it taken so long? Why is it that we're only getting headlines like this now when it's been years that we've been waiting for them?
Well, I think Boris feels the flames at his feet and he's starting to sort of crack down on the things which he knows that people really care about. But it's, too little too late, I think, unfortunately. He should have done it 2 years ago and he wouldn't be in a position he's in now.
Benjamin Loughnane off the Conservative think tank, the Bow Group. Great to have you with us. And indeed, Mark White, GB News Home Affairs and Security correspondent.
Now, coming up after the break, we'll be returning to our main story. Boris Johnson has pledged to keep going despite more than a dozen MPs resigning from his government. The question, of course, is can he and will he? But first, here's your news update.
It is 2:34. I'm Rosie Wright, keeping you up to date on GB News. A defiant Boris Johnson says he'll carry on with his job as he faced tough questions from the opposition and calls for his resignation from his own party. So far, 27 MPs have resigned from the government in less than 24 hours, with many questioning the Prime Minister's integrity over the handling of the Chris Pincher allegations. During a heated exchange in a packed House of Commons this afternoon, the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, likened ministers quitting to sinking ships fleeing the rat.
He's had them defending his decision to promote a sexual predator. Every day, the lines he's forced them to take have been untrue. First, that he was unaware of any allegation. Untrue. Then, he was unaware of any specific allegation. Untrue. Then he was unaware of any serious specific allegation. And now he wants them to go out and say that he simply forgot that his whip was a sexual predator. Anyone with anything about them would be long gone from his front bench.
When times are tough and when the country faces pressures on the economy, and pressures on their budgets, Mr. Speaker. And when we have the biggest war in Europe for 80 years, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly the moment that you'd expect a government to continue with its work, not to walk away.
The former Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, has said he couldn't lose his integrity. Making a personal statement of resignation after Prime Minister's questions in the Commons, Mr Javid said the reset button can only be pressed so many times, and at some point we have to conclude that enough is enough. Both he and Rishi Sunak, the former Chancellor, quit their jobs within minutes of each other last night. In some other news, a joint police operation across 5 countries has targeted an organised crime network accused of smuggling up to 10,000 people into the UK on small boats. Around 40 people were arrested in coordinated raids in the UK, Belgium, Germany, France and the Netherlands, including 6 people in London. 135 small boats and more than 1,200 life jackets were also recovered in Germany and the Netherlands. TV, online and DAB+ radio, this is GB News. Shortly, we'll be back to the briefing.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
And welcome back to this special edition of The Briefing with me, Liam Halligan and Alex Phillips. And it strikes me that the government is now collapsing before our very eyes. We've just heard of the resignation of the Levelling Up Minister, Kemi Badenoch, MP for Saffron Walden. She came into the House of Commons in 2017, often tipped as a potential leader of the future. And now also the resignation of some more junior ministers, Neil O'Brien, Lee Rowley, Julia Lopez, Alex Burghardt. We turn to Michael Fabricant. You're a Boris Johnson supporter for the most part. Even you must now think, Michael Fabricant, with all due respect, it's over.
It's certainly not looking good. I'm not going to go any further than that. Look, I'm still backing him. I'm still supporting him. I heard that Labour lady earlier on come up with all the tropes about, how we were backing Owen Paterson and all the rest of it, which we weren't, because I was in that particular team. We just wanted the rules changed because the rules were unfair. But I thought he was as guilty as hell. But hey, that's a detail now. Look, we'll just have to go and see. But I tell you what, I'm backing him still because, I know what briefing he got all 3 years ago because I've been doing some inquiries. This is Boris Johnson when he heard about Chris Pincher. And it was an oral briefing, and it was a complaint had been made against him. We've done an inquiry. We're not taking it further. He's been reprimanded, and the guy who was affected is happy and content with the outcome. Now, 3 years later, do you remember it? So all these accusations of lying, I think, are very unfair. Forgetfulness? Maybe. But you know what? If anybody's a prime minister and you're being told that on top of wars in Ukraine and everything else, are you going to remember some detail that somebody had a complaint made against them? And you know what? It's all been sorted amicably.
We'll tell you what, back in for one more hour and you'll have a job as a minister.
Well, I want a dukedom. If I get a dukedom, you heard it here first.
In all honesty, the thing is, back him or don't back him, not enough people do at this point. And he's now going to be facing the Liaison Committee any moment now, really, which is going to be a sort of on-air roasting, isn't it? And then you've got the 1922 committee reforming, possibly rewriting the rule book to oust him.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there's got to be elections. I mean, nobody likes the Liaison Committee, I can tell you. I was on it. And I remember Tony Blair saying he loathes it almost as much as 10 down as Prime Minister's
This
questions.
is the committee of select committee chairs, very senior parliamentarians.
Very senior parliamentarians, of which I was one, so that I didn't do it anymore. And I was on that committee. And yes, and every time every so many months, we bring in the Prime Minister for that roasting. But that's what the Prime Minister knows he's there for.
Michael, there is some gallows humour going on here. We're all shocked at what's happening around us. And, you know, if people watching this at home, listening to it on the radio, will hear a bunch of journalists and politicians laughing and joking. There's a lot of fear out there in the country about this cost of living crisis. A lot of people put their faith in Boris Johnson. And a lot of people, our inbox, GBNews at gbnews.uk, our Twitter feed shows there is discontent that he hasn't been given a chance.
Yeah.
You would surely agree with that,
I
given
totally agree
that you're
with it.
backing him.
I'm a Twitteratum. Or is it a Twitterati? No, that's the plural. I'm a Twitteratum. And I'm just a twit. Yeah, you're right. And I get lots of people saying this is so unfair. It's a witch hunt. But you know what? We are where we are. But you know, the one I feel sorry for is Nadhim Zahawi. I was talking last night to Andy Street, who is the mayor of the West Midlands, who's over the moon with the fact that Nadhim Zahawi is now the Chancellor of the Exchequer. You know, it could be the shortest-serving Chancellor of the Exchequer that we've ever had in this country. But you're right, we shouldn't be joking about it because we don't know who is going to take over. You know, we're virtually at war. We don't admit it. But we're virtually at war with the Russians. I mean, every other week, Putin says, and viewers should not be worried about this because this is just what Putin says. But, you know, we could wipe, the first bombs will go on London, not New York, not anywhere else, but London, because Boris is our enemy and the British are our enemy. So, you know, this is about the worst time to have a leadership election. I'm still hoping, actually, for the sake of the country, for the sake of the country, that we can still hang on to Boris.
But it is now being reported by very credible sources that Michael Gove has told the Prime Minister that it's time to go. Boris Johnson can't recover from that, if that is actually the case.
From Michael Gove saying that? You are joking, Liam.
No,
you are joking.
I'm not joking.
If you had said the Chief Whip had said that,
I'm not joking.
That would be serious.
I'm not
for
joking.
Michael Gove to say that.
I'm not joking because I really don't think this is a joking matter. I'm nervous about all of us laughing here. I don't think it's a good look. Right?
Well, don't worry about looks. What's important is what's important.
I don't think it's a good look for the political and media class to be laughing and joking about this. My point is...
It's nervous laughter like during the Second World War, during the Blitz.
The point
people in Bakerloo Line, when they were sheltering from the German bombs above, laughed and joked. And, you know, that's the British spirit. So I'm not going to apologise. You shouldn't apologise for yourself.
No, I'm not.
Because it is surreal what's going on.
I'm not apologising either. My point is that someone like Michael Gove, with the nose that he has for opinion within the Conservative Party, if he is now publicly ditching the Prime Minister, who is his only hope of getting back to power.
I love Michael Gove. You know, at one stage in our lives, we had a bromance. Now, stop laughing, Liam, I'm being serious. But, you know, Michael Gove and loyalty, I think in grammar, it's called an oxymoron. The two don't go together necessarily. So when you say, oh, Michael Gove has come out against Boris, I mean, we've seen all that before. Incidentally, by the way, what was very odd was Sajid Javid's speech. He gave a good speech, though it was a bit flat. But when he said at the beginning, I'm not a quitter, and I thought to myself, hang on for a moment. He quitted from Boris last time round. Yeah. But anyways, I don't know who wrote his speech, but I'd get a new scriptwriter.
Well, we know that you're not a quitter, backing Boris as always.
Yeah, because I like the guy, and I actually think he makes a good Prime Minister.
Yeah.
A lot of our viewers will agree with you.
Yeah, and I said on GB News yesterday or the day before, you know, it's so difficult to keep count because so much is happening all the time. But I was saying on GB News, you know, what are Boris's fault? I said two of them. One is loyalty. And I can't remember what the other one was. But the third one is, you know, he's not a details man. But you know what? You don't want a details man. Theresa May was a details woman. John Major was a details man. People say that Margaret Thatcher was a details person. Actually, she wasn't. She was much more the visionary. And that's what Boris is. And what I fear that is if Boris can't hang on there, and I do hope he does, we'll end up with some technocrat who will be as boring as hell, and that won't inspire anyone, nor will it be best for the people of this country.
Michael Fabricant, MP for Lichfield, fabulous analysis amidst the laughter, and you're right, it is gallows humour, it is nervous laughter. We are reeling in this studio from what's happening here in British politics. Let's talk to some of our reporters who've been getting reactions to this story from elsewhere. Alice Porter is in Uxbridge in West London, which is, of course, Boris Johnson's constituency, and our Yorkshire and Humber reporter, Anna Riley, is in Richmond, which is Rishi Sunak's constituency. Alice, what's the mood there at the end of the Metropolitan line?
Hello there. Well, I have to say I've been here since the crack of dawn, and there's only one topic that is on everybody's lips, and that is Boris Johnson. And I have to say, I think the tide may be turning against him in his constituency, because I've been here a number of times over the last few months. I came here to get people's reaction to Partygate, to when there was the vote of no confidence in him, and there was always a degree of loyalty from a number of people I spoke to. But I do think that may be changing, that actually people are still loyal to the Conservatives here. This is a very, very safe Tory seat ever since it was first created. But I think there is a feeling from many of the people I was speaking to that maybe, to echo Sajid Javid's comments, that enough is enough. This is what some of the people had to say when I spoke to them this morning.
I do think that he needs to be held accountable for what he's done, the actions he took, and I think we need a new leader.
Well, I think he should stay because he's done a terrific job. You know, getting us Brexit through COVID.
The time's to go. You can't defend the indefensible.
That was some of the people in Uxbridge speaking to me earlier today. And I think it's important to say, no matter what happens with Boris Johnson, he still would remain as the MP for Uxbridge and Ruislip. But the real question is that even if he's able to cling on, what would happen in 2 years' time when there's a general election? And I have to say, if you'd asked me when I'd come here a few months ago, I wouldn't be so clear. But after speaking to some people, I think that his future is certainly uncertain in his constituency.
Much. Anna, what's the reaction been like where you are?
Yes, well, Rishi Sunak, obviously, we know he resigned as Chancellor last night over Boris Johnson's handling of the Chris Pincher row. The Richmond MP said, "I recognise this may be my last ministerial job, but I believe that these standards are worth fighting for, and that's why I'm resigning." He said the public expected government to be conducted properly, competently and seriously in his resignation letter. Well, I've been speaking to people here in Richmond about whether they thought that it was the right decision that Rishi Sunak made to stand down as Chancellor, and this is what they had to say.
We're all a bunch of cowboys. Rishi Sunak's probably the only one with brains, and I'm glad he's eventually decided to jettison Johnson, because I think he's a proven liar and incompetent, lacks integrity, and I hope he goes very soon.
I think it's taken them far too long to resign. You know, the complete lack of integrity that they've shown, you know, over the past months is really catching up with them quickly.
Pretty obvious. I mean, Boris Johnson he just seems to be stumbling along from one thing to another.
He's done a great job. I think certainly with my business, with regards to sort of hospitality, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the support we got with the grants and the furlough.
I think he did the right thing, and I think he made the right choice in doing so now, to distance himself from the present government, who are just turning out to be liars.
So there's been some mixed opinions here in Richmond. Some people supporting Rishi Sunak's decision to stand down as Chancellor. Others saying we're in a cost of living crisis at the moment and that he should have stayed in post. But if Rishi Sunak is right in saying that this may be his last ministerial position, constituents here in Richmond may be seeing a lot more of him.
Anna Riley there joining us from Richmond in Yorkshire. Interesting voices from both you and indeed from Alice Porter in Uxbridge. Thank you both for bringing us the views from those two important constituencies, the Prime Minister and the former Chancellor's constituencies.
Well, still with us is Benjamin Loughnane from the Bow Group and Michael Fabricant. So, Benjamin, I'm going to come back to you. It's interesting, isn't it, that the word that keeps coming up, both in the resignation letters and now in the Vox Pops, the good people of Britain, is the word integrity. And I get the impression, I mean, the recent resignation letter from Neil O'Brien, Kemi Badenoch and others said the problem is the issues that have been facing the Prime Minister, but the way in which they were handled. And I get the feeling if Boris Johnson was more aligned to the word I'm sorry and I didn't know or I should have done something about it, he wouldn't be in this mess.
Well, I think a couple of years ago when he came to power, people wanted someone who would, it was a bit of an iconoclast. He could break through the deadlocks in Parliament, get things done like Brexit and, get things through. And things like integrity and trust were lower on the list of people's priorities back then. But now people have got back to having had Boris for a couple of years. They're getting a sense of why it's so important to have a leader you can trust, who can say sorry and admit when they're wrong and has integrity and doesn't do those wrong things in the first place. And I think having a couple of years of Boris, he got Brexit done, or, I would say he probably didn't really get it done. It's not fully done. There's still things that need to be done. But he did that iconoclastic thing that he was brought in to do. But now people are starting to see his flaws in a much sharper relief. And I think they're getting a bit sick of it. And it's not about Chris Pincher. It's not about Partygate. It's not about any of those stories. It's about Boris as a person, fundamentally. That's what people are upset with.
And it's about those ministers who are on airwaves backing him, being told categorically by Number 10 that Boris did not know anything about allegations against Chris Pincher. For that line to then be completely turned around within a matter of hours and them saying, well, we've just been trotted out to essentially tell your porcupines to the public.
Well, everyone in Westminster knew about Chris Pincher. He had a reputation. If Boris didn't, then it's even more worrying because he was clearly out of touch with something that everyone else is aware of. And if he's that unaware, then that's worse than being aware and lying about it almost. But no, I think, look, the situation Boris is in now is that his use has expired and people are starting to focus a lot more on the negatives than the positives that he brings. And the time is up, really. I think that's as simple as it is.
Michael Fabricant, just briefly, because we do need to move on. We've just heard, haven't we, that Liam Fox, former Defence Secretary, MP for North Somerset, a very senior parliamentarian, former leadership candidate himself, has withdrawn his support from Boris Johnson. The collapse continues.
Yeah, a friend and a colleague. We're hearing about the collapse. There are many, though, who, of course, are not collapsing, if you like. There are many who still support Boris. That doesn't get to be the news. But it's certainly getting to be a difficult, I wouldn't say untenable, but a very difficult situation for Boris. I think, he will be considering, he will presumably be going in at 3 o'clock to the Liaison Committee. If he doesn't turn up, that could be a hint of something. But if he goes there, it can last 90 minutes, 2 hours. We may hear later tonight a decision by Boris, or he may say, no, look, you know what? About 25% of the party has quit, but 75% are still with me. We'll find out.
Michael Fabricant, for now, thank you very much for that.
Yeah, with pressure piling on the Prime Minister after that wave of resignations. And that wave keeps coming in, more of a tidal wave right now. And today's heated PMQs. Could Boris Johnson's Teflon coat have finally worn away?
Let's talk now to columnist and Conservative political commentator Samantha Smith. Samantha, good to have you with us, representing the younger generation. What's your view of what's happening? Do you feel there's been a witch hunt against him by the political and media class, or do you think it is now time for him to go?
I think it's very interesting that Michael Fabricant described it as a witch hunt, because I would say that it's the complete opposite. Witch hunts are unfounded. They're often by people with no basis. I mean, you look at the Asylum witch trials and it was innocent women being burned alive for absolutely nothing. Boris Johnson he's put himself in this situation. The people that are calling for his resignation aren't left-wing Ramonas. They aren't just the usual suspect, those that can be easily brushed off as, anti-Boris fanatics. No, there are people from all sides of the party, people who backed Boris, like Tom Hunt, incredible party loyalists, incredible Boris supporters, who are now saying enough is enough, the time is up. you've done too much damage to your own reputation, the reputation of the party, and to the future of the government in the public's eyes to be able to continue. I think, like I said, it isn't just the usual suspects coming out against. We're seeing ministers in the highest levels of government, Rishi Sunak and Sajid Javid, who have given Boris plenty of chances. I mean, in Sajid's brilliant speech in the Commons today, he said, you know, he quit government with Boris once before, but he didn't hesitate to come back in the national interest. Rishi Sunak has obviously always been very, very different to Boris, very different leadership styles, very different goals and ambitions, but they have compromised over and over again in the national interest, in what Rishi and what many people in the public would have hoped would be in our best interest. But what we're seeing is Boris putting his own selfish interests and his desire to cling on to power as long as possible over the good of the party and the good of the people.
Samantha, thank you ever so much. Really great to have younger people on talking about this as well. Well, now we're going to cross live to Westminster and our political correspondent, Tom Harwood, who is joined by Christine Jardine, who's Liberal Democrat MP and their Treasury spokesman. Tom, Christine.
Yes, Alex, that's right. Do you know what? It has been almost impossible to catch up with this fresh wave of resignations. So many names, not only resigning from the government, Mims Davies resigning as a DWP employment minister, Anna Firth submits a letter of no confidence. She was just recently won that by-election in Southend, of course, for the Conservatives. We've had a report that Michael Gove has gone to see Boris this morning, sending him a message saying that the gig is up, and of course that joint resignation by 5 ministers, Kenny Badenoch, Neil O'Brien, Alex Burghardt, Lee Rowley and Julia Lopez, all resigning in one go. It's quite astonishing to see the scale and the speed of what has happened just in the last half an hour. But as you rightly say, I'm standing here with Christine Jardine, the Liberal Democrat MP for Edinburgh West, and I was about to say we haven't really seen anything like this in quite some time, but it's only 3 years ago that this was happening to Theresa May.
This didn't happen to Theresa May. I don't think this has ever happened to a Prime Minister, certainly not that I know of in British history, where practically their whole cabinet has resigned and refused to work with them. This is unprecedented, but the disappointment is that it has taken so long. That Sajid Javid rightly spoke about integrity in his statement, but if they appreciated that the Prime Minister had this lack of integrity, why has it taken so long? Why have they allowed the country to get into this situation?
Is it the case that there is something particularly different with regard to what has taken place with regard to sexual assault allegations? That this is something of a different order, a different magnitude to whether or not Boris Johnson had a glass of wine with a group of people he was working with? That almost seems more trivial than the weighty matter that took place over this weekend.
Let's not trivialise everything else that has happened. All of that was serious and none of it was acceptable. But what has happened over the weekend, what we have heard about this specific set of circumstances and allegations, is completely and utterly unacceptable. As you say, it is on a slightly different plane, but let's not trivialise everything else. Let's not trivialise the PPE contracts that went astray, the cronyism that we've had in this government. It's enmeshed in sleaze, everything they've done for the last 2 years. There's been so much of it. And, there are ministers in that government that I respect, and I don't know how they have kept going for this length of time. But what has happened over the past week has been completely and utterly unacceptable. And we see that reflected in the number of ministers who have just said today, no, enough. We do not want any more to do with this. But the country does need change.
We're hearing a lot about internal Conservative Party psychodrama today. But as a Member of Parliament sitting on the opposition benches, what are your thoughts about what happens next? Is it time for a vote of confidence across the whole House, not just within the Conservative Party?
Well, we need change. We need a change of direction. This government has been incapable of providing the leadership that the country needs. Boris Johnson hasn't provided the leadership. We need a Prime Minister that we can have confidence in. It's time to change. It's time to change direction. And if this government can't do it, then they should go. They should all go. So that's what we need now. We need change. We need a better direction for the country. We need a government that's in touch with what ordinary families and pensioners up and down this country are dealing with at the moment. And we haven't had that.
Does that mean you want to see a no confidence vote in the House of Commons, a general election this summer?
what I want to see is change. What I want to see is the government getting to grips with the issues that the country is facing. If that means a general election, somebody else decides it's a general election, then I will accept that. But what I want now is for the issues that we are facing to be dealt with, for families not to face these massive tax hikes and the stealth taxes that they're facing, for the government to cut VAT, to put £600 back in ordinary families' pockets, to actually take action to help the squeezed middle who are finding themselves dragged into debt and just wondering how they're going to pay the bills. That's what I want. I want action on that. And whoever is in Downing Street next week or tomorrow even, we don't know, whoever is in Downing Street, to actually address those issues and do something about them for all of us.
Well, Christine Jardine, Liberal Democrat Treasury spokesman, and MP for Edinburgh West, thank you so much for joining us here on College Green and what is turning out to be a fairly momentous day in British politics. Back to you.
From Tom Harwood there, our peerless GB News political reporter talking to Liberal Democrat Christine Jardine.
Yeah, and we are expecting Boris Johnson at the Parliamentary Liaison Committee. Apparently he has turned up, which means he hasn't yet resigned or anything of that
He's still Prime Minister.
And also someone who also hasn't yet resigned and is still with us at GB News is Benjamin Loughnane from the Conservative think tank, the Bow Group. We can actually go to Boris Johnson right now, so let's do that instead.
Will be aware that the House has referred the question of whether or not the Prime Minister's answer about the events in Number 10 and the Cabinet Office during lockdown amounted to misleading. The House referred that to the Privileges Committee. Just as we would not refer to something which was sub judice, it would be wrong to go into detail about a matter which the House has referred elsewhere for examination. And I very much wanted colleagues and the Prime Minister and the public to understand that we have to operate under that constraint. And I remind colleagues that the Speaker and his deputies have pulled people up about this in the Chamber. We should not be undermining the process the House itself has set in place. There is, of course, no difficulty in raising any other matter. And the Prime Minister, I have no wish to constrain anything that you wish to say in this committee, but I will have to pull you up if you stray into the Privileges Committee remit. Thank you. Prime Minister, it is our intention to start with the great issues facing the nation and to move to the question of integrity in politics and related matters towards the end of the session. Unless you wanted to dispose of those matters immediately first.
I'll be subverted to your committee. I'll be guided entirely.
Right. Very good. I'm afraid I will pull you up if your answers are pressing on time, so that we can deal with that latter topic fully and properly at the end. And if your answers are too long, I'm afraid we will just detain you until we have completed our business. So every incentive for you to be as crisp as possible, and that goes for the questions as well, colleagues. We will start on the topic of Ukraine with the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee.
The alliance that has been brought together to dissuade Russia from further actions and indeed to push Russia out of Donetsk and Luhansk has clearly got a window of opportunity before the winter starts to bite and the coalition starts to fracture as energy prices in Europe rise and homes across our country start to suffer. Are you able to concentrate on building that alliance at the moment?
Yes, and thanks, Tom. If you look at what the UK has done over the last couple of weeks, I think that the efforts of UK diplomacy, UK strategists, security, armed forces have been very considerable, and G7 outcomes were at the upper end of expectations. NATO certainly, again, probably both exceeded expectations in the level of unity, and virtually every country around the table in NATO determined to help President Zelensky in that window of opportunity that you described.
And you're seeing, of course, food prices rise around the world as the ports of Odessa are closed, Mariupol and so on occupied. What are you doing to make sure that the food is getting out from the Black Sea, that such wheat is available, is able to get out? How are you supporting the United Nations? And what are you doing to prepare those states, including the Middle East and, of course, in Africa, who are facing enormous food poverty and the possibility of migration and the pressures that will cause?
So, first of all, on the grain that's being held hostage in Odessa, we're working with the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who's leading the negotiations. The Turks are clearly crucial. They hold the waters. What the UK is offering is both demining capabilities, including remote demining capabilities, which we're good at, and the insurance of the vessels that might be used to ferry the grain out through the Bosphorus. We're also, because we're looking at other routes in addition to convoys through the Bosphorus, we're also doing what we can to help smaller packets of grain go through land routes or indeed up the river, up the Danube, and out that way. And we're spending some money on upgrading the railways to that end, and you're starting to see some growing quantities of grain coming out, not via the Black Sea, but overland and on the rivers.
Now we're seeing, as you know, enormous pressure on the weaponry that goes into Ukraine. We're seeing a lot of promises, and sadly, from many countries, fewer deliveries than promised. What are you doing to increase the production and cooperation between armaments companies around Europe and around the United States and Canada to increase the supply?
The UK led the way in inaugurating the Ramstein conferences, which have brought countries together to supply weaponry to Ukraine, and though the Americans are now very much in the lead on that and are certainly providing the bulk of what's going in. And we'll be doing more in August as the Copenhagen conference, as I'm sure you know, another military donor conference. There is the supplies continue to go in. The Ukrainians are steadily getting the kind of kit that they need if they're going to expel the Russians from where they are. But it's also very important that they are trained to use the MLRS, the multi-launch rocket systems, effectively, so that very expensive weaponry is put to good use.
Now, your Foreign Secretary, forgive me, has explained that victory in Ukraine means taking back every single square inch of Ukrainian soil, including Crimea. What's your view of victory?
We can't be more Ukrainian than the Ukrainians. That's for them to decide. President Zelensky has set out his ambitions. It will ultimately be for him to decide what the terms that he wants. But he's been very clear that he would like to return at least to the status quo ante February the 24th.
And so what's your view of what victory for us should look like?
I think I think the victory for the Ukrainians would be a result that the Ukrainian people feel is the right one. And at the moment, I think I'm right in saying that 90% or more of Ukrainians believe passionately that there should be no deal that involves land for peace, and they want the Russians expelled from every part of the territory that Putin has invaded.
Are you confident of holding the NATO agreement together, or rather the European and American agreement together, in making sure that coalition sustains the Ukrainians even when the winter prices start to bite?
I think what was notable at Madrid was how anxieties about the friability of the coalition were proved to be unfounded, and that's because the logic of the situation simply demands international unity. There's no other solution. There's no deal on offer. Even if the Ukrainians wanted to do a deal of land for peace, Putin isn't offering any such deal. He still remains utterly maximalist in his objectives, and that's why we have to continue to support Zelensky in the way that we are, and that's accepted around the table.
And part of your commitment to sustaining Ukrainian operations and indeed wider British military operations is your increase to 2.5%, given that the various international organisations and indeed our own statistical agencies do not foresee any growth in the UK economy in the coming years. Who are you going to take the money off in order to increase the defence budget?
I'm not certain I agree with your premise about the growth of the UK economy in the coming years. I think if you look at both, I'm sure we'll come to this in in later sections, but in both the IMF and the OECD see us going back to at or near the top of the growth league.
It's still a percentage rather than absolute.
Yeah, sure. But the 2.5 is a logic. It's just a prediction. It's based on the, I think, reasonable assumption that we are going to have to continue with the investments that we're making in the Future Combat Aircraft System and the AUKUS agreements with the Australians and the Americans. These are very big projects, and they'll be expensive, but they're the right things for the country.
And so the last question from me will be on Sweden and Finland. Clearly their membership of NATO is an extremely important event, not just for them but for all of us. What are the implications for the guarding of the High North, and particularly the integrity of the United Kingdom and Scotland as part of that in the alliance? And what are the commitments that the UK is willing to make to increase cooperation with Sweden and Finland, not just in military supplies but also in training?
Yeah, well, thank you. We already do a lot of cooperating with the Joint Expeditionary Force. The JEF, as you know, is up there in the High North. The addition of Finland and Sweden is a great moment for the alliance. I think it will strengthen the alliance, and it tells you all you need to know about Putin and his aggression at countries as peaceable as Sweden and Finland have decided to join NATO.
Thank you, Chair. Prime Minister, good to see you again. We're establishing that the world is getting more dangerous. The next decade is going to be very bumpy indeed. I want to focus on UK defence capabilities. Despite the injection of £24 billion, the integrated view has seen a tilt towards cyber and space, which is welcome, but it's come at the expense of cuts to all three conventional services. At your last appearance here, prior to the Russian invasion, you boldly stated that tanks are not the answer to the defence of Ukraine, that the old concepts of tank battles on the European landmass are over. Prime Minister, do you now recognise the value of tanks as part of our landfall warfare mix, and plans to reduce our tank numbers now need to be reviewed?
Thank you very much, Tobias. I think that when you certainly, I think that it's important for the UK to have tanks, but I think for the Ukrainian purposes, even more valuable were anti-tank weapons. And if you look at what really changed the course of the first few weeks of the war, it was the javelins, it was the NLAWs in particular, and the javelins that were used to destroy the tanks and ready to make Russia's tank warfare extremely difficult. And you'll have seen exactly what happened.
That's understood, and I don't disagree with that. What I'm trying to stress at is that the defence budget, it will actually go down by £1 billion in 2023-24, according to library figures. And you mentioned NLAWs. We have stockpiles which are being depleted. We're short of deep fire capabilities, rocket artillery, air defence, and indeed hypersonics as well. This is where the character of conflict is moving. We need to invest more, including in those tanks, which we're cutting by a third, and indeed our warrior fighting vehicles. We have no capability to do dismounted infantry because we're actually cutting the entire warrior fleet. Could I beg with the Prime Minister to reconsider the army numbers? If there's one thing he could take away from here, with his new Chancellor, to look at securing £40 million required to reverse the cuts in our army manpower.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to stress that we value immensely the armed forces, in the sense we value the numbers of troops. If you include the reserves, they're in fact over 100,000, so 73,000 in the regular army plus 30,000 reserves. But I think it's also very important that, and I heard all the points that people like General Sanders have made, but the important thing is to have the best possible equipment for those troops, and that's what we're doing.
Well, let's look at that equipment, because in the army, I just said, we're losing a third of our tanks, we're losing our warrior fighting vehicles, we're decimating our tracked land warfare capability. In the RAF, we're down from 36 squadrons during the Gulf War to just 6 today. We're losing all our Hercules heavy lift, we're losing, we only have 48 of the 138 F-35s, we're losing 2 of the E-7 I-Star aircraft that are so critical to work with the F-35s. And in the Navy, In 1990s, during the Cold War, we had 13 destroyers, 35 frigates, and we're down to just 18. We are hollowing out all our armed services at the very time that, as you mentioned, the head of the army is saying we face in 1937 moment. This is the time to be investing in our armed forces, not depleting our capability.
Well, I agree with that, but that's why we're spending 24 billion over the next 4 years. It's the biggest increase since the end of the Cold War, and I think that money is being wisely spent.
It's been spent already. It's gone.
Well, it's over the next 4 years.
Yeah, it's gone in to invest into paying for the replacement of the Vanguard submarines. The money didn't even hit the sides. That's where it was needed to make sure that program allowed us to continue our nuclear deterrent.
I understand, but we're also committed, as I said earlier on, to a number of massive projects. You mentioned heavy lift aircraft. Actually, if you look at what the UK has, I think we're still by far the biggest possessor of heavy lift aircraft in Europe. On ships, where we've got a very active shipbuilding program. Tobias, I take your point about tanks again, humbly and sincerely, and I will take it away and look at it and look at the armoured personnel carriers, the armoured vehicles. They have been useful to the Ukrainians, particularly the armoured vehicles, but. The committee should be in no doubt. We're investing massively in defence.
I hear what you say, but I mean, you're a classicist. Your responses to date make me feel like Homer's Cassandra. I say to you, we must prepare for the storm clouds that are coming over the horizon, and you don't seem to believe me. I say we can't afford these troop cuts in our army numbers, but you don't believe me. And I say that we need to reverse these cuts in our land warfare systems, our ships, and indeed our planes, and you still don't believe me. And there is a change afoot. We are our history, and a turning point in our history, and we need to prepare for what is coming over the horizon. Britain must play its part. There is a gap in leadership in Europe, and I want Britain to assume that role. We can only do so if we prepare today and advance our defence posture.
I really think you should have been at NATO to listen to.
I wasn't invited, sir.
One day. To listen to what the other countries say about the UK contribution and the indispensability of UK armed forces, our contribution to NATO's new force model, the role that we play. We're the second biggest spender in NATO, but a massive contributor to all the joint operations. And I think Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General, would testify that. And when you say, I don't believe that's not true, I do understand the need for more spending on defence. It has to be balanced against other priorities, and it is going up.
Then reverse those troop numbers.
Okay. Can I just press one matter related to this? We have given away our training stocks of NLAW, of MLRS, and other munitions to the Ukrainians. What are we doing to galvanise the supply chain back to a wartime capability that will provide resilience of stocks? Because at the moment we simply can't replace those stocks.
Well, thank you. But actually, if you look at what's happening in Belfast, they are making a lot of NLAWs.
They're not replacing as fast as we're giving them away. That is a fact.
That is true. They take a while to make, but we're replacing them.
But I mean, this goes to the heart of the integrated review, which was very good on analysis and requirement, but there are only 2 pages on the implementation. What are we going to do to make sure that we implement the defence integrated review so that we actually have the capability ready when we need it? Because at the moment we don't.
We're supplying a huge amount of capability. I accept the view that we need to modernise and do more, and more NLAWs are certainly rolling off the production line at Thales. I think it's Thales in Belfast.
Is it time to quickly? Is it time to review aspects of the integrated review?
I think the integrated review has stood the test of time well.
We're going to move on.
And I'm happy to take it up later.
Angus McNeill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Prime Minister, about 4 years ago just now, I was comparing your predecessor to Gloria Gaynor, because she will survive. And at that very moment, there was perhaps a young Lochidvar type making his resignation statement in the House of Commons at that moment. Can you remember who that was?
Mr. McNeil, you have to.
It was yourself, Prime Minister. I was just checking that you're a bit of a trendsetter in that regard. Yes. But when it seems from the rumours I'm hearing from Conservative MPs that you're beyond Gloria Gaynor. You're more the Paul Young, and you want to tear the playhouse down. And the warning they're getting is, if it's a sure destruction of the Prime Minister, you might make it mutual. You might call a general election of a cull of Tory MPs, something that, of course, that'd be very welcome in many sides. But the point of clarification and disagreement that some of us have had in light of powers being taken away from the Fixed Term Parliament Act, do you need the permission of the Queen, or do you just need to inform the Queen to hold an election?
No, I really don't think that anybody in this country wants politicians to be engaged in electioneering now or in the immediate future. And I think that we need to get on with serving our voters and dealing with the issues that they care about.
So your nervy backbenchers are okay. Interestingly, we've had some difficulty in the International Trade Committee with CRAG and the triggering of the process to bring about this, and you get a note about this in Parliament. We look for an extension of CRAG. But I also want to put it to you, Prime Minister, Brexit is a 5% damage to GDP. And these trade agreements you're signing up to are a minor part. I mean, they're 0.08% of GDP. It's equivalent to going out and losing £500 and coming back with £8 or £2, it could be in the case of New Zealand, and thinking you've done well. Is the Brexit process and the trade agreement process good for the economy, given what your own figures are saying?
Yes, I think that they are. And
so if you lose £500 and come back with £8, you'll tell us all you're having a good day.
It was the ability to set our own medicines policy that enabled us to come out of the to vaccinate everybody.
Every country's done that. Come on. And the death rates. We can trade that. I'm asking you a specific economic question.
Most fair-minded people.
What about 5%?
Order.
Can you answer
Order. Prime Minister.
Thank you. Prime Minister, can you answer
Prime Minister.
Can you answer the question?
Yes. So to your point, Mr. McNeil, about the economic benefits, just one. In addition to the free ports, free trade deals, the ability to vary regulation, and all the rest of it, I would point out that by being able to vaccinate faster than a lot of other, I think virtually every other European country, was able to come out of lockdown, which was a considerable economic benefit.
Question, not a vaccines question.
Mr. McNeil.
But I don't want to answer the vaccines. Because time is short. Thank you. If you can't see the difference between £500 take away £8 and note that he's out of pocket, we have to leave that there, and the public can make up their own mind about the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, something else that's concerning many of my constituents is EGNOS. You might not know that it's a European geostationary navigational overlay system. It's a 3D system for aircraft in the air. The UK is the only G20 country without such a facility. It's affecting the training of pilots as well. Will you get the UK back into EGNOS quickly, or have an equivalent 3G navigation system in the air in place soon? It's required.
Well, thank you. That is a very interesting suggestion. I'll happily look at that. We do have a pioneering low Earth orbit system of satellites called OneWeb, as I'm sure you know. But
it's of no use to aircraft at the moment.
I don't know whether that's of any use.
No.
Perhaps you'll write to us on that matter.
Yeah, thank you. Prime Minister, you're a fan of imperial system. You want to have imperial measures.
Well, I think if people want to have them, I don't think that they
how easy is the system? I mean, how many ounces are in a pound?
No, I'm not going to. I'm afraid I was brought up in the.
So you don't know how many ounces are in a pound? The basics of the imperial system.
I think there are 16 ounces.
Mr. McNeil, we can't hear either of you what you're saying.
16 ounces to a pound.
16 ounces.
16 ounces to a pound.
I would tax you with pounds in a stone then.
But I've got to make a confession. I was educated all over the place, and I can do metric as well. If you put it that way.
So the Prime Minister of the UK is more adept in the metric system. Excellent.
I can tell you what I think of my weight in stone. How about that?
Okay, thank you very much. And probably put your mind at rest. I mean, I've heard mention of Sweden, Finland, and Scotland. I have no questions to ask about independence of Scotland. It's not a matter for you, it's a matter for the people of Scotland. Yep. It will be decided in Scotland. And I think, Prime Minister, that's about all that we need to discuss at the moment. Thank you. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. McNeill. Sir Robert Goodwill, DEFRA.
I'd like to bring us back to the topic of food security, both globally and nationally. I mean, globally, it's a matter of whether people eat or starve. Nationally, it's having a major impact on the cost of living crisis. And I wonder if we are underestimating the ease at which we can actually bring wheat supplies and sunflower supplies out of Ukraine, given the change of gauge of the railway lines into Poland, given the way that loading equipment in Odessa could be damaged by missiles. Is it really only realistic possibility if there were a ceasefire, and as long as conflict's going on, is there really a possibility we can get those supplies out?
So what's actually, what's happening is that the monthly consignments of grain out of Odessa are starting to go up. It should be about 5 million tonnes a month. I think that it's the most recent figures I saw for June, I think it was running about 2.75 million tonnes, so it's not nothing. You can get it out, not just by the sea, as I was saying earlier on, but by land routes as well. I think the risk is, I think what the Ukrainians are worried about is that if they negotiate a deal with Putin to get him to open up the Black Sea, he will demand the lifting of sanctions in an unacceptable way.
Coming close to home, the government published its food strategy a couple of weeks ago, which I think was widely welcomed. One aspect of that was having more food from our own resources. We're self-sufficient in liquid milk, but about 75% of the food that we can produce here, climatically, is produced here. Do you think, given the global situation, we should revisit things like rewilding, putting solar farms on arable land, or planting of trees, and we should concentrate on improving food production here at home?
I share that enthusiasm, and the food strategy that we launched a few weeks ago certainly puts our own domestic production at the heart of what we're trying to do. We have, I think, 74% self-sufficiency, but there's a massive opportunity. It affects our balance of trade. Personally, I would like to see many more solar panels on roofs than in what could be otherwise productive fields. And I think we need to think sometimes about the fiscal incentives that we offer.
Thank you. And finally, one of the key inputs into agriculture in our country is nitrogen fertiliser. We have one plant now operating at Billingham. The plant at Ince in Cheshire has been closed, and I think the owners are looking for buyers. Is the government aware of what it can do to try and get that plant operational again? Is there any assistance that might be available to possible buyers? Because we'll be once again reliant on imports of a product which internationally is in very short supply.
Yeah, so thank you. Look, this is a massive issue for farmers. We're not sufficiently self-reliant in fertiliser. We've had the fertiliser roundtable recently and tried to see what we can do to help. Trying to get alternatives, but clearly that's doesn't always work. Not as effective. We need to make much more fertiliser domestic. I have to say one of the reasons why the global south is suffering so much at the moment is also shortage of fertiliser, and there are far too few African fertiliser plants, and we should be doing what we can to help build fertiliser resilience around the world. They are really feeling it right now.
So have there been any conversations with prospective buyers of the plant in Cheshire, do you know?
I can't tell you about prospective buyers of that plant, but we're certainly concerned about, there is a single plant left, as you say, and that makes us, that puts a lot of pressure on that plant.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Elwood, you wanted to catch my eye very briefly for a one-liner?
On the Ukraine grain, we recognise, thank you, Chair, we recognise the importance of getting grain out of Ukraine. It's ground zero when it comes to feeding not just Europe but also Africa. Could I invite the Prime Minister? I think there's an opportunity for British leadership to take this to the UN General Assembly. It's something I've raised with you before, sir.
Yes.
And to see whether we can get those 2/3 votes to turn the port into humanitarian safe haven that will then allow or facilitate the starting point of getting that grain out in those ships. It's the ships that we need to get out. That's the scale of exports that are required. if we're to affect the cost of
Prime
living
Minister,
crisis here.
Prime Minister, that was a long one.
So thank you. I don't disagree at all. The question is could you get the Russians to do it? And sadly, as you know, Tobias, even in the UN General Assembly, although we got a great vote for the initial condemnation of the invasion, Russia and China are very influential.
Dame Diana, Home Affairs.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. A few weeks ago, I met a group of Ukrainian MPs who had travelled to the UK via the Republic of Ireland. Like every other country, the Republic of Ireland in Europe doesn't require a visa. They then travelled up through the common travel area. They didn't have anything checked. And they were raising with me whether it was a sensible decision to allow such a bureaucratic visa system for Ukrainians fleeing Ukraine was a sensible use of resources and, as we know, has compromised the capacity of the Home Office. What do you say to that?
I hear you loud and clear, Diana. I think that the argument that's been put to me is two things. First of all, we've got to be careful that we are able to screen people properly.
But these people are coming up through the common travel area, there's no screening.
I accept that, and I accept the limitations of screening. But on the other hand, you've got to look at what we've done so far. 135,000 visas have been issued, and I think that the record is getting better and better. The UK is hosting a lot of Ukrainians, and I think we should be very proud of that.
So perhaps I'll come on to the problems with the Home Office, which, as I've just alluded to, the capacity issues of the Home Office when they designed a whole new visa system. Why is it that British people are waiting so long to get their passports when we all knew there was going to be a surge in passport applications after COVID, with people wanting to travel, have family holidays, get married abroad, all of those things? Why is it that we've ended up with people waiting so long and having to spend so much time and money to get a passport?
Well, it is very frustrating, and I share everybody's frustration. I think the answer is that the demand has been very big because people are very keen to go on holiday. We've rushed people into the passport office.
But why are we having to do that?
And the numbers are starting to improve. I think from memory, 91% get their passport within 4 to 6 weeks.
Well, the standard that the Home Office is supposed to operate on is 3 weeks. It's now 10 weeks. When will it go back down to 3 weeks?
Well, I don't know when it goes back down to 3 weeks, but I think what I have in my head is that 91% get their passport within 4 to 6 weeks. And I'd urge everybody who's thinking of going away, 4 to 6 weeks from now, and hasn't got a passport, to get a passport.
Okay, so the bread and butter issues just aren't being looked at by the Home Office and dealt with in a very good way. Can I just ask you, why is it your government has now got a backlog of 89,000 asylum claims that they haven't decided? Why has that happened?
Well, the UK has historically had very large numbers of asylum claims, and I seem to remember that there were many thousands of asylum claims left undecided when the last Labour government left office.
No, Prime Minister, the asylum claims in this country have remained fairly steady in the last few years. So your Home Office has built up a backlog of nearly 90,000 claims they've not decided. So can I just ask you then, why is your government so bad at actually sending back failed asylum seekers? In 2010, we sent back 10,663. Last year, we sent back 806 failed asylum seekers. Why?
I don't think that it's the fault of the officials. I think they do their level best. I don't think it's that they're so bad. I think it's that our brilliant legal profession is so good at finding reasons why they should not be returned.
That's your answer. It's not to do with the fact you haven't been able to enter into agreements with other countries. You haven't got a replacement for the Dublin agreement.
My impression is that, and certainly if you look at what happened with the Dublin agreement, that broke down across the board, and returns agreements have been extremely hard to.
Well, let's just put it this way: that you sent back 20 people who came across in small boats across the Channel last year, 20, and there were 28,000 that came. Can I just ask you, do you expect the cuts to civil servants that you're talking about, the 20, 30 or 40% cuts, will that help the Home Office get to grips with some of these problems or make it worse?
I think that certainly what you need to, so when you talk about the asylum seekers crossing the channel illegally and in very frail vessels.
No, your cuts.
Yeah, well, the way to fix that is not just by having more civil servants. I think it is to have a proper deterrent for the people traffickers, and to reduce the numbers of people who are being made to risk their lives.
Okay, just my final question, if I may. Could you just confirm, and I just appreciate a yes or a no, that you met with the former KGB officer Alexandra Lebedev when you were Foreign Secretary without officials on the 28th of April 2018?
Well, I'd have to check, but
are you having a lapse of memory again?
No, but that's but you know, if you're asking me a very specific question about a very specific date, and I'd have to get back. I certainly have met the gentleman in question, who used to be the proprietor of the London Evening Standard, when I was Mayor of London. So I'm certainly not going to deny having met Alexander Lebedev. I certainly have. As far as I remember, he used to own the London Evening Standard.
Yes, but with officials when you were Foreign Secretary, did you meet with officials or without officials?
I certainly met him without officials.
Right.
And you know, as I say, he's a
perhaps you could write to us
proprietor of a
perhaps you could write to us with a specific.
I'm very happy to
specific answer to that very specific question.
Yes.
Meg Hillier.
Yes, can I just follow that up? Prime Minister, I mean, you said you met her without officials. Was that presumably was when you were Mayor of London? When you were Foreign Secretary, did you meet Alexander Lebedev?
I think I probably did, but
probably did.
As I said, I would need to check.
You used to regularly meeting him. I mean, is it probably because you meet him often, or probably because you can't remember?
I've met him on a very few occasions.
As Foreign Secretary.
On the occasion you're mentioning, if that was when I was Foreign Secretary, then yes.
Without officials.
Yes, I mean, that makes sense.
Did you report to your officials that you had met him?
I think I did mention it. Yes.
And where did you meet him?
I met him in Italy, as it happens, but I really, I forget. Anyway.
Well, perhaps you'll write to us.
Personal engagement, was it?
Yeah. It was. That's
personal
exactly
engagement
right.
Initially?
We'll move on. Caroline Notes, Equalities Committee.
Prime Minister, you've referred to the Homes for Ukraine and the Ukrainian Family schemes. Can you give us any indication of what proportion of the visas issued have been to women?
I can't, Caroline. I'm sorry. I'll have to write to you.
Okay, so we're not collecting official statistics on that, but the indicative ones suggest that it's 82% are women, many of whom have children with them. What safeguarding concerns do you have about Ukrainian women being here in the UK?
So one of the reasons why the scheme, people initially complained that the scheme was slow, but we wanted to make sure that people, when they arrived, got were in a safe environment. And so, as far as I know, the work is done to ensure that they're with families or with people who will look after them properly.
Do you feel comfortable that the accommodation is checked in many instances after people have arrived?
To the best of my knowledge, they have everybody that I've met or who's been involved in the scheme says it's working very well.
So you do feel comfortable if accommodation is checked after people have arrived?
I can't tell you, Caroline, exactly what checks are done on the accommodation after people have arrived, but I know that safeguarding is done to make sure that they have a good experience while they're here.
Do we know how many are no longer with their original sponsors?
I can't give you that, I don't know.
There's certainly indications that there could be as many as 660 Ukrainian households already who are owed a duty under the homelessness prevention. Do you have any concerns about where they're going to end up?
I don't know that that it's right that that there are that many Ukrainians who are homeless in the Ukraine in the UK. I think that where there are arrivals who have had a problem with their sponsors, with the household, the councils have a duty provide a roof for them, and that is supported by a grant of £10,500 per person. So we're not currently aware of any Ukrainian sleeping rough, for instance.
Okay, the statistics show that there are 660 Ukrainian households owed a prevention or relief duty for homelessness. Are you, you said earlier today, I think to Clive Betts, that people would be able to switch between the Ukrainian family scheme and the Homes for Ukraine scheme. When do you think that will be possible?
So we're trying to speed things up. I can't tell you when we're going to be able to make those two schemes allow people to move fluidly from one to the next, but clearly there's a logic in that.
And if people should be able to switch between the family scheme and the Homes for Ukraine scheme, should they also be able to switch sponsor within the Homes for Ukraine scheme and have the £350 a month funding follow them?
Interesting idea. We'll have a look at it. I'm not going to extemporize a solution.
If a lone woman has fled a sponsor's home because of safeguarding concerns, do you think the funding should follow her?
Well, I can see the logic of that, yes. But I will certainly have a look at what's happening. I'm sure that particular issue is something that Home Office staff have thought about.
Perhaps Minister Harrington and Minister Gove, if they're still with us, could look at that. Can I ask you specifically, when it comes to safeguarding concerns?
Yes.
Should safeguarding always be straightforward?
Well, of course.
Thank you for that. And finally, we know that people traffickers are operating between on the borders of Ukraine, particularly targeting women and young girls. Do you have any concerns that Ukrainian women are going to turn up on the beaches of Dover, trafficked here in small boats? And if that happens, what should we do to help them?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, that is not happening at the moment. We have safe and legal routes, several safe and legal routes for Ukrainians right now.
Earlier this week, a group of female Ukrainian MPs were at the OSCE meeting, specifically expressing concerns about people trafficking. Mm-hmm. What are you doing with other European governments to make sure that that does not happen?
The Home Office does a huge amount to tackle people trafficking upstream, working with other European governments. The National Crime Agency is heavily involved in that.
Are they specifically looking at the threat to Ukrainian women?
I know that one of the things that when the exodus began, one of the things that we were particularly doing is making sure that we had staff at particularly in Poland, who were looking after the interests of people who are leaving and who might be wanting to come to this country.
Are those staff trained to deal with people trafficking?
I believe so, but I would have to get back to you on that.
Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you. Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Chair.
Welsh Affairs.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. We're going to move on to cost of living issues now. Can I start very briefly by asking you, with the appointment of a new Chancellor last night, is the government's position still that it's committed to a full uprating, a full social security uprating next April based on September's CPI figures? So that's a full uprating of benefits and pensions next April.
I'm aware of no change in our policy.
Has the new Chancellor indicated any desire or intention to look at reopen any of the decisions we've made in response to the cost of living crisis, or indeed are there any areas that you would want him to reopen?
I think that what the new Chancellor is going to want to do is continue with the package of support that we set out, and don't forget that there's £1,200 for the 8 million most vulnerable households going into people's bank accounts this month, £400 to help everybody with the costs of energy, cuts to council tax, and I know that the new Chancellor is certainly committed to all of that.
So as far as you're concerned, Prime Minister, the basic template for our response to the cost of living crisis, indeed our wider tax and spend strategy, remains locked for now under the new Chancellor.
Well, you're pushing a bit too hard. I think that that would be, that's not quite the conclusion that I want you to draw. I certainly think that the new Chancellor will want to think about what we can do to do even more to help people, whether on the fiscal front or whatever.
The Minister for Brexit Opportunities recently appeared to be quite dismissive of OBR forecasts, and I think even appeared to question the usefulness of the OBR altogether. Do you, Prime Minister, have confidence in OBR forecasts?
I think that the OBR forecasts are very useful. I don't think that they should necessarily, but my experience is they don't always turn out to be correct. But that doesn't mean that they're without value.
When have they turned out to be correct?
Well, it's about I think, a rhetorical question.
So when the OBR in March, Prime Minister, predicted that the UK is going to see the fastest drop in living standards since the 1950s, is that an OBR forecast that you accept?
I think that we've got to be realistic, that there is going to be a lot of economic pain, and we've got to be frank with people about that, and that is certainly the case. What we will do, so what we're doing is trying to help the lowest income households as much as possible, and actually they may get fully compensated, but there will certainly be, or virtually fully, but there will certainly be a lot of pressure for a while. That pressure will then abate. We will get inflation under control. That is the big problem right now. But I'm very confident that it will have abated by next year.
And is the latest economic advice that you're receiving, Prime Minister, that OBR forecast about the drop in living standards is indeed correct, or are you receiving advice, any evidence to point to a softer landing, or indeed things getting even worse next week?
No, I want to repeat things. An inflation spike like this takes a long time to work through, and we've just got to be realistic about that. And there is going to be pressure on people's incomes, and there's going to be pressure on people's budgets, and it really is. We cannot ignore that. We will try to help people with massive or very substantial contributions to their paper to support them. And I've mentioned some of the sums that make up the £37 billion of support. But we also have to fix the underlying causes of inflation.
I mean, Prime Minister, you said a few moments ago, and I think you're absolutely correct, it's going to be very, very painful. And indeed, if the OBR forecast about living standards is anything like correct, it's going to be absolutely brutal for many families out there in the country in the months.
Well, I didn't say that, Stephen. But
that's my language.
Yeah.
Your language was painful, very painful. Do you accept, Prime Minister, forgive me for asking this, that at a time of such economic crisis for the country, for many families up and down the country, that what the country needs is a government with the very best team, the very best focus, absolutely squarely focused on tackling these issues? And when you see, Prime Minister, people like John Glenn leaving government, people like Kemi Badenoch, people like Neil O'Brien, one of the intellectual architects of levelling up, do you not feel, Prime Minister, that the very ability, capacity of this government to address these enormous overhanging issues is deteriorating as we speak?
Well, when I came into Parliament, I think there were about 140 Conservative MPs. I can't remember exactly what the number was. There are now 365 or so, 360 there or thereabouts. There is a wealth of talent, Stephen.
Order.
We should be confident in our ability to. And as for your point about the government focusing, the government is certainly focusing on the issues that matter. And today we're cutting taxes for everybody by £330 for 30 million people. Just this day, I've talked about the £1,200. We've just got 500,000 people off going to work.
Very quickly, Prime Minister, you're being very kind about us on the backbenches, but actually I think you're going to find it extremely hard to appoint people of the same calibre, of the kind of ministers I've mentioned to you. I think you can find it extremely difficult.
Well,
you don't need to reply to that point. I think the point's been made. You're catching my eye. You were a little bit under time. Yes?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, Prime Minister, just following on from that, you've had more resignations since any Prime Minister in 1932. Michael Gove has told you to go. The charade's up. The game's up. Really. Will you be Prime Minister tomorrow?
Of course, Mr. McNeill. But
next week,
I'm here to. Rather than giving any running commentary on my own career, I'm here to talk about what the government is doing, and that is. So that's what I was telling Stephen, and we're doing a lot, more and more.
Hugh Merriman, Transport.
Thank you, Sir Bernard. In the 6 minutes I have, Prime Minister, I want to talk to you about transport policy delivery, if you're focused. I want to talk about rail, air, and also road. Starting with rail, do you have all of the policy and legal interventions and levers that you need to end this rail strike?
Thanks very much, Hugh. I think that I call on the union barons and the railway companies to sort this out. I think that they should be able to do it, and I think that yes, we probably do need a few more tools to.
And specifically,
help
what
I think that you could have minimum service levels, you could have ballot thresholds, and as you know, we're bringing in. I think we've already brought in the provision for agency workers where that's necessary. Now, that's not going to fix problems like train drivers. You don't get agency workers to drive a train, but the argument I would make is that you need to modernise.
So let me just again focus on the levers, because I think under the Conservative manifesto there was a line that said only the Conservatives can get Brexit done, a few more things, and stop passengers being held hostage by the unions. But in fact, and that was with the introduction of that policy of minimum service levels. Yet that hasn't been introduced, and people are being held hostage, which might be your view. So why did you not bring, with an 80-seat majority, that legislation through before the strike started?
That is a very good question. And
the answer is?
And the answer is we should have done it. And the trouble was we had a lot of COVID stuff to deal with, and I'm afraid it got pushed to the right.
I thought you might say that, but there have been other things we've been able to do, notwithstanding COVID. Okay, let me move on to airports. So massive disruption in the airports, people having their holidays cancelled at the last minute. Why wasn't more done to stop airlines putting more flights in place than that we knew their staff could, that they had the bandwidth of staff to deal with?
Well, the airlines should not be abusing passengers in the way that they have been, and I think that there should be greater protections. But I think
But again, this is all there should be. My question is why hasn't there been?
Because basically we were trying to get any airlines flying at all. I mean, Diana has asked a very good question about passports. Where we're putting huge numbers of people to try and speed up the delivery of passports. We had a situation in which no airlines were moving at all. We had to put 8 billion, as you remember, Hugh, into supporting the airline industry.
Indeed. But Gatwick, for example, has controlled the number of flights that will be able to fly out during July and August, because they can see the airlines are trying to fly at 2018 levels. So they could see the number of staff coming on. So they've taken action. Other airports haven't necessarily. The regulator, the Civil Aviation Authority, doesn't have the power up front to implement these types of policies. Shouldn't it have that power?
I'm willing to be persuaded that it should.
Because when we put a report on that basis, the recommendation was rejected by government on the basis that there wouldn't be a proposal to give the regulator upfront powers to take action, including to help with compensation.
Well, Hugh,
but perhaps we can push them a bit more on that if you're behind it.
I'm going to have to look into what more powers we might need to take to get the airlines to pay responsibly towards their passengers. But I think the experience of the public has been pretty wretched at the moment, and for all sorts of reasons, and they need to do much, much better.
Okay, and turning to another area of policy which perhaps needs to change. At the moment, 4% of the Exchequer's revenues come from motoring taxes. Those will plummet to zero when we all drive electric vehicles. Are you serious about getting a new form of road pricing policy in place to fill that hole? If not, how will it be filled?
Look, I think road pricing is something that we will eventually have to consider. I'm not attracted to it. I seem to remember. I successfully campaigned to remove the western extension of the congestion.
No, I'm not talking about road charging in that way. I'm talking about, as we do at the moment, we charge people per the mile they drive because that's what fuel duty does. So you'll have to replace that.
Oh, I see what you mean. So like for electric vehicles as well, so that you charge a mileage.
Yeah, something along those lines.
So it is certainly the case that we will need a substitute for fuel duty.
And this, Bernard, comes back to my point about policy delivery, because
this is imminent. We're introducing electric cars.
So Bernard, can I say this, if you don't mind? So for 3 months, Prime Minister, Number 10 has had a recommendation just to look at this, because something has to fill the 4%.
Okay.
Have a working body to look at it. The Treasury signed off on it, and for 3 months it's been sat in Number 10. 1 week I'm told somebody's signed off on it, and next week someone else has looked at it and actually has stopped it. And it's stuck. And my question is, the inertia inside Number 10, perhaps because of the events that we'll go on to talk about, is that nonsense? Actually, we say it's nonsense, but actually it's a nonsense that we've been waiting 3 months just for someone to sign off on something which fills 4% of the exchequer. That is the nonsense. Well, do you not agree something should be done? Or if you can't do it, do you think that perhaps someone else could come in and run it properly?
Yeah, so this Number 10 actually was the first government in Europe to set a timetable for moving away from hydrocarbon, from internal combustion engine cars by 2030.
Yeah, I know exactly, and that's why Prime Minister, you should follow through on the consequences of it.
We've been moving at blistering speed. We will certainly look at we're looking at all fiscal proposals to replace fuel duty, and I'm happy to come back.
You're not. You're actually currently sitting on all proposals.
I cannot believe that the Treasury is showing the slightest hesitation or reluctance to find a new way of.
No, that's my point. The Treasury signed off on it. Number 10 then insisted on looking at it and has been sat on it for 3 months. I think Andrew Griffiths is currently the one that's now said, no, I don't like this. And we are therefore stuck, having thought we'd cleared all the hurdles.
I will take it up with
Prime Minister, I'll just add, I was Shadow Transport Secretary in 2000, and road charging was seen as the future then. Successive governments have dodged it, but why is your government dodging it when you're already abandoning the revenue stream from hydrocarbons?
So Bernard, why do you think we necessarily are? We've got to find a way of filling the gap left by.
You've actually got a target for eliminating fossil fueled cars, but you haven't got any plan in place to replace the revenue.
Well, I think it highly unlikely that the Treasury will let any opportunity go to find to raise revenue from motoring to substitute.
I think we've made our
what we want to do is we want, for the purposes of the environment, to encourage the take-up of low-carbon vehicles, and that's why the fiscal strategy is framed as it currently is. So that's what we're doing for the time being.
My apologies to Darren Jones-Bayes. I should have brought you in earlier.
Thank you, Sir. Prime Minister, how's your week going?
Terrific. Like many others.
Did Michael Gove come and tell you to resign today?
I think I said earlier, Sir Bernard, that I'm here to talk about what the government is doing. I'm not going to give a running commentary on political events.
Okay, so let's talk about what the government's doing. You've just said today that the government's giving the biggest tax cut in a decade, but it's a tax cut to your own tax rise, isn't it?
No, what it does is it gives people, 30 million people, by lifting the thresholds, it gives them, on average, a tax cut of £330.
Against the tax rise that you previously announced. In fact, freezing tax allowances for average income taxpayers means they're going to pay £46.8 billion more over the next 4 years. Tax is going up, not down, isn't it?
It is certainly true that what we've had to do is make sure that we deal with the fiscal impacts of COVID, and I think the committee will remember that this was a We had a colossal fall in output. We had the biggest pandemic for 100 years, and we had to look after people and businesses to the tune of £408 billion. That money doesn't grow on trees. We've had to. So in order to protect our schools, our hospitals, we of course have had to increase. We've had the health and care levy. But what we're doing
Prime
now
Minister, I just need
is
to move you on.
helping
Prime
people
Minister,
on average with a £335 tax cut.
I asked about the tax cut announced today, but I'll just move on. Let's look about the economy before the pandemic, because you've mentioned the pandemic, understandable event that was very difficult for government. But before the pandemic, between 2010 when the Conservative Party came into office and before the pandemic, national debt increased by £640 billion. It's now 100% of national wealth, and you keep announcing tax cuts and spending plans at the same time. Are you just going to keep putting more and more debt onto the nation's credit card?
Sorry, you were just complaining about taxes going up.
I'm asking you about what you're doing in government, Prime Minister.
Get your story straight.
Well, my facts are from the Treasury, Prime Minister.
What we're doing is we have to be sensible and we have to be responsible. We're making sure that we manage the public finances in a prudent way, but I think that there will be scope for further tax cuts in due time.
Maybe imminently, perhaps. Can I just move on? Prime Minister, can I just move on to economic growth? You said yesterday you welcomed your new Chancellor, Nadhim Zahawi.
Yes.
Because he would grow the economy in a way that presumably Rishi Sunak couldn't. But we're more likely to end up in a recession.
I don't think I said that, but anyway, go on.
Well, we're more likely to end up in a recession this winter, aren't we?
Look, I think that as I was saying to Stephen, I think that the economy is that people are going to be under a lot of pressure, but I think we'll get through it.
Do you think there'll be a recession in the winter?
I think that there will be a lot of pressure caused by the price spike. We are going to do everything we can to shield people, to deal with the underlying causes of inflation, whether that's through the energy markets or the labour markets or whatever. And there's a lot we can do. And I think we'll emerge stronger the other side.
Okay. So you've often said, and your supporters have often said, that you've got all the big calls right as Prime Minister. But actually on tax, on debt, on growth, on pay, things have been getting worse, not better. 14 million people, I understand, voted for you in 2019. You've let them down, haven't you?
No, I think that what they can see is a government that gets on relentlessly with a programme of uniting and levelling up. We've got the biggest investment in infrastructure for a century, £650 billion going in on roads, all the things that Hugh was talking about, roads, rail, transport of all kinds, housing. It is a colossally ambitious programme that we are still doing, and at the same time, because actually we got the as you put it, Darren, the big calls right on.
I didn't agree with
COVID.
that, by the way.
Well, I'm going to agree with it, even if you don't. We got the big calls right on COVID. We came out of lockdown faster. We got it right with the vaccine. That enabled us. That's put us in a position to look after people.
Thank
and
you.
that's what we're doing.
We're just going to move on to my next question. I'd like to just read something out to you. Quote: "When a regime has been in power for too long, when it has fatally exhausted the patience of the people, and when oblivion finally beckons, I am afraid that across the world you can rely on the leaders of that regime to act solely in the interests of self-preservation and not in the interests of the electorate." Who authored that quote?
You're trying me. Was it Cicero? Was it Aristotle?
Lord Farlord.
Prime Minister, you might like to think Cicero,
let me just think.
I think you might be more like
Plato.
No, maybe Nero.
Was it Montesquieu?
Maybe Nero. Just to break it to you, it was you, Prime Minister. And perhaps it was foresight for the final week in office. Now, can I just finish? Because I'm about to run out of time, Prime Minister. Because I made a joke there, but in all sincerity, and I know this must be difficult for you personally, but this isn't funny. It's not a game. People are struggling across the country. I'm just finished. It's not brave for you to carry on doing this. I think, in my view, you're hurting the country, Prime Minister, just on a very human level. Surely you must know that it's in the country's interest for you to leave now, isn't it?
I think that the country is going through tough times, and I think that we have the biggest. You're making a point about duty, right? Yeah. And I look at the issues that this country faces. I look at the pressures that people are are under, and the need for government to focus on their priorities, which is what we are doing. I look at the biggest war in Europe for 80 years, and I cannot for the life of me see how it is responsible just to walk away from that, as I said earlier on in PMQs, particularly not when you have a mandate of the kind that we won 2-3 years ago.
But shouldn't, as Prime Minister, you actually spell out that the pressure the economy is under is actually very, very serious, because not just of the invasion, but because we have decided to make the necessary sacrifices in order to resist Putin. And we are in an economic war with Russia now, with Putin. He's coining it on the energy sales. Our economies are suffering as a direct consequence of the sanctions. Shouldn't we be spelling out that it's going to be tough, but these sacrifices are necessary to make in order to secure the security of our continent?
Thank you, Sir Bernard. And that is exactly the point that I have been making. I think I made it yesterday on Monday, I should say, in the statement on the summits. And it's the point that resonates with colleagues around the table in NATO and the G7 and other places, because the cost of not standing up to Putin is that you legitimate or you encourage further acts of aggression in other parts of the former Soviet Union, destabilizing the whole continent, if not the world, causing further economic distress and uncertainty going on for years and years. And that's why I made the point about the decades of peace and stability that followed the Second World War, when we finally learned to stand up to dictators and not to accept that borders could be changed by force. That decision led to decades of the rule of international law, expansion of global trade, peace and stability. And we need to inaugurate that era again.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Rob Half on education.
Starting off with fuel, and then I'm going to, as it segues in. If I could just move from Ukraine to a fish and chip shop in Harlow, Prime Minister, if I may. They are down 150 customers a month. Their takings are down £5,000 a month. Their energy bills have gone up from £1,800 to £3,000 a month, and now he's got to pay over £2 to fill up his car and the vehicles, £2 a litre. Can you understand what is fueling the haulier protests? Whilst I don't agree with direct action, I do have sympathy for what they're asking for. And is it not the case that the 5p fuel duty cut, whilst welcome, was swallowed up, and that actually this is unsustainable, and that you need to slash either fuel duty or VAT, but also to look at introduce a pump watch monitor, because just finally, we know that since the 14th of June, the wholesale price for diesel fell by 7.2 per litre, but filling up costs increased by 8.1p. For petrol, the wholesale price dropped by 14.9p, but the pump price rocketed by 17.4p. So motorists, everywhere you look at it, they're being fleeced by the government and they're being fleeced by the oil companies. So what are you going to do it? Because if you don't do something, there is going to be a Canada-style haulier protest around the Palace of Westminster.
Yeah.
No doubt that this is going to spread.
Yeah, well, look, Robert, thank you. And you've been campaigning on this for years and years, and I listened to you very attentively. As you say, we have cut fuel duty by 5p for a litre. It's only about 100 quid a year. I appreciate that that's not much for people, and it's being swallowed up by what's happening on the forecourts. So we are doing Grant is, I believe, doing a pump watch scheme to ensure that cuts that we are putting in do get passed on. But clearly, the pressure is there, and I hear you loud and clear. I think before Angus leaves, one of the benefits of Brexit is you can cut VAT on fuel. So I should have pointed that out.
But do you recognise you need to slash it? You need to literally cut it by a significant amount, because this is unsustainable. It's hurting our frontline services, it's hitting our bus services, hitting transportation, and it's hurting our businesses as well.
I hear you loud and clear. So we have a new chancellor. We will see where we get to on that. But I hear you loud and clear.
Okay. If I can move to education, I was distressed about the closure of schools, and I thought it was a huge mistake that they were closed for most pupils during
COVID.
During COVID, I thought it was a huge mistake. Something acknowledged by the previous education secretary, now chancellor. We now know that there are 124,000 so-called ghost children who've not yet returned to school. Persistent absence has gone up from 1.6 million to 1.7 million. What is the government doing to get these kids back into school? And will you look at rolling out a programme of 2,000 school attendance mentors, not necessarily new employees, but school employees, existing local authorities employees and charity employees, to work with the families to get these children back into school? And you could use existing money from the Supporting Families Fund, the £80 million from the Supporting Families Fund, in order to do so.
So, first of all, I agree with your overall premise that it was awful that schools had to close. We didn't want to do it. We tried to keep it for as short a period as possible. We're trying to get kids back into school as much as we can. One of the things we're spending about £5 billion on school on catch up, but one of the things that I think is important, and I believe in very strongly, is trying to give kids 1-on-1 or 1-on-2, 1-on-3 the opportunity of tuition, which they might not otherwise have.
But those are the children in school, so we need to get. I'm talking about the ones who are not in school. 1.7 million persistent absence, 100,000 children who've disappeared off the 124,000 children who disappeared off the school rolls, the so-called ghost children.
Yeah, Robert, we will do everything we can to get these children back into school, and what we're doing is putting another £5 billion or putting £5 billion into education recovery. So there's a lot for tutoring, but also direct targeting for those most in need, so that a £2 billion fund, which should help schools to get those ghost children back. But this is something that I'm afraid is going to require a joined-up effort. It requires councils. It requires a lot of bodies to come together to get those children back into school.
Children's Commissioner has said that she wants all the kids back by September. I just think the priority for education should be to the education department should be to get these children back into school. It's just wrong that so many children are missing school and not yet returned. They have faced safeguarding pressures, damage their mental health, lifetime, trying to join in county line gangs. And I would urge you to look at the Supporting Families Fund, as I mentioned, the £80 million. Just very finally, I brought through a 10-minute rule bill called the National School Infrastructure Bill, which would treat schools the same as other national infrastructures to stop schools closing again. And that if, God forbid, there was another wave of COVID and the government decided to make a decision to close schools, that the Children's Commissioner would have a veto, and that Parliament would make an individual decision on school closures every 6 weeks.
What's the question?
Do you support that concept of making schools part of national?
Rob, very happy to look at it, and I understand where you're coming from. I think it's clear from the data I'm seeing that the damage to kids' education, particularly for the done by the lockdown, continues, and it's disappointing to see the literacy and numeracy stats. We need to do better, and there's no question in my mind that's been partly caused by the closures.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to move on to integrity in politics. We are bound to overrun somewhat because we have to do this subject justice. So I hope, Prime Minister, you'll be able to stay until we've finished. Rob Halfon, Justice. Sorry, Bob Neal, Justice.
How important is the truth to you, Prime Minister?
Very important, Bob.
And accuracy of language and statement?
Also.
Very important.
Very, very important.
And do you expect those standards from those who work for you in Downing Street, either as spokespeople or those who brief ministers to speak on behalf of the government?
Yes.
Can you help me about this. The story concerning the Honourable Member for Tamworth broke on the morning, late evening of the 29th, morning of the Thursday, the 30th. In the course of subsequent days, a number of statements were made by spokesmen on your behalf, in which it was said, in terms, that you had not been aware of any specific allegations. That's correct, isn't it?
And that was not right. And just so the committee understands, what I was doing. So on the Friday, when the allegations were put to me in detail, and the fact that a complaint had been made, I was mainly engaged in talking to a witness and removing the whip from the member in question. That's what I.
Okay. Well, perhaps I can come to that.
What we should have done at the same time, I then left the building. But what we should have done is gone over all the interactions between government, me, and the member for Tamworth, and got a full timeline. And I'm afraid we didn't. And
that's in retrospect.
And I should have done that. But as a result, some things were said that weren't right. As soon as I was aware of the discrepancy, we took steps.
Can you just tell me about this? Okay. Well, what we do know is that on the 5th of July, Lord MacDonald of Salford, who was the permanent secretary, Under-Secretary at the Foreign Office, said this, that the line that had been put out was not accurate, which you now accept, said this, in a letter to the Parliamentary Commission for Standards. Mr Johnson was briefed in person about the initiation and outcome of the investigation. There was a formal complaint. I'm sure you've seen Lord MacDonald's letter now. Great. Do you accept the content, the accuracy of the content of Lord MacDonald's letter?
And so that's entirely correct. So if I could just
you accept what Lord MacDonald says has been.
I wouldn't want to say that I accept absolutely everything he says, because but what I can certainly tell you is that I don't have it before me. What I can certainly tell you is that there was a complaint
and you were
against
told
the member for Tamworth in 2019.
Yes, late 2019.
And that complaint was upheld.
Yes.
The matter was resolved within the Foreign Office. It was not deemed to approach the anything like the level of criminality or the ministerial code. But I was briefed on it on 2 occasions by the propriety and ethics people who first of all that it was happening, and then being concluded. And on both occasions, what I had was an extremely short oral account, of which there was on Friday there was no record of that in number 10.
It didn't stick in your mind then?
There's no written record of that.
Forgive me. It isn't common for a serving Minister of the Crown to be subject to an allegation of sexual impropriety, is it?
I don't want to go into the details of the allegations, because I think there are human resources issues there. But I'm not certain that's a fair characterisation of what happened.
At all events, it was a serious matter, and this was someone who had worked closely on your leadership team only a few months before, so you'd be aware it was sensitive.
That's fair.
A fair
Yes.
Okay.
It was also to be fair, almost 2.5 years ago.
Well, yes. But it's not the sort of thing you forget, is it, Prime Minister?
Well, as I say, now that when it was drawn to my attention a couple of days later that there was a discrepancy between what we were saying abroad, as it were, and what Number 10 was saying, and the fact that this briefing had taken place, I took steps to clear it up as soon as I could.
The suggestion you couldn't recall that was said on your behalf, is that a serious explanation? You couldn't recall this unusual incident of someone who was a close political ally?
No. What we failed to do on the first day was to go over all the possible interactions between me and the member in question, all the possible decisions that I might have taken. As it happened, the issue, the report about the complaint was not raised to me as a as a point for any kind of decision. It was simply something that was mentioned to be in the margin of other meetings as a point of, as I recall, as a point of information about what had happened, because it was the Foreign Office that dealt with it.
But Prime Minister, when you were considering appointing him into the government most recently, how true is it that actually you wanted him to be Chief Whip?
Not to my recollection, Sir Bernard. I don't think so. I think the suggestion was that he was going to be Deputy Chief Whip. And I think that's what happened.
And what happened to all the messages pouring into Downing Street about the risk of appointing this person?
Well,
there were plenty of them.
Well, I don't know how many there were, but there was certainly.
But why couldn't? I mean, there's a cultural problem here. Why couldn't the system hear that there was concern about this appointment?
I don't think that's entirely fair.
Well, then why did you refer it
if you're
to
talking about
ethics and to the ethics and proprietary director in the Cabinet Office? Why was that necessary if there wasn't a concern?
Okay, well, every ministerial appointment automatically goes to the propriety and ethics team, so they look at every one.
William Ragg.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister.
Good afternoon.
I appreciate that today is a day of events, and though this meeting has not quite resembled a Moscow show trial, because I think certainly they were livelier, it must be nonetheless quite difficult, and I do pay tribute to you for turning up today.
I wouldn't dream of being anywhere else.
Indeed.
Honestly,
Having said that,
delighted to be here.
Having said that, at which point does it become impossible for the Queen's government to be continued?
I really think that William, you're underestimating the talent, energy, and sheer ambition of members of Parliament, and they want to get things done. They want to get things done for their constituents, and the government of the country is being carried on with ever-increasing energy.
Well, they seem to want to get one thing done at the moment in time. I agree with you on that. But I think the issue that we have is that you've had, at least my initial calculation at the start of the meeting was 27 ministers and aides resigning. There have been more in the meantime. Do you think there are swelling ranks of those young thrusters on the backbenchers who could replace them?
I think it highly likely, yes.
Ambition, could that not be considered delusion at times?
Yeah, that's a sort of a moral judgment about human nature that I wouldn't venture to comment on. I think that we're all deluded in our ambitions, but I think most people who come to this place actually, in spite of what everybody says about MPs, are actuated by the highest motives. And most people want to serve their constituents and get stuff done, and that is the reality.
Entirely so. So, in terms of that assessment of individuals, which qualities in the former Deputy Chief Whip appealed to you most?
I think it was. So let me just, big picture.
No,
as I've said before, I think. Let me be clear that with the benefit of hindsight, I can see that appointment, as I said in the House, and I think I said on TV as well. I think that appointment was a mistake.
Well, I want to know about the qualities of ministers. And if you had our government appointments based upon ability.
So it was put to me that like everyone we appoint, the member had excellent administrative skills.
Administrative skills. Was he behind what's colloquially known as Operation Save Big Dog?
Look, to the best of my memory, he was in addition to serving as Deputy Chief Whip under the previous Prime Minister, he did a stint at the Foreign Office and then a stint at the Department of Communities and Local Government when he was involved. He had a role in housing, and the accounts I had were positive.
Casting our minds back to January and February, it was a tricky time. And certainly some people in the shadow whipping operation used their charm in order to persuade. And I think it's fair to say others used aspects of what we might describe as being offensive to work that wonder for you. So why was Mr Pincher the first to be invited into Downing Street on the day of the reshuffle when the most senior job available was that of Chief Whip? Ordinarily, it would be awarded to the person
No, well,
first.
okay, I got it. That's going back to Bernard's point. I think that's a red herring.
Did any colleagues come to you on that day and express concerns about that appointment or potential appointment?
Not to me, but concerns. What happened was that concerns were expressed actually after I had made the appointment.
Why was he in there for 4 hours though before the appointment was made?
For that reason, I made the appointment, and then went and got on with making other appointments. But there was a problem that needed to be resolved.
What was that problem?
I think that I probably ought to, given that this member is.
No, they're investigating him, Prime Minister. They're not investigating you.
Yeah,
so
but I don't want to offer any more commentary that might or might not be.
I'm sorry, we're asking.
Might or might not be correct about it.
Well, come on.
It's quite a direct
He's asking a straightforward question, Prime Minister.
About your judgment and how you approach appointing ministers.
Yes. So let me be clear. I made the appointment. There was then I then got on with making other appointments. There was then a delay while the matter was cleared up. In announcing the appointment, I was told that it had been cleared up, and we got on with it.
What needed to be cleared up?
It was a matter concerning another colleague that I really don't want to. It would not be right for me to go into.
No, it wouldn't be right, because what happened to that colleague wasn't right at all, was it?
Well, I wasn't informed of that at the time, but having been subsequently informed about it, I can see that it's another reason not to have done, not to have had that minister, if it was true, not to have had that minister in post. But on the other hand,
if it was true, do you believe that colleague who came to you or made overtures on number 10, or do you believe Mr. Pincher?
Look, I think that these things have to be examined. I'm not going to make a comment about that. I think what happened was that my team interviewed both people and resolved the matter, and that's why we proceeded as we did.
Are you familiar with the Lassalle's principles?
I knew you were going to ask this, and
I'm sorry, Mr. Ragg. Before you move on,
I know this is about Tommy.
Did you watch the Crown?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go on, remind me.
So, if you were to go to Her Majesty and request, as it is a request, not to advise, but request a dissolution of Parliament, could you give me 2 conditions under which Her Majesty would be justified in declining your request?
You're asking about something that is not going to happen, unless everybody's so crazy as to try and have a new. We are going to get on. No, there is no. I don't think the people of this country want to have an election, and I certainly don't.
Excuse me, Prime Minister, you said it's not going to happen unless what?
Well, I think that the history teaches us that the best way to have a period of stability and government and not to have early elections is to allow people with mandates to get on.
Unless what? Unless what?
That's what I'm saying. So the history teaches.
You said unless what?
So unless people ignore that very good principle that history teaches us that the best way to avoid pointless political disturbance is to allow a government that has a mandate to get on and deliver its mandate. And that's
unless what?
That is what we're going to do.
So I think what you're alluding to is...
Sorry, Mr. Ragg, just a minute. The Prime Minister said...
Unless people forget that.
What does that mean?
That means that on the whole, I think that it's a good thing if governments which have a substantial mandate from the electorate and are doing an enormous amount of stuff, and when that country is facing a lot of pressure, particularly economic pressure, when there are serious international issues at stake, I think on the whole it is sensible not to get bogged down in discussion about electoral politics, but to allow the government of the country to continue.
Can I just remind you that when the Prime Minister Major seemed to be threatening a general election because he was having trouble with the Maastricht Bill, it did his no reputation any good at all.
Well, exactly the point I made.
There would never have been a general election.
Can I thank you for that excellent historical lesson, and this is exactly the point I'm trying to make.
Well, I don't know why you said unless. Mr. Ragg.
Thank you, Sir Bernard. And so, if one of the conditions of the South's principles is that the sovereign could rely on finding another Prime Minister who could govern for a reasonable period with a working majority of the House of Commons, you'd accept that principle?
I think all this is... I want to agree passionately and strongly with what Sir Bernard has said. If you go back to
Prime Minister,
the 90s, that you don't solve problems by threatening to call elections. You've got to get on with what you're elected to do, and that's what the government is. That's what the government is doing.
So I'm taking it that you accept the Lassel's principles.
They sound, insofar as they're designed to prevent pointless wildcat elections, they sound sensible to me.
Thank you, Sir Bernard.
Mr. Brand.
Thank you, Sir Bernard. Welcome, Prime Minister. Have you been told of any other allegations similar to the conduct of Mr. Pincher about any other ministers in your time as Prime Minister?
I'm going to have to tell you, Chris, that it is all too possible that people have said things to me about any number of people, including possibly people around this horseshoe.
No, have you ever had?
It would be a great labour for me now to sit down and try to reconstruct every single piece of gossip or innuendo.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking about gossip and innuendo. I'm asking precisely about that you now accept that you were told on 2 occasions about Mr. Pincher's, the allegations against Mr. Pincher that were upheld
by
in the Foreign Office. I'm asking, have you been told about any other such events relating to any other government minister, formally?
Look, I'd have to get back to you. I mean, I would not want to...
it seems extraordinary that you wouldn't know whether there are allegations outstanding against your government ministers of sexual impropriety such that they might constitute potentially criminal offences apart from anything else.
Look, there's nothing that springs to mind, okay? But you know,
all right.
I'm gonna. But what I will say, Chris, is if you have some information.
No. I'm asking you, Prime Minister. I'm asking you this because it seems incredible to me that you would not remember that you've been told this about somebody who is one of your closest allies in Parliament.
I think I tried to explain exactly the circumstances.
Well, you haven't. But let me ask you a different question, because you've not answered this elsewhere. Did you say all the sex pests are supporting me, or words to that effect?
No. People attribute all sorts of things to me. I don't remember saying those words, but people ascribe all sorts of things to me.
That sounds like a yes to me. Okay. Did you say he's a bit handsy?
It's not a word I use, actually.
So that's a definite no?
I would not have used that word, but, you know...
It's a definite no, is it?
Look, I'm saying... people maybe hear me say all sorts of things. It's not handsy, as it happens, is not a word I use, but...
all right, did you say Pincher by name, Pincher by nature?
I'm not going to get into some trivialising discussion of what I may or may not have said. This is a serious matter.
Yes.
The member is now being I believe has had a complaint made against him, and that is where I propose to leave it.
No, but the point is,
the member's had a complaint made against him.
If you just let me for a moment, the point is that the allegation is that you have trivialised this issue. You've not even remembered it, perhaps because he's a useful ally to you.
Sorry, no.
And the point is that then you appointed somebody who you believed to be a sex pest in a position of power and authority over other people in Parliament.
So that's not right, because under any view, the issue at the Foreign Office was, although it was upheld, it was resolved in a way that was satisfactory.
It was upheld.
It was resolved in a way that was satisfactory to all parties, and there are issues that I can't be confident that it was a sexual. There was sexual implications.
Well, Sir Malcolm,
Mr. MacDonald Lord MacDonald, sorry, makes it very clear that it was very similar to the allegations that, of what happened in the
trouble is, if I may say so, that I was given on the occasions when it was mentioned to me, I was given very brief, a very sketchy account, and I really think that you need.
It just seems incredible that you wouldn't think that that was a matter worth investigating or talking. Can I ask? Was Neil Parish right?
It was investigated, and it was investigated,
and it was upheld.
By the Office.
Was Neil Parish right to resign from Parliament?
Well, I think that the problem he had was that he was.
Was he right to resign?
It was his decision.
Was he right to resign?
I think that he was doing something that is not normal or tolerated in most workplaces.
So should Chris Pincher resign from Parliament?
Well, you ask about my relationship with him. I took the whip away from him.
Should he resign from Parliament?
That's a matter for him.
So you think he should stay?
Well, that's a matter for him. But I took the. He no longer sits as a Conservative
All right.
MP.
Was it right for Sarah Dines to ask the man who was groped in the Carlton Club whether he was gay, and to say that it was problematic that he was?
You're asking me about what other members are alleged to have said. I can't be certain.
No, there are 5 other, including people in this room, there are 5 other MPs who witnessed it. It's not in any doubt, and I don't think she has denied it. Was it right?
No,
or is it not victim shaming?
Let me put it this way. I think that what happened was extremely serious, and as soon as I knew that a complaint had been made, and I talked to a witness, and I removed the whip.
Have you talked to Sarah Dines about it?
I haven't talked to her about that, but I removed the whip immediately.
Do you not understand why this is problematic? Because it means that being gay, for some reason or other, makes you sort of asking for it.
Chris, look, I see why you're putting it like that. I don't know whether I very much doubt that Sarah meant it to be interpreted that way.
You said yesterday about Chris Pincher, if I had my time again, this is a bit of Captain Hindsight, if you don't mind me saying, but if I had my time again,
you know who he is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's you. If I had my time again, I would think back on it and recognise he wasn't going to learn any lessons and he wasn't going to change. But that's true about you, isn't it? You're not going to learn any lessons and you're not going to change. You're not capable of changing. We'll be doing this again, time and time again, if you stay in post, won't you?
Well, coming to this committee, I will. Yes, I will. I hope very much to be.
Come on, you know what he's
invited.
asking, Prime Minister. He's not asking that question.
Well, I don't know quite well. I mean,
you know exactly what I'm asking. You don't. This is all about you in the end. The reason these things happen is because of you. He took liberties because he knows that you take liberties and get away with it, and allow other people to get away with taking liberties.
That's right. I'm not quite sure what you're driving at there.
I think you know perfectly well what I'm driving at. But you were asked. You said on one of the other broadcasts. You said, if you're saying you want me to undergo some sort of psychological transformation, I think that our listeners would know that that is not going to happen. Isn't that the problem? We need a psychological transformation if you're to stay in office.
With the greatest possible respect, what I think we all need to do is focus on the things that our electorates sent us here to settle for them. And they are how to fix the post-COVID economic shocks, and that's what we're doing. How to make sure that we improve the life chances of every kid growing up in this country. And I think what Robert said about kids being excluded from school was incredibly important, and I'm going to go away and look at that. These are the issues that matter to the people of this country. And that does not exclude the fascination that people will have with these other subjects, but that is what I am focused on.
No, they also focus on honesty and decency and propriety and standards in public life, and they hate it when people, when they get caught out, just want to turn over the table and abolish all the rules. But let me ask you one very specific final question, which is just about the ministerial code, because it enshrines the existence of the independent advisor on the ministerial interests in the ministerial code. You haven't got one at the moment. I hope you're going to appoint one very soon, and you can tell us who that's going to be. But you authorised an investigation into Mark Spencer's alleged Islamophobia, which I gather Lord Geit had very nearly completed. When will that be completed, and when will it be published?
That's a very good question. I think that Lord Geit did give me a brief update on it. I had the impression that it was nearing conclusion. I'll have to get back to you.
And is there going to be a replacement?
Yes,
when?
There will be. As soon as we can find one. I think the difficulty.
You haven't got enough ministers to appoint yet, let alone you've lost 32 now.
I'm sure there will be no shortage of candidates. If I could just explain a bit about the replacement for Lord Geit. I do think there is an issue, and I think that we need to think about it collectively, which is what happens when we appoint these people. I think that they can become very exposed and very vulnerable to abuse, to political pressure, to campaigns, and I'm just giving you my view. They're much more public than they used to be. So Christopher, I think, did an outstanding job, but he was facing a lot of public pressure.
He resigned because he thought you'd lied to him.
That's not what he said. He said that he resigned over the question of whether steel tariffs should be imposed.
He didn't resign over steel tariffs. You know perfectly well that's not the truth.
I'm sure you've seen his letter. That's what
I
he says.
have, yes.
That's what he says. And I think the issue there was whether imposing or retaining steel tariffs in the UK
he
breach
resigned.
of WTO.
I'm sorry, Prime Minister. He resigned, as he says in his letter, because he knew that he wanted to initiate an investigation into your breaching of the ministerial code, but he couldn't do so without resigning, and that put him in an impossible position. That's expressly what his letter says.
Sorry, well then you must have seen another letter, because that's not what.
No, I read it and you didn't.
I'm going to have to disagree with you gently there.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, after that outbreak of mythomania, let's perhaps get down to some facts. So, Prime Minister, you know my job in Parliament is to do the maths. You have a pen there. Could you tell us what 148 plus 32 adds up to?
I'm going to leave that. I think what you're inviting me to do.
No, I'm asking you a simple question, Prime Minister.
Yeah,
okay. And earlier I asked you how many MPs you have. Perhaps someone's slipped you a note just to remind you how many Conservative MPs you have in Parliament.
I think, Meg,
do you know how many Conservative MPs you have in Parliament?
I think, Meg, this is a question designed to invite me to comment on
Prime Minister,
political events. When I've told
you don't want to
what
answer it, let me answer it then. So you have 358 MPs. You did think it was 365. You have lost a few. As Mr Bryant has highlighted, you now have 32 ministers and PPSs who've resigned. It was 28 at the beginning of this meeting, and then an additional PPS who will resign tomorrow if you don't resign. So that makes it 182 if you include her. So half of 358, Prime Minister, just to make the maths simple for you, is 179. It's not looking very good, is it?
Well, Meg, you're wanting me to comment on
You've lost the confidence of more than half of your party, not including other members in this room who may not be in the 148. I've been generous and not double counted.
Well, sure. I'm here to talk about the government of the country, the policies.
Mr. Prime Minister, without the support of your party, you cannot govern this country responsibly or well. Whatever our political disagreements, I have respect for the office of Prime Minister, but I'm afraid I've completely lost respect for you and your capability to run this country.
I think if you look at the actions that we're taking today, the bills that we're getting through, we are doing some fantastic things for the people of this country, and we'll continue to do them. And I appreciate they may not be supported by the Labour Party, Meg, but that's not my problem. That's your
problem. No, Prime Minister, about competence, not policy.
Darren Jones.
Prime Minister, it's being reported that there's a delegation of your cabinet colleagues waiting in Downing Street, including the Chief Whip, the Transport Secretary and your new Chancellor, waiting to tell you when you finish here today that it's time for you to go. How will you respond to that?
Darren, you're asking me to comment on...
This conversation will happen in a few minutes, Prime Minister.
If so, you say. But if you want to ask about what we're doing to help people with the cost of living. If you want to ask about what we're doing to build more clean, green energy supply, which this committee has taken an interest in.
That's going to be your answer to the Cabinet colleagues in Downing Street.
Then I'm very happy to talk to you about it. But I'm not going to give a running commentary on political events. We're going to get on with the government of the country.
Prime Minister, on the question of the Prime Minister's advisor on ministerial interests, you had 2 resignations, not just 1. Why did Sir Alex Allen resign?
Well, Sir Alex has I think, been pretty well documented, and I thank him too, was asked to investigate allegations of bullying against the Home Secretary. The team produced quite a long report, which was based on a lot of extensive work, mainly anonymised interviews, and I read it very thoroughly. And the trouble I found with it was that nothing that the Home Secretary had actually said seemed to me to breach the threshold necessary to trigger her resignation. Although you might argue that she should have spoken in a different way from time to time. It didn't seem to me that the allegations wholly stacked up, and I thought that it didn't trigger a resignation. Sir Alex,
that wasn't the reason.
Yes, I'm coming to the reason.
The reason he resigned is because you wouldn't even accept his report.
Well, no. Well, let me put it. Let me say what happened. So Sir Alex took a view that it wasn't that. I read the report and I read the whole thing. He didn't actually write it, but he simply read it and drew some conclusions. I read all the interrogations that had taken place, and it didn't seem to me that, although she might have spoken differently from time to time, it didn't seem to me that she deserved to be fired on the basis of what I read. I read the whole thing. So I made this point. Now the difficulty was that Sir Alex thought that the ministerial code had been breached, even if in a minor way, and that any breach of the ministerial code necessarily meant a resignation. That view has subsequently been modified by the Committee on Standards in Public Life, who have said that the ministerial that there can be gradations of sanctions for breaches of the ministerial code.
So what you should have done is accepted Sir Alex Allen's report. He would not have resigned.
Well,
it would still be in your gift not to demand the Home Secretary's resignation.
No, but it wasn't.
And the system would have been changed retrospectively as it has done. But you wouldn't even accept his report.
No, Savannah, as I remember, the problem was that in order to, I would have had to accept the Home Secretary's resignation. That was the problem, and that didn't seem to me, although that didn't seem to me to be a necessary outcome.
I mean, supposing you continue in office, what are the lessons you learn from the appointment of Chris Pincher?
I think the most important lesson is, first of all, don't be less optimistic about people's ability to learn and
perhaps take a bit more interest in it, because it's extraordinary how many things.
And then secondly, and
Prime Minister, perhaps you should just take a bit more interest.
Secondly, when something like this happens, make sure that we do a full timetable of exactly what happened and when it happened, so that when people go out to brief, they've got all the facts at their fingertips.
But it's not a comms failure, this, Prime Minister. It's a proprietary and ethics failure. Isn't the real lesson that if we promote people with the wrong behaviour and attitudes in this place, it will give permission for people to behave in that way, which is why we've got a culture problem in this place.
I think that you're onto. I think what you're saying is very important. I've given this a lot of thought, and I do think there is a problem with alcohol, and I've always resisted this conclusion in the past, but it sort of feels to me that some people simply can't take their drink, and we need to think about how we work that as in Parliament. Now, this particular event took place in
Didn't take place in Parliament.
But there is also an issue about standards of behaviour, and so I additionally accept that I should have been more stringent in my approach, and as I've said earlier, I regret that.
But don't we also need to learn? I take it that Chris Princhard is a friend of yours, and that would be perfectly respectable, that we've let him down because we didn't give him the help he needed.
I think that's a very fair point.
What system is there in this place to support people in that position? What do you have in place as a leader of a political party to help people who have behavioural or drink problems?
Well, I think that we all have a duty as colleagues to look after each other and to try to help people, and that's actually one of the functions of the Whip's office.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, Whips have other duties, and they rather conflict with their duty of care. And there needs to be something else to support people who need help, who don't feel that they're giving ammunition to the people who control their careers. So that doesn't work, does it? We've now got another whip appointed to do the duty of care work. I mean, that's not going to work, is it?
Bernard, what are you proposing?
I'm not going to make policy on the hoof here, but what you've got in place as leader of your party is not working. Would you accept that?
No, I think there are issues about standards of behaviour, and I think I reluctantly come to the conclusion that there is an issue with alcohol.
Well, I mean, you're the last person in the room to accept that there's a problem. Why do you think integrity in public life has become such an issue under your premiership?
Well, I think actually the reality is that I think that people are very, very keen to try to get me off the subjects I want to talk about, and to try to focus on me.
So it's all about you.
No, I don't want to talk about it. I want to talk. I've been trying very hard.
Don't you see these failures have made it about you?
Throughout this session, to talk about the things that I care about.
Now, how much consideration are you giving to the prospect of your resignation?
I'm happy to tell you that I'm getting on with the job that I was elected to do, and that is what I'm going to do.
So all these problems are basically somebody else's fault?
No, I think that I think it was
so who is
one of these people who's left.
Who is responsible? Who should be held accountable?
I am responsible, but I'm also responsible, Bernard, for delivering a huge manifesto commitments that we made in 2019, many of which are now coming through. Hugh asked about what are we doing to make sure that we're taxing electric vehicles properly. There is a colossal body of work that we're engaged on right now. We are uniting and levelling up across the country. We have the biggest programme of infrastructure investment that we've had for 100 years. And I'm going to get on with delivering on the programme that we set out and on the priorities of the people of this country. And I know that there will be plenty of people who, for whatever motive, want to try to throw me off course by turning it into a story about something entirely different. And I think that it would be a fine thing if we focused on the arguments between us that are about policy and about the agenda and what we actually love doing, which is working hard for our constituents and trying to make their lives better. Let's talk. I mean, we've had some interesting exchanges about how to control inflation or motor vehicles. Those are the things that people are interested in, and that's what I'm focused on.
Caroline Noakes.
Bullying and sexual harassment are about a culture of power. Have you just sat there and told us that alcohol is an excuse?
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Is it throwing us off the story by trying to talk about alcohol instead of talking about the culture that has underpinned those behaviours?
Not at all. Not at all. I observe that some people seem to get very drunk, but that in no way minimises the underlying pattern of behaviour.
Well, that's what you've just done.
Exactly. I don't think
Prime Minister,
I vehemently disagree with that.
I hope that you will reflect that in the end we're all dispensable.
Bernard, that is certainly true.
The programmes and the policies of your government and
all flesh is grass.
The welfare of the British people and the security of the nation are indispensable. And if you are becoming an obstruction to the achievement of those aims, I hope you will consider your position.
Of course I will. But I wanted you to know that my job is to get on and deliver on those aims, and that is what I was elected to do.
Will you resign if it is clear that you do not have the confidence of the majority of Conservative MPs?
You're asking me, I love this committee, but you're asking me again to offer commentary today on political events when I'm here to talk about
I wish you to
policy.
be clear about one thing, that if you have lost the confidence of your MPs, you will not seek a dissolution. You will stand aside and allow a leadership election to take place so the Prime Minister may send for an alternative leader. That's the proper procedure, isn't it?
What I'm going to do is get on with...
No, I need you to answer this question.
Where you're quite right, and where I passionately agree
I need you to answer this question, Prime Minister.
And with you, is that I see absolutely no need
Prime Minister, I'm going to ask you once more,
an election.
If you have lost the confidence of your MPs and you're required to step down as leader of the Conservative Party, you will not seek to dissolve Parliament.
Well, I think the last thing this country needs...
Because this House...
But I'm not going to step down, and the last thing this country needs, frankly, is election. On the contrary, I think the risk is that people continue to focus on this type of thing, and I think that is a mistake. What we need to do is get on with stable...
How would it help the crisis in Ukraine and the cost of living crisis if we were plunged into a general election that nobody wants?
But this is your fancy.
Well, then,
I think
rule it out.
Of course I rule it out.
You've ruled it out.
The earliest date that I can see for a general election is 2 years from now, or 2024, I think is the most likely date for the next election. We have a huge amount to deliver. We're going to get on and do it.
And you'll resign if a vote of confidence in the Conservative Party
I think we're done.
is carried. Otherwise, you're a danger.
You're asking me to comment on politics. I think it's important that we get on and deliver on our agenda, and that is what I was elected to do.
Well, I think it's the understanding of this committee you envisage a general election in 23 or 24, not before.
Well, you said 23.
And if you've lost the confidence of your own MPs and you cease to be leader of the Conservative Party, you will not plunge this country into an unwanted general election.
I've been very clear with you. I see no
yes
reason whatever for a general election now. On the contrary, what we need is stable government, loving each other as Conservatives, getting on with our priorities. That is what we need to do. Sir Bernard, okay?
I love all my colleagues in the House of Commons.
Fantastic.
Order.
Thank you. Thank you.
Indeed.
For Boris Johnson in Parliament. Anybody who says or believes that politics is a rough trade, a blood sport, well, just have a look at those 2 hours that Boris Johnson spent in front of the Liaison Committee. There are those who observe that Boris Johnson has been a lucky politician. How unlucky he was to go to the Liaison Committee. It only meets twice a year, and it so happened to be meeting the day after the resignation of the Chancellor and the Health Secretary. A really ill-tempered at time encounter for the Prime Minister with chairs of select committees, not just from Labour like Chris Bryant and Meg Hillier, but also his own Conservative colleagues, including the chairman, Bernard Jenkin, but also William Ragg, who coincidentally is the vice chairman of the 1922 committee, who will decide perhaps new rules that could lead to the removal of a sitting Prime Minister. On that point, would he call a snap election? You heard it right at the end there. No, said the Prime Minister. The background to all this, we're hearing reported within the past 10, 15 minutes or thereabouts, that the Prime Minister, when he finishes that meeting that he's just attended, that's just wound up after 2 hours, the Liaison Committee in Westminster, there is a delegation of senior cabinet ministers waiting for him. This has been reported, unconfirmed, but you heard it put by one of the MPs there in the Liaison Committee, waiting for the Prime Minister to tell him in much the same way that Margaret Thatcher was told by the men in grey suits, so-called, that it was time for him to leave. It's been reported that Grant Shapps, the Transport Secretary, is one of them. Brandon Lewis, the Northern Ireland Secretary, Simon Hart, the Welsh Secretary, and quite possibly the Chief Whip as well. Entirely unconfirmed. That is what's been reported. And from a number of sources right now, we cannot confirm that. The number of ministerial resignations has not been this high since the 1930s. We are now up to 35 ministerial resignations from government. Ruth Edwards, who is a PPS at the Scottish office, the Scotland office, the latest to resign. 35 have now gone. I think it's fair to say the Prime Minister's electoral fortunes, his political fortunes, are hanging this afternoon, this evening, by a gossamer thread. Let's turn to Downing Street, where it may be that those ministers are waiting to tell the Prime Minister what his fortune looks like. Darren McCaffrey, our political editor, is there for us today. Darren, welcome to you. About the most dramatic day in British politics for more than a decade at least. Sum it up for us if you can.
Yeah, incredible, and actually quite incredible listening to that liaison committee. Surreal at times, isn't it, given the fact that we know the drama that is taking place in and around Westminster, having to listen to the Prime Minister talk about fertiliser and about farming policy and foreign policy, when it is become clear to his own party and indeed to, frankly, everyone here in Downing Street, it's a pretty packed Downing Street, that he is, and let's be honest and frank about this, on his way out. Why do I say that? Because you're right in reporting that there is a delegation waiting to see the Prime Minister. We're expecting him back, I would have thought, relatively soon. We've just seen Simon Hart, the Welsh Secretary, go in, Anne-Marie Trevelyan, the International Trade Secretary. We can at least confirm we're inside Downing Street because we physically saw them. Interestingly, in the last 5 minutes or so, another cabinet minister has essentially gone in through, we think, the back door. What are they going to do? It sounds like they're going to tell the Prime Minister the game is up. If he doesn't accept that, it sounds like they're going to resign en masse. If he doesn't accept that, it looks like we could be heading to a leadership vote either later tonight or tomorrow. Conservative MPs are determined now to remove Boris Johnson as leader of the Conservative Party. Really interesting, of course, the Prime Minister was pushed repeatedly, wasn't he, during that liaison committee about whether he may well dissolve Parliament to try and get out of this mess, try and hold a snap election. Effectively wouldn't rule that out, though it seems that people inside the Buckingham Palace are suggesting, Colin, this afternoon, that the Queen's not necessarily minded to grant Boris Johnson a dissolution of Parliament, given the fact that the Conservatives still hold a pretty large majority there. So it is incredibly extraordinary stuff. Even by the turmoil of British politics over the last 5, 6, 7 years, this has been an incredible day. But in the end, it is important to remember that this is, I think, the final hours, final days of Boris Johnson as leader of the Conservative Party, in the sense, of course, he will remain, one would have thought, inside Downing Street while there is a leadership contest, but it's difficult to conclude now that this really is the end. We've talked about it quite a lot, haven't we, over the last few months. People seem to suggest, well, this might be the moment he might go. This now does seem like the moment he might go. If you've got a delegation of senior cabinet ministers saying you need to go, Prime Minister, and if you don't go, we will, it's going to be pretty difficult for Boris Johnson to ride that one out.
Darren, it's going to be a busy evening for you, I suspect. We'll say thanks for now, and we'll turn to Andrew Bridgen, Conservative MP. It's not for journalists or commentators to decide what the Prime Minister ought to do. Ultimately, it's for his backbenchers, for his MPs, Conservative MPs, like Andrew Bridgen, who's the MP for North West Leicestershire, who has claimed this morning that the 1922 committee will deal with the Prime Minister. Andrew Bridgen, welcome to you. It might not require the intervention of the 1922 committee, it seems.
Well, I'm hoping not. It would appear that the Prime Minister himself is the last one to realise that the game is up, the party is over. Having said that, if he doesn't listen to members of the government, members of the cabinet telling him that, the men in grey suits, Sir Graham Brady, will be visiting him. I believe he'll tell him this evening, you've lost the confidence overwhelmingly of the parliamentary party. If you don't resign, probably either tonight or tomorrow morning. We will immediately change the rules of the 22 committee. We'll have a second confidence vote, and you will lose it.
Pretty clear from the direction of questioning the Liaison Committee that, certainly from Bernard Jenkin, but others too, they wanted assurances from the Prime Minister that he wouldn't go to the palace and dissolve Parliament.
Indeed, that's been a concern for many of us, but I can tell you through back channels, members of the party have spoken to palace officials. The Lascelles principle would be held up, so that means that there's no need for a general election. Boris Johnson wouldn't be able to call one because it's only the fact that he can't command a majority in the House of Commons. That doesn't mean that another Conservative leader wouldn't be able to do so. Indeed, I think they would.
Anyway, Andrew Bridgen, is there any way this administration can stagger on now with Boris Johnson in charge?
No, it can't, and it shouldn't. Colin, the country deserves better, our Parliament deserves better, and the Conservative Party deserves better, and we're going to deliver it.
What do you say to those people? I'm sure they email you, they certainly email us, who say Boris Johnson's got a point, as he just said to those MPs at the Liaison Committee, I have a mandate. It's not very old. 14 million people, an 80-seat majority. It's less than that now, we know that. But it's not ultimately for the media, not even necessarily for backbenchers to decide who should run this country.
Well, that's not how it works, Colin, and people need to be educated. It's not a presidential system. It's MPs are voted for. The party with the most MPs, if they can form a majority government or coalition, their leader becomes the Prime Minister. I would ask you to look at Boris Johnson won his own seat of South Ruislip. He hasn't got a very big majority there, Colin. That's the mandate he got at the last election. And ultimately, his actions, the disrepute I think he's brought Parliament into through scandal after scandal. In the last 7 months, so it's not been about dealing with the issues facing the country. It's been about Number 10 has been completely involved in every policy. It's just to keep Boris Johnson in position in number 10 for the last 7 months, and it's not good enough. We need to get on with dealing with the issues facing the country. They're tremendously serious. We need a new leader of the Conservative Party. We've got 2.5 years to demonstrate to the British public that we're worth their vote at the next election, and I think if we do that, we'll be returning government again.
Andrew Bridgen, one final thought. I mean, I suspect you're hot-footing there to College Green to talk to the media. You may have caught a bit of the Liaison Committee. I can't recall an encounter between MPs and the Prime Minister. I mean, I know we don't reverence our Prime Minister in the way that, for instance, the American President is reverenced, but it's still a position of authority, ought to be a position of dignity, and yet there was ad hominem personal attack after personal attack directed at him, and not just by members of the opposition, but people he would ordinarily consider to be loyal supporters and loyalists. It feels like we're into the end game now. It no longer feels academic to talk about who should be our next Prime Minister. Who should it be?
Well, I served on the Liaison Committee while David Cameron was Prime Minister, and yes, I caught some of today's exchanges, and I've never seen anything like it. This is the end of days for Boris Johnson. I'm probably already talking about him in the past tense. He needs to get his head around that over the next few hours, come to terms with the fact that he's lost the confidence of the Conservative Party, and I believe the country, and resign with some shred of dignity tomorrow or this evening, and not force us to go through the humiliation for him of a second confidence motion, which he will undoubtedly lose.
Andrew Bridgen, we appreciate your time this afternoon. Thanks very much indeed. I'm going to turn to a couple of our studio guests in just a second, but let me just read you this email from Christopher. Watching Boris fielding questions this afternoon was like a Christian in a Roman amphitheatre, says Christian. No wonder he makes the odd transgression when he's expected to know every in and out of every aspect of every department in the government. It was tantamount to an inquisition. That's a view. There are many others. Let's get the view of Sarah Elliott, who's my studio guest today. a US-UK commentator who looks at this in a sense, because of your American perspective, Sarah, through a different prism. What do you make of it?
Oh my goodness, it's theatre. It feels like watching Shakespeare. I mean, this is brutal, you know. We always think the Brits are so nice from their accent, but when it comes to their politics, this is House of Cards at its best. I mean, I have to say, I found it at times disrespectful to the Prime Minister with the tone and the aggression that was directed at it and the personal attacks, as you said. In other ways, I had sympathy for the Prime Minister, because what bad luck to have this on this very day. But at the same time, you know, this has been building up for months and months, and he is the Prime Minister, he is in charge. The behaviour in number 10 kind of trickles from the head, and as does the rest of government. So he has to, you know, defend himself in his actions. And maybe this is democracy at its finest.
That's an interesting perspective, isn't it? Lembit Opik, the former Liberal Democrat MP, has joined us here in the studio. Lembit, welcome to you.
Thanks.
I'm very open about this. I'm a Leaver. I appreciate, as many millions of Leave voting Britons do, that Boris Johnson did an amazing job in getting Brexit over the line. But it's quite a thing, isn't it, to listen to the Liaison Committee, and around that table of select committee chairmen and women, he nary had a friend.
He used to. Let's remember the Conservative Party, and you might agree with this, is the most effective electoral machine in the world. They used Boris Johnson to win loads of seats that no other Conservative leader could possibly have wrested off the Labour Party. But now he's a spent force because he can't do it again. You might feel sorry for him. As a friend, I feel sympathy for him. But remember, I used to be a party leader in Wales, a very successful time for the party, but I could sense when it was time to move on. Everyone can see, even non-politicians can see, that he's in a mess now. He's not got any credibility in his own party and got very little in the country. It's just going to be an ignominious departure.
If you are just switching on, there's so much to recap on, but we'll spool back about 45 minutes or thereabouts. This is the chair of the Business Committee, one of the members of the Liaison Committee. Sorry about the parliamentary jargon, but this is Darren Jones MP, who put it to Boris Johnson that there are reports this afternoon that a delegation of ministers are preparing to tell the Prime Minister to leave office.
It's being reported that there's a delegation of your cabinet colleagues waiting in Downing Street, including the Chief Whip, the Transport Secretary and your new Chancellor, waiting to tell you when you finish here today that it's time for you to go. How will you respond to that?
Darren, you're asking me to comment on...
This conversation will happen in a few minutes, Prime Minister.
You say. But if you want to ask about what we're doing to help people with the cost of living, if you want to ask about what we're doing to build more clean, green energy supply, which this committee has taken an interest in...
That's going to be your answer to the Cabinet colleagues in Downing Street.
Then I'm very happy to talk to you about it. But I'm not going to give a running commentary on political events. We're going to get on with the government of the country.
Let's turn back to Lembit Opik, former Liberal Democrat MP. Well, we're looking at our watches. By now, the Prime Minister could be back at number 10. Senior ministers, we're told, the likes of Grant Shapps, Transport Secretary, Brandon Lewis, Northern Ireland Secretary, the Chief Whip, the person in charge of party discipline, serious heavyweight figures, coupled with the fact we've already had the resignation yesterday of the Chancellor and the Health Secretary. The game could be up within the next few minutes.
The game's up already. It's whether Boris Johnson resigns or not. When you play chess, sometimes you can see that there is no way you can win the game, but you carry on wasting the other opponent's time anyway. That's what he's doing. Nobody can seriously expect he's going to be Prime Minister in the next few days. I'm not saying that because I'm involved in party politics, I'm not. But when almost a third of your ministers, people he's paid to be loyal, walk away, he should be doing the walking.
Sarah Elliott, as a Conservative looking to 2024, assuming there isn't going to be a snap election before then, you will want somebody to have enough time to, depending on your point of view, clear up this mess, big reset, start again. I'm not going to say who should that be. I'm just going to get you to say how urgent that need is to set that clock running.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the Band-Aid needs to be ripped off now. You need to get to work. You need to have a vision. The problem with elections and campaigns is that they don't elect disunited parties with no vision and no policy agenda or accomplishments. So whoever comes in next, because we are talking about the future, and there will be someone new this year, probably this month or next month, then they need to have concrete accomplishments, achievements, goals, targets, and they need to get work right away, because we're looking at the Conservatives giving up their mandate to lead and a Labour government coming in.
I've got some insider knowledge on this. I was in Parliament earlier on. A very senior Conservative said to me that if Boris tries the snap election tactic, which is the only thing he's got left, and his quote, the 1922 committee will abolish his chance to do it within 4 nanoseconds. That was his only way out. And I can assure you the person who said that knows.
Lembit, Sarah, thanks for now. Let's turn to our political correspondent, Tom Harwood, who's in the heart of Westminster for us this afternoon. Tom, welcome to you. Is this the end?
Well, I've got some news to deliver to you now. The 1922 Committee Executive met at 4 p.m. The General Committee of the 1922 is meeting currently. I was just up on the committee room corridor outside Committee Room 14 as Sir Graham Brady was going in, Deputy Prime Minister Dominic Raab going in, and a whole host of backbench Tory MPs going in. But it has now been confirmed that the executive of the 1922 Committee did not the executive has sped up
Tom, I'm going to stop you.
Process for a new executive.
Hi, Tom. I'm going to interrupt you because actually, just as you delivered the theatrical coup de grace there of what it was that's been decided, your microphone died for about 5 seconds. Recap, if you would.
The executive of the 1922 committee has decided that it will not be changing the rules in order to re-elect or reinstigate a vote of no confidence in the Prime Minister. It's a decision that has surprised many, but it's not a decision that came alone, because alongside that, instead of changing the rules now, what the 1922 committee exec has decided is that they'll speed up the election process for the new executive. It was to take place on Wednesday, next Wednesday that is. Now the results will be announced on Monday. The nominations have opened today, and the idea is that it will be more democratic for the parliamentary party to vote for that new executive, many of whom will of course submit their nominations on the basis of changing the rules, and we will know about the executive and its makeup and whether or not it will change the rules on Monday. Until then, it's down to the Cabinet.
And Tom, since you mentioned the Cabinet, I'm just reading that the Prime Minister has arrived at number 10, not through the front door, unsurprisingly, where that phalanx of camera operators and journalists would have been hurling questions about his immediate political future at him. He's gone in, he's in through the back entrance, but we are assured, are we not, the purpose of this afternoon's meeting with senior Cabinet colleagues, and if they do what Michael Gove told the Prime Minister reportedly to do this morning, that it's time to go, how can he possibly defy them?
Yes, we understand that there is a brigade of cabinet ministers who have all decided to tell the Prime Minister that the gig is up, that it is time for the Prime Minister to stand down. Of course, Michael Gove did that in the morning, but now the names being thrown around in terms of people who will be talking to the Prime Minister in number 10 include the Chief Whip, recently appointed Chris Heaton-Harris. It includes even Nadeem Zwahi and Michelle Donnellan, people who were appointed to their roles in Cabinet just yesterday. This is a wide-ranging group of cabinet ministers who are to tell, we understand, the Prime Minister that he should step down. Now, whether he does or not, that's another question. We have seen him show really quite remarkable tenacity in not standing down. Many other Prime Ministers would have gone by now, but we know that this is a fact in terms of the 1922 committee's rules not changing until Monday at the earliest, and similarly the Cabinet meeting Boris Johnson, perhaps even one by one in the style that Margaret Thatcher's Cabinet did in 1990. Back then, of course, one by one they met the Prime Minister saying, we don't think that you should fight on, and perhaps something similar is about to happen to
well,
this
Tom, I'm not going to let you go because you just introduced an interesting topic and about Margaret Thatcher's resignation, because if you look at the archives, if you look at people like what Charles Moore wrote in the official biography of Margaret Thatcher. There were some voices she heeded more than others. From your knowledge of the workings of Westminster, who is the person who tonight can tell the Prime Minister that it really is time to go? Is it Gove? Is it Zahawi? Who is it?
If it was Michael Gove, the Prime Minister would not have subjected himself to that 2-hour grilling by the Liaison Committee. We understand that Michael Gove contacted the Prime Minister this morning to make his feelings known. In terms of who will be the biggest influence upon the Prime Minister, perhaps it won't be any of his cabinet at all. Perhaps it will actually be his wife, Carrie Johnson. Maybe that would be the conversation that would swing him most. However, of course, we know that there are some big allies of the Prime Minister in Cabinet, people he's brought in. For example, the Minister without portfolio appointed in February of this year, Nigel Adams. He will be a significant voice, not yet reported to be amongst those telling the Prime Minister to go, but seen to be a very close ally of the Prime Minister, someone he brought in to shore up his operation in Number 10. That is definitely a name to watch. The other names to watch, of course, are those that we seem to think are on the other side of the fence. People like Nadine Zouahi, people perhaps like Liz Truss. Those big beasts in the Cabinet, they will have significant sway.
Tom, thanks very much indeed. There were some of you getting in touch saying this is all the talk of the Westminster bubble. Listen to people outside of the M25. What do they have to say? Let's try some emails for you. Nicholas says, this is all boardroom games. They want rid of him. Snap election. He includes a question mark. Pauline says, Boris should start his own party, the Boris for Britain party. He would have thousands of supporters behind him. I have to tell you, Pauline, it takes millions to win an election. And Alan comments on that brutal liaison committee meeting, says, keep going, Boris. Steady the ship and ignore the very rude experts around that table. I would like to see them cope with such pressure. No respect from those people. Well, somebody who in print today sought to defend the Prime Minister, say he did have a future still at Number 10, was the Deputy Editor of The Spectator, Freddie Gray, who joins us now. Freddie, welcome to you. Brave journalism. Well, as events have perhaps suggested. Yeah. Well, you did include in your piece, which I read and enjoyed, that you could be proved wrong quite soon. You haven't been proved wrong yet. But I wouldn't give you chances of it being true for much longer.
No, I mean, I think Boris does. It's still down to Boris, in theory, and he has shown no indication, as far as we know, that he is willing to go. And people close to him say that he regards it as the biggest mistake to resign. And so it is looking very much like the end game now. But I think one of Boris's great strengths, actually, is that he has a rich sense of comic absurdity. And sort of watching his cabinet scrabbling around, desperately trying to decide if they're going to be loyal or not, is quite hilarious. I think Nadine Zahawi turning up is perhaps the ultimate political joke within 24 hours of becoming chancellor.
I mean, that is quite something. I mean, there's so much moving so quickly, Freddie, that actually, I mean, you're quite stunned to hear that amongst the cabinet heavyweights and men in grey suits and women in grey suits who are waiting to greet the Prime Minister is a man who's just become the second most important person in government. It's absolutely extraordinary. But just on that point, I mean, about his removal and his decision to leave or not, you know, this is not a monarchy. It's not even a presidency. He's first among equals.
No, well, exactly. And I mean, I think if his position is untenable, then he has to go. But I think what's interesting here, and what we've said a fair bit in The Spectator, is what you're seeing is a party that's willing to destroy itself without any clear idea of what it wants to do in its place. And so the mind casts forward to what's going to happen once he goes. You know, what is the public going to make of this extraordinary rabble of people who sort of stayed loyal to him with him and then said they couldn't possibly accept having a man of such awful character in charge. I think the Tory party looks shambolic, hypocritical, and it's going to be hard to see how they will cope without Boris. It's equally hard to see how they cope with Boris, though.
Freddie, come on, you are the deputy editor of what amounts to the Conservative Party's Bible. Who will you, I mean, it's not your decision, I suppose it's Fraser Nelson's decision ultimately, isn't it? Who will you be picking to take over from Boris if it comes to that?
I thank you for putting me under pressure. It's not my call. I don't actually know for who Fraser thinks it should be. I think we generally think that there's a problem in the Tory party. Our leader in this week's magazine, there is a substantial problem in the Tory party that there is no clear and original thinking about how to deal with a very, very deep crisis. There's a deep economic crisis. Britain's Brexit position is not as safe as some people seem to think. There's a lot of danger for Britain in the future, and it's rather worrying that this party is so preoccupied with sort of joining in this kind of self-eating exercise that they don't have. There isn't a clear candidate.
Well, maybe the big punctuation mark, maybe the big full stop for the Boris Johnson years is about. Sorry, Freddie,
it's going to be in the Deans of Zahawi just to fulfil the absurdity.
Freddie Gray, nice to talk to you. Appreciate your time. Thanks very much indeed. I mentioned that the Prime Minister had got into number 10 via the back entrance there. Let's go to Downing Street. Round by the front door is our political editor, Darren McCaffrey. I dare say, Darren, with many, many other broadcasters, journalists, photographers, camera operators, all the rest of it, expecting more dramatic events today.
Yeah, indeed, and we've just seen, actually, since you and I last talked, Grant Shapps, the Transport Secretary, has gone into number 10. He went in through the front door, as you say, unlike the Prime Minister, who went in through the back in the last 10 minutes or so. Grant Shapps also an interesting character in all of this, someone who's been incredibly loyal to the Prime Minister over the last couple of months. Of course, he was involved in drawing up those spreadsheets, trying to work out who may vote against the Prime Minister, and that vote of confidence, about a month or so ago. But we believe he is among those cabinet ministers now saying, sorry, Prime Minister, but the game really is up. You are going to have to resign. And you talked about Nadhim Zahawi there, the Chancellor. It does seem rather incredible that less than 24 hours ago he was accepting this job as Chancellor. He was on the radio this morning defending the Prime Minister and the government. And yet he appears now to be also calling for the Prime Minister to go, along with that new Education Secretary, Michelle Dolan, who's also been in post less than 24 hours ago. In many ways, you could not make this up. The big question is, who really, in the end, is going to convince the Prime Minister? Because it seems to date he is not for convincing. Is it going to be someone inside the Cabinet? Is it going to be some of his inner team? Gitta Harry, for example, is his Director of Communications. He served with him when he was Mayor of London. It is clear they are very, very good friends. If he was to step in, would that make a difference? I heard Tom speculating earlier on about Carrie Johnson, his wife, potentially making a difference. It's all really difficult to judge. But we've got to the point now where if there were mass cabinet resignations, if he refused to go, frankly, could he fill those posts? Would the government be even able to operate? We've genuinely got to that stage, I think, Colin. And that is why you would think, and Boris is a unique Prime Minister, there is no doubt about that. There's clearly a section of the public who still like him. But you think even he, the man who's defied lots of political gravity, could not defy that.
Darren, for now, thanks very much indeed. Well, if you're just getting in from work, maybe you've just finished the school run and you've just switched on the telly or the radio, let's just try and bring you up to speed with some very rapid and important political events today in Westminster. We're told, aren't we, that the Prime Minister has just gone into Downing Street. That's normal. What's abnormal is the fact that we are told a delegation of senior cabinet ministers, including the man just appointed as Chancellor, Nadhim Zahawi, is waiting there to tell him that the time has come for the Prime Minister to hang up his spurs as Prime Minister. 35 members of Her Majesty's government today have arrived at the conclusion they can no longer serve in a government led by Boris Johnson. That's the biggest number of ministerial resignations for getting on for 100 years. Let's turn to Lord Robert Hayward, who's a Conservative peer and perhaps just as significantly right now a polling analyst as well. Lord Hayward, appreciate your time. What should Boris do?
Good evening. I think the general expectation is, as you just said, the time is up. Cabinet ministers who've only been appointed 24 hours ago have come to that conclusion. And I think the message is absolutely clear. He's got to go at some point, go gracefully, don't make other threats, because even Boris loyalists who were with him last night at the meeting that he held, I've spoken to them and they've said, time is up, that's it, end of.
Or just a tactic, a negotiating tactic being used by the Prime Minister to threaten a snap election?
It might be a negotiating tactic, but everybody is making clear to the Prime Minister two things. A, that neither the party nor the country want an election. And secondly, it's actually not solely within his gift. The Conservative Party has a very substantial majority, and it would be quite reasonable under legislation and confirmed in debates in the House of Lords on January the 25th, that if the Prime Minister goes, it would be perfectly right for the Palace to say, we'll ask another person in the Conservative Party to try and form a government. So it's a false threat. He'd probably lose his own seat, and he would be seen to be acting against the nation's interests, and therefore other people would intervene.
Lord Hayward, if it is tonight that we see the end of Prime Minister Boris Johnson and people maybe just switching on to learn that, what will it have been that's done for him in the end? Because there'll be people looking at the Chris Pincher affair thinking, that's not why a Prime Minister should leave office. Is it a steady accumulation, drip feed of things, or something else that we haven't thought of?
It's a steady attrition over the last 8 months. Boris is a unique personality. He's not like any other Prime Minister of any party that we've had in this country, and he's attracted people to vote for him. But it's on the basis of his personality, which was the great asset that he had. But equally, that great asset is now his detriment, and people are saying time is up.
We can't let you go without, since we're into this now, who should be the next Prime Minister? Give us a name.
I genuinely don't know. The ebbs and flows are absolutely enormous. I think if I made one or two observations, I'd say Liz Truss, her star has been waning somewhat. Rishi's is on his way back. Rishi Sunak and Penny Mordaunt would be a serious contender from outside the cabinet.
Lord Hayward, we appreciate your time. Thanks very much indeed for it. Let's bring you up to speed with the rest of the day's news right now. Here's Ray.
Thanks, Colin. It's just after 5:30. Here's the latest from the GB newsroom. It's understood a group of cabinet ministers are about to ask Boris Johnson to step down as Prime Minister. It's after at least 36 MPs resigned from government positions, calling on him to resign. Speaking at the Liaison Committee in the last half an hour, Mr Johnson refused to comment on those reports.
You're asking me to comment on...
This conversation will happen in a few minutes, Prime Minister.
You say. But if you want to ask about what we're doing to help people with the cost of living, if you want to ask about what we're doing to build more clean, green energy supply, which this committee has taken an interest in...
That's going to be your answer to the Cabinet colleagues in Downing Street.
Then I'm very happy to talk to you about it. But I'm not going to give a running commentary on political events. We're going to get on with the government of the country.
Well, the 1922 committee says it will not change its rules today over whether to push for another vote of no confidence in the Prime Minister. It's understood the influential group of backbench Tory MPs will hold an election to its executive before making the final decision next week. Deputy Prime Minister Dominic Raab is also understood to have spoken at that meeting. A joint police operation across 5 countries has targeted an organised crime network accused of smuggling up to 10,000 people into the UK on small boats. Around 40 people were arrested in coordinated raids in the UK, Belgium, Germany, France and the Netherlands, including 6 people in London. 135 small boats and more than 1,200 life jackets were also recovered in Germany and the Netherlands. And British Airways is cutting a further 10,300 flights until the end of October. The airline says the new measures are meant to deal with significant challenges facing the industry. The firm says only short-haul flights will be affected by those changes. On TV, online and on DAB+ radio, this is GB News. Now let's get back to Colin Brazier.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV. On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you. We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today. I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Welcome back. Thanks for watching GB News and listening to 24 hours really to forget for Boris Johnson as his leadership of the Conservative Party and his time as Prime Minister hangs by a thread after a wave of resignations, some of them high profile, and large numbers of no confidence letters too. Within the last few minutes, the Prime Minister appeared before the Liaison Committee. It's an important committee. It only meets twice a year, but it consists of all the House of Commons Select Committee chairs, lots of heavy hitters from around the Palace of Westminster. We'll bring some reaction to what they had to say, and indeed what was a really feisty Prime Minister's questions in a few moments too. First, the series of departures from Boris Johnson's cabinet and members of the government too. Sajid Javid, the Health Secretary, started the wave of resignations around about this time yesterday, in about half an hour from now, in fact. He was followed minutes later by Rishi Sunak. We're going to pull away from the graphic. There's Nadine Dorries, a Prime Ministerial loyalist, as well as being a Cabinet Minister, and clearly adding... Oh, there's Darren McCaffrey as well, who we'll talk to briefly. I'll tell you what, let's talk to Darren now, shall we? No. Oh, he's not ready. He's not ready, I'm told. So let's go back to that rundown of what's been happening. There we go, a list of some of the government figures. Quite junior, relatively. People like the Solicitor General. I wouldn't call the Solicitor General junior. Alex Chalk, who resigned last night. Then, perhaps as Boris Johnson loyalists might have thought the ship had steadied this morning, ministers submitted their resignation letters. Will Quince, Minister for Children and Families, Robin Walker, Minister for School Standards, the Treasury Minister, John Glenn, Justice Minister Victoria Atkins, Joe Churchill, the Environment Minister, Stuart Andrew, the Housing Minister, Kemi Badenoch, for some a real shining light and coming force within the party, has gone. And so too Neil O'Brien, one of the big brains of the party, Levelling Up Minister. Michael Gove, the Levelling Up Cabinet Secretary, apparently went to see the Prime Minister this morning to tell him to leave. Alex Burghardt, the Education Minister, Lee Rowley, Industry Minister, Julia Lopez, Culture Minister, Mims Davis, the Employment Minister, the Safeguarding Minister, Rachel McLean, the Export Minister, Mike Freer, a number of parliamentary private secretaries, first rung on the ladder of government, and other junior members of government also resigned last night and many more today. They include Bima Falami, who resigned from his position as Vice-Chairman of the Conservative Party, and Jonathan Gullis, a parliamentary private secretary to the Northern Ireland Secretary. We're told that Brandon Lewis, the Northern Ireland Secretary, is one of those who has reportedly told the Prime Minister that he has to go as well. Many other junior members of government who've resigned. We won't read them all out, but we're keeping a running tally, and we think it's 36 so far. That's the highest number of ministerial resignations since the 1920s. For those of you, and many of you do feel that this is all still something of a media confection and a storm in a teacup, to give it some historical perspective if we possibly can. There's a live picture from Downing Street. Some of your thoughts now, just to balance out the Westminster bubble with how some of you in the rest of the country feel. This one, for instance, from Julie, who says, if they force Boris out, who takes over? Someone who will take the UK back into the EU, someone who will call for mandatory vaccines, and someone who takes us into much stricter lockdowns. Bert says it's over, and the Liaison Committee have laid bare how utterly unfit Boris Johnson is for any job. Stephen says, blame Boris. Are you not all grown-up adults responsible for your own actions? Whilst Nick writes, come on, Boris, just stack your papers and walk out. It's done, mate. Time to move on. Let's go to Downing Street. Our political editor, who's looking at the front door with many others, is Darren McCaffrey. Darren, welcome to you. Can I just pick up with a slightly unorthodox question? It's raised by that final email there, that if Boris Johnson does leave today, I mean, he's what, mid to late 50s, 56, 57. Tony Blair, 69, currently talking about a return to politics. Heavens above, if you're an American presidential contender, you're probably in your 70s. We may see more of Boris in the future.
Indeed. I mean, this is a man who's had an eclectic past as a journalist and as a politician. You know, he is someone who has sustained a very, very successful political career over the last decade or so. We have to remember, I mean, you know, he resigned from the shadow cabinets way back in the day under Michael Howard. Must be said, because he told some untruths, and yet he managed to rebuild his political career, become Mayor of London, become Foreign Secretary, and then Prime Minister. As you say, he's still a pretty young man. There is no doubt that this will not be the end of Boris Johnson. Just in terms of also the logistics, if he does, and it is a big if, he was to go today, clearly, we think, at least anyway, he would remain as Prime Minister while there was a leadership contest. So he would remain in Downing Street, we suspect, for at least another couple of months, just in terms of that transition. Just to bring you up to date what's happening here, as you just seen in the last couple of minutes, Nadine Dorries, the Culture Secretary, has just walked in. Interestingly, me and a couple of other journalists were shouting questions at her. She did. She made it very clear that she's sticking by the Prime Minister. She is not going in there to tell him to resign. When I asked whether his position was sustainable, yes, she said it was sustainable. She's clearly not one of those people now urging Boris Johnson to go. Interestingly, though, in the last couple of minutes also, to add to that and to balance it slightly out, we believe that the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, is now calling for the Prime Minister to go. We know that she is inside. We know that Nadine Zahawi is inside. We know that the World Secretary, Simon Hart, is inside. The International Trade Secretary, Anne-Marie Trevelyan, is inside. We know Grant Shapps, the Transport Secretary, is inside. We know that Brandon Lewis, the Northern Ireland Secretary, who's in Belfast, is frantically trying to get back to London, but we believe his plane is delayed. But on the whole, most of those figures inside number 10 are frankly telling the Prime Minister that the game is up. It's what he does next, whether he accepts that or whether he is absolutely determined to fight on. But it seems that the mood inside number 10, perhaps unsurprisingly, and we have to say politics is a brutal sport, we are talking about people's lives here, talking about people's jobs, and not just the politicians that you and I and everyone else knows. We're talking about their members of staff and the people who work behind the scenes for Boris Johnson in Downing Street. We believe, as I said, they're quite upset about the events of today. I think the big question is, and I've said this all day, and I don't think it's anything new, it's not now a matter of if the Prime Minister will go, it's almost certainly a question of when. It's how things play out in the next couple of hours. Will those threats of cabinet resignation, those, as you say, the men and women in grey suits now are frankly saying it is over, will that be enough to push Boris Johnson to resign? Or will he determine to carry on even with those resignations, and where will that then lead us?
And Darren, as you tell it, it's fascinating, particularly Priti Patel may be arguing for the Prime Minister to go, but actually, as with the resignation of Margaret Thatcher, not everybody filing through that door is saying, Prime Minister, it's time to go. As you suggest, it's hard to imagine Nadine Dorries has gone in there and said, Prime Minister, it's time. Far more likely she said, actually, hang on, Prime Minister. So it could be conflicting advice, couldn't it, for all we know. Darren, for now, thanks very much indeed. Let's turn to the Conservative MP, Alex Shelbrooke, who can give a perspective from the backbenches. Alex Shelbrooke, welcome to you. What do you want to see happen now?
Well, Colin, I do regret we've got to this point. The reality is I put a statement out on the 1st of June where I said I didn't think it was time for a leadership election because of all of the great issues that are going on in the world. You know, we are involved in a European war that's having a direct effect on our country, whether it be food prices, whether it be the cost of fuel. You know, these are real issues for people back home. Obviously, that then happened a few days later, and since then it's it's always almost a fatal wound when it happens, and Prime Minister staggered on, and then of course we don't need to rake over what's happened in the last few days, but the Prime Minister has failed to handle it. All we are talking about now is about Chris Pincher. We're talking about whether the Prime Minister can survive. So what I want to see happen, it pained me, but I've come to the decision that the Prime Minister needs to go. He lost my confidence in being able to carry the government forward. We need a new Prime Minister as quickly as possible because these issues are not going anywhere. They're happening as we speak, and we've got to be concentrating on them and nothing else.
Shelbrooke, if you caught much of the Liaison Committee, anybody watching or listening to those very, very at times personal attacks by senior Select Committee chairmen and women on the Prime Minister, it was deeply ad hominem. It was, I can't remember seeing anything where it was so deeply personalised, and you were left thinking almost that where is the dignity of the Prime Ministerial office here if senior parliamentarians are prepared to kick him around the park like that?
Well, I think you end up laying in the bed you make, and I think it's all very well to have a lax attitude to the traditions of the past and your attitude to how you present yourself and what you do, but don't be surprised when people follow that lead. I didn't see the Liaison Committee. I have seen reports from journalists about what went on, but I think probably what's a fairer thing to say is it's probably an illustration of just how angry people are, and that anger comes from a deep-seated love and duty towards our country. That's why we do this job. And from my own personal perspective, this is where I'm feeling, very upset about all of this, because we really have such major issues to deal with. My constituents just want to work out what the hell are we going to do to try and reduce these food prices, these fuel prices. That's having a massive impact on their lives. That's what I want to see us getting on with. We can't carry on doing this day in, day out, week in, week out, quite frankly, month in, month out.
Alex Shelbrooke MP, we appreciate your time. Thanks very much indeed. Here in the studio, we've got Lembit Opik, former Liberal Democrat MP, and the political commentator Sarah Elliott. Sarah, I'll just start with you because I think it was your sharp intake of breath I heard when the words Priti Patel were issued to talk about people urging the Prime Minister to resign. Everybody's got, I suppose, a moment when they think that was it. I got the impression for you that was it.
Yeah, I mean, here's a minister where the Prime Minister has been exceptionally loyal to. And, she's come under attack and he's stood by her. And then, we've been waiting with bated breath who are the other more senior ministers to come out. And she didn't come out yesterday, but she is now. And so that just, I don't know, it's another tree falling. It's another nail in the coffin.
Lembit Opik, what's happening behind that door?
The only thing that's missing is the bunker, because everybody, the world and his wife can see that the game's up. Maybe Carrie Johnson and Boris are sitting there thinking we can pull this round. The only thing that Boris Johnson can possibly think will save him is some massive outpouring of support in some Trump-esque way from the public. That's not going to happen. Now, the Conservatives are a survival machine electorally, and he is not helping them. What's happening behind those doors is people are saying, technically, Boris, you might be able to hang on, but you're on your own, mate, and you can't run a government like that, and you can't run a country like that.
Yeah. The door's opening. As you didn't know, it's just one of the many, many, many hundreds of people who work at Downing Street. But is it possible at some point through the course of this evening, perhaps even once dusk has fallen, that the camera lights shine on that highly polished surface of the door of number 10, and there's a lectern outside announcing, with Boris Johnson announcing, that it's time for him to give up the highest office in the land. Let's turn to Paul Baines, a Professor of Political Marketing at the University of Leicester. Professor, welcome to you. What I think people, even people who are self-declared fans of Boris Johnson, I include myself in that number, are looking at now is a situation where you think there have been so many resets, there have been so many big ideas, there's nothing he can do to save his skin now.
I think that's right, Colin. It's very difficult to see how he could get out of this. I guess he thinks he can tough it out, and that's probably what he'll try and do. But with people like Michael Gove, Priti Patel, even Nadeem Zahawi, I understand, saying that he should go, or about to say he should go, then I think his position is pretty untenable.
Should he have an eye? I mean, I come at this from your perspective as a professor of political marketing. Should he have an eye, do you think, on the way we market our system of democracy? Because, people can make all kinds of high-minded claims about the importance of probity and, doing the right thing. But there does come a point where actually, and you saw it in that liaison committee meeting, where there's so much bad blood that you have to make a clean sweep of it.
I think you're right to point out that there's a serious difficulty with trust in our system at the moment, and that is down to him. It's not down to okay, we've had the situation with Chris Pincher, of course, but it's largely a lot of the problems that the voter has with this government are problems with Boris Johnson and not problems with the Conservative Party in general. So he's starting to make them look a little bit unelectable, which is interesting because there's no real opposition. So I think what would happen if there were an election now, what would happen is Labour would get in, but a lot of Tory voters, I think, would probably abstain rather than shifting over, and that's really bad news for the Conservative Party.
Paul, I suspect at the various newspapers, what we used to call Fleet Street, they'll be dusting down the political obituaries for Boris Johnson, and some of them will be thinking about what is, as a student of classics, what his fatal flaw was. Does he have one? What is it?
It's telling the truth, isn't it? It's his inability to always tell the truth. He obfuscates, and whilst politicians, to some extent, have to do this a little bit because there is uncertainty in lots of things, and it does look bad if they're constantly saying they don't know what's going on and so on. So sometimes they have to fudge things a little bit, but there's a big difference between not fudging things and exaggerating things and outright lying. And it seems that this episode of lying associated with Chris Pincher has just finished him off. It's the straw that broke the camel's back, I think.
Professor Paul Baines, we appreciate your time. Thanks a lot for it. Let's end this hour with the thoughts of you, the voters. We're joined by a whole restaurant owner, Dan Bryan, property expert Julie Ford, and Anna McGovern, who's a student at Queen Mary University as part of the University of London. Thanks to you all for agreeing to talk to us this evening. We haven't got very long, I'm afraid, because of events. Dan Bryan, your thoughts today. What do you make of it all in Westminster?
Hey, first of all, I don't have a restaurant, just to put that. It's street food, plain and simple. But when you're dealing with people like this in positions of power, there's a certain type of personality that makes it to the top. And you live by the sword, you die by the sword. This is politics, basically. These people lie, and as the gentleman previously just said, obfuscate, and they use smoke and mirrors in order to, when they're speaking to people, they never answer a direct question. And when you live like that, then there's always someone waiting in the wings to stab you in the back.
Yeah. Forgive me for saying this, Dan. I think I understand what you're saying. I think it's pretty cynical. I think a lot of MPs, it's a very unfashionable view, are actually motivated by the best kind of motives. Not many people will agree with that. Let's turn to Julie Ford. Julie, what do you make of it all in London today?
Yeah, I've really got to echo the last comments there. I think this is a good thing for government, and I think it's a good thing for Boris. I think we have had far too many scandal from the government, and we just don't have trust in our MPs anymore. I think if Boris can ride this out and get a new level of MPs behind him, I think this could be exactly what the country needs and exactly what government needs. And just to pick up on what Lempik said earlier, that he doesn't feel that the public is behind Boris, I think that's going to change today. I think you'll find that the public really are behind Boris, because he's now starting to show that he is actually for this country rather than for himself.
Julie, just before we let you go, because yours is a bit of a voice in the wilderness this evening, people who are still sticking up for Boris, and I include myself as a Boris supporter and a fan, but does there not come a point when you say he's got to go?
Absolutely, but that comes for any Prime Minister will get to that point where they have to go. But I think this is not the point where Boris needs to go. We do not need another general election. We do not need another Prime Minister. He needs to stay. Government just needs to carry on.
OK, Anna McGovern, just time for your thoughts today. Anna.
If I'm honest, I couldn't disagree more with what was just said just now. I think it is time for a new change of leadership. Sadly, though, I can't identify someone who would actually be able to take those reins and lead with honesty and integrity that this country really needs right now. And I think there's been so much dishonesty, so much scandals in the with Boris's term as Prime Minister, and I think we really need, someone to take over and lead this country with honesty and a better leadership overall.
Well, you've given a flavour, perhaps, of what some people in the country are thinking of. Anna McGovern, Julie Ford, Dan Bryan, thanks all for your thoughts. If we can show you the front door of number 10 in Downing Street, we will do, because that may well be tonight where much of the nation's attention is focused. We'll say thank you to our guests tonight, Sarah Elliott and Lembit Opik, and we'll be back there to talk to Darren McCaffrey, our political editor, in the company of Michelle Dewberry. Stay with us here on GB News for the breaking news from Westminster.
Hello there, I'm Stephen Keats with your latest Met Office forecast, and quite split fortunes for the rest of the day across the UK. Sunniest to close out the day in the south, cloudier and windier, and for some wetter in the north. And that's because we're closer to these weather fronts across northern Britain, which will be slowly pushing their way from northwest to southeast. Quite weak features, so not much rain on this cold front as it's coming south. For the south, though, underneath this influence of high pressure, so a fine evening to come across parts of Wales, central and eastern England, some late sunshine to enjoy. For the north, though, we've got increasingly cloudy skies, particularly for the northwest, and this band of patchy rain and drizzle coming south across northern England into Wales, the Midlands, eventually towards the southeast by first thing on Thursday morning. Quite cloudy for many places tonight, so it will be quite a warm night for some of us, 13 to 15 degrees. That's just a little bit cooler across northern Scotland. But it's across northern Scotland where we'll probably start off brightest on Thursday morning. Here's the best of the sunshine. Elsewhere, though, a fair amount of cloud to start the day, but I'm hopeful that as we go on through the day, the clouds should tend to thin and break, so that by the time we get through to the afternoon, a lot of places seeing a fair amount of sunshine away from the far northwest.